British relentless tennis.
The waiting is over.
Great, powerful hitting.
That is way too good. The queen of centre court. Oh, no! Champion of Wimbledon again.
Just for a minute, the silver fork sky lit you up like a star that I will follow.
Well, hello and welcome into our coverage here on Live at Wimbledon. It is day 8 of the 2016 Championships, Friday, the 8th of July. We have another dry day here at the All England Club with some sunny spells expected later on in the day. And, well, that scene tells you one thing. Andy Murray is in action later today, and don't the crowds know it. It's only just gone 12 p.m. local time. The Hill is absolutely packed. They will have to wait until the second match up on centre court, though, to watch Andy Murray. But it is men's semi-finals day, traditionally one of the best days of the calendar, and if Wednesday was anything to go by after the quarterfinals, we're set for some more entertainment on this grand stage. Yes, centre court awaits the semi-finalists in just under an hour's time. But welcome into our studio, Cara Robinson with you alongside a former Wimbledon finalist, Mark Philippoussis. Mark, you know what it's like to reach this stage of the tournament. How will the four guys be feeling today?
Nervous, anxious, excited, a lot of mixed emotions, and what an incredible opportunity. It's been almost coming close to 2 weeks, long 2 weeks for all these guys. A lot of tennis under the belt, but they're seeing the ball like a football. They're all playing great, and they're I'm sure, just anxious to start.
That's a lovely phrase. What an opportunity, because that's what this is. All of the four remaining gentlemen in the men's singles are within the top 10 of this year's Wimbledon seeding, so it should be some incredibly good matches. Well, on Wednesday, we did a little throwback to 2003 to check out Mark and his quarterfinal encounter. It wouldn't be right if we didn't bring up the semi-final as well. So this was against Sebastian Grosjean en route to your final, where you met Roger Federer. Of course, this a slightly smoother affair, Mark, coming through in straight sets.
Yeah, Sebastian Grosjean actually was in the semis the year before that, and he's a tough player on the grass. You wouldn't imagine he kind of is a natural grass court player, but his game adapted very well on the grass. He had a huge forehand, and he can slap a serve, and just moved incredibly well around the court, and had great hands. So, it was an opportunity for both of us, but for me, I was going in this match focused and believing that this, that was my day.
You can see from both of your faces how much it means, of course, in front of an expectant centre court crowd. After that 5-set epic you had in both the round of 16 against Agassi and the quarterfinals against Alexander Popp, relieved, I'm sure, to get through in straight sets with that final score of 7-6, 6-3, 6-3 over the Frenchman. At this stage, if you're going to progress through to the final, how satisfying is it to not have to go further than 3?
It's very satisfying, but I think it's it's very important kind of for that to happen even from the start of the event.
Really?
Because even if I had won that match in straight sets, but I did play some 5-setters before that, and I felt like that definitely took a little bit of a toll in that last match. So as important as it is to get through those the quarters and the semis as quick as possible, I had spent some time on the court in the first week. So I think it is important, but the whole 2 weeks are very important.
That's interesting, because when you look at today's four contenders, it's actually Thomas Berdych who spent the most time on court so far, 13 hours and 19 minutes, whereas despite his 5-set epic against Marin Cilic in the quarterfinals, Roger Federer has spent the least amount of time, 9 hours and 53 minutes. Well, a happy family and a happy Mark as you managed to get through into that final in front of a crowd that always know what a treat they've got on their hands on the centre court on this Friday. Do you feel that playing in front of them?
Oh, absolutely. The energy in that court, you can feel it walking on. You know how important it is. The vibe of let alone of the players box, but just the crowd. They know how special it is, and everyone can feel it.
I'm sure they can. It's going to be a wonderful stage again today. And we've got
Absolutely.
reporters out all over the grounds, including our very own Rachel Stringer, who's made her way inside centre court to tell us whether the roof should stay on or off today. Here's the weather forecast.
We have no rain expected for men's semi-finals day. Woohoo! It's meant to be bright and dry with maximum temperatures of 22 degrees. At the moment, it's a little bit cloudy, but that should lift and make way for a lovely day for the two matches here on centre court where I'm currently standing. The atmosphere is starting to build in here. Everyone's excited to see who's going to make it to that final. So it's going to be a beautiful day if you want to play tennis, but more importantly, a beautiful day if you want to sit and watch the great action on show like I'm going to right now.
Well, you'd be a lucky lady to stay in that seat today, Rachel. Enjoy it while you can. Well, this is the current scene at the All England Club. You can see the roof is open, and good to hear from the weather forecast that we shouldn't be expecting much rain. It has been a cloudy morning. We should expect some brightening skies throughout the afternoon, as Rachel just told you. And looking at that packed hill, well, we've had over 405,000 people attend these championships so far, and expecting probably around another 30 to 40,000 today to enjoy what is traditionally a wonderful day here at the All England Club. Our tennis insider Catherine Whitaker is back with us. Catherine, tell us just exactly how things will play out in order today.
Well, all eyes on centre court, and we can only hope that the two matches on centre court today are a patch on what centre court enjoyed 2 days ago on men's quarter-finals day. Those two incredible five-set matches, of course, for the centre court crowd. So first up, we have Milos Raonic against Roger Federer, the 6th seed against the 3rd seed, and then they will be followed onto court by Thomas Berdych, the 10th seed, up against Andy Murray, the great British hope, the number 2 seed. I will talk you through the two head-to-heads in a little bit more detail now, because they're both very interesting in very different ways. Roger Federer against Milos Raonic first up. A seemingly very one-sided head-to-head. 9-2 Federer leads in their previous matches. Big difference in age, obviously the 9 years, but Federer is very used to that. 6-2 on hard courts, 1-0 on clay, 2-0 on grass. Of course, the most recent of those was at Wimbledon, here at the same stage, the semi-final stage in 2014, and it was rather one-sided, 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. Raonic, though, a very different player now. I would be surprised if it was that one-sided a match again today. And it's probably worth mentioning that their previous grass court match before that was in Halle in 2012, and that one was very, very tight. Raonic lost that in a deciding set tie-break. So he does have the goods on grass to challenge Roger Federer, and I would expect a very, very close match today. In terms of our other semi-final, Andy Murray, of course, taking on Thomas Berdych. A seemingly more even head-to-head, but there's a lot more to this story than the numbers suggest. Not much to choose between them in age. They played on juniors together a lot. These two guys know each other inside out. Now, if Murray leads the head-to-head 8-6, as I say, seemingly quite balanced. 6-3 on hard, 1-0, 1-3 clay. In fact, Berdych would probably say he's more comfortable on the clay, generally speaking, than Andy. 1-0 on indoor. They've never met on grass, though. Berdych, of course, has been at this stage of a slam before. He's been in the final of a slam before, so he's comfortable on the stage. Raonic, the only of the 4 semi-finalists that's never been in a Grand Slam final before. But I think what needs to be pointed out is that Andy Murray has won the last 4 of the meetings he's had with Thomas Berdych, dating back to the Australian Open semi-final last year, that really spicy matchup. And actually the 3 subsequent matches they've had have been really one-sided in favour of Andy Murray. So there is a feeling that of late Andy Murray has rather got Thomas Berdych's number. But hey, who knows, you know, it could be another very interesting matchup.
Yeah, cannot wait for it all to unfold. Play starts, as you told us, at 1 o'clock on centre court. So the players who've been out practicing in preparation, of course, they have the advantage of using the outside courts, not just Arangi, and the 7-time Wimbledon champion Roger Federer choosing court number 7 as his practice ground today. Mark, I suppose one of the biggest queries for Roger coming into today is just how his body has reacted to that 5-set epic against Marin Cilic. Catherine told us yesterday that he had been out-spotted practicing. Things did look to be in order. How do you think he will be feeling after having to go the distance on Wednesday?
I think he won't have any problems at all. He'll bounce back nicely. I mean, yes, he hasn't played a 5-setter for a very long time, but one thing we know about Roger is how professional he is, and he will not be coming to a tournament and be ready for a tournament unless he was 110% physically and mentally. Each match, I felt like looked stronger and stronger. He was tested to the max the other day, down 2 sets to love, break points, match points, you name it. He found a way to get out of it. I do not think he'll be feeling any effect from that match physically.
Catherine, we always speak about records with the great Roger Federer, and he keeps notching them up this year as well. The 5-set comeback on Wednesday was a record equaling 10th time he has done that and come back from 2 sets to love down. He has never lost a Wimbledon semi-final. This is his 11th appearance. It would therefore be an 11th final should he progress through today. When you see Roger Federer at this end of a Grand Slam, do people almost presume at this stage that he is the favourite? But really, it seems that's not the case in the match today against Milos.
I think perhaps some people could be in danger of thinking, oh, well, it's Roger Federer, he's won 7 Wimbledons, he's never lost a semi-final. Of course he's going to make it through. You know, he's the 3rd seed, he's the 2nd highest seed left in and has been ever since Djokovic lost. But I think that would be a mistake. I think count Milos Raonic out at your peril. You know, a lot of people tipping Raonic just for this. I know Anki Offerbong did yesterday, put it 51-49 in Milos Raonic's favour. I'd probably put it at about 50-50. I think those fewer miles on the clock, those easy matches that Federer had last week in the early rounds could prove decisive. And it has to be said, though it was a 5-set match and probably emotionally draining, it wasn't the longest 5-set match against Marin Cilic. It was only about 3 hours, and he doesn't have those miles on the clock from last week. So I think actually possibly that physical test he had in the last round could play as a positive, because he now has confidence in his body. He knows his body is up to a 5-set test, and I think he feels brimming with confidence about that. So physically, I would expect Federer to be up to the challenge today. That doesn't necessarily mean he'll win, but and also Milos Raonic matches don't tend to be the most physical battles. You know, points are going to be short, so I don't think this will probably come down to a physical test for Federer.
It's interesting you mentioned doesn't actually have that many miles on the clock. You're right, that match against Marin Cilic was only 3 hours and 17 minutes. And of the 4 today, as we mentioned at the top of the show, he has had the least amount of time on court, totaling 9 hours and 53 minutes. More history in his corner today. If he does win and progress through to the final, he would get ahead of Jimmy Connors in terms of gentlemen's singles match wins here at Wimbledon. It would be his 85th. He is the man that just keeps on giving. And Rob Walker has been out watching him on court number 7.
It's a familiar routine for the man knocking up behind us. He is the epitome of cool, and he's preparing for an 11th semi-final here at Wimbledon. He has never lost in his previous 10 visits to the semis. That is quite some record here at Wimbledon. And he survived those 3 match points in that epic encounter with Marin Cilic. So many times in that match he looked like he was dead and buried, and yet he managed to produce what was arguably one of his greatest comebacks of all his appearances here at Wimbledon, even including the 7 titles, bidding to become the oldest finalist in the men's singles for 42 years. You could go on and on about the achievements of Roger Federer, but maybe one thing that stands out is how much he still wants it, how hungry he still is for success after achieving so much in the game. Knee surgery in January after twisting his knee whilst running a bath for his daughters after the Australian Open. He's had a bad back over the last few years, but he says he's feeling in tip-top shape. It was 3 hours 18 minutes against Cilic, but he said what made him feel so good about that was that the knee felt fine, the back felt fine. He's showing no signs of aging, approaching his 35th birthday, and maybe this is the year where he finally has the standalone record of singles titles at Wimbledon. Remember, he's tied on 7 with Pete Sampras here at Wimbledon, and he would absolutely love to make it an 8th. But of course he's got to beat Milos Raonic, and Raonic is no stranger to turning around 2-set deficits. He had a cracking match against David Goffin in the 4th round. Goffin was in sensational form in that match over on court too, but Raonic dug deep to come back and beat Sam Querrey, the man who knocked out Djokovic, in 4. So Federer won't have this all his own way, although he does lead the head-to-heads with Raonic 9-2. And although Raonic did beat him in Brisbane at the start of this year, Federer would say he's in much better mental and physical condition since then. It's a repeat of their semi-final meeting 2 years ago, which Federer won in straight sets. But Raonic is a better player than he was then, and he started to come forward a lot more. Maybe that's an influence of John McEnroe. But as far as Federer is concerned, this is business as usual. He's tied Jimmy Connors with 11 semi-final appearances here at Wimbledon, And how much confidence will he take, not just with that amazing comeback against Cilic, but with the fact that in all 10 previous semi-finals here, he has never lost. Roger Federer will believe he will be contesting yet another Wimbledon final. It's a great story. Many neutrals would love him to get into this final. He is first up on centre court, and what a mouth-watering prospect this will be.
Well, we did just mention that Roger is looking to reach his 85th men's Wimbledon singles victory today. And as you can see, he's currently tied with the great Jimmy Rogers for 84 wins here at Wimbledon. It would push him to 85, and it would be the most all time, as if we needed more to prove the real greatness of the 17-time Grand Slam champion Roger Federer. Well, his opponent today is no mean feat, and you may start with his serve. 119 aces so far in this year's Wimbledon Championships. Mark, that is a tournament best. He's also notched up to 143 miles per hour. You were a very strong server in your own right. What is it like to face a serve that strong?
Well, first of all, I believe he has the best serve on the tour. I love his action. Not only is he huge, we all know he's a huge, strong guy, 6'6", strong guy, strong legs, but I love the way if you see the way he bends his knees and he puts all that body weight with that extension in the court, it's just easy power, effortless power, and can serve anywhere. So it is not easy. There's constant pressure on you when you're playing against a big server, because if he is holding serve comfortably, he can afford to take risks and chances when he's returning serve, when he's that confident. And that always puts added pressure on his opponent, especially if the opponent kind of can't even see a break point, if he can't even get to 30 all. That pressure just keeps adding on as the match goes by. With that being said, his serve, yes, is the strongest part of his game, but his returns are not. But they have improved a lot, especially over within this year. And I think that's what's going to make him very dangerous today, is the fact that he's improved his serve, he's improved his ground strokes, his volleys, everything's improved. And that's one thing about him. He's an ultimate professional where he understands he wants to keep on improving day by day. And that's why he's put himself in this great position right now.
This is fascinating to see, of course, Super Mac, should we call him that? The great super coach, John McEnroe.
He'd love to hear that, yeah.
Working with him on court number 5. By the way, just 2 courts away from Roger Federer, where he was choosing to have his morning practice session. We'll get onto that in a minute. No surprise to see him working on volleys at the net with John McEnroe alongside him. He spoke after his quarterfinal victory, Mark, and he said, "I've improved mentally and physically, and I know what I'm looking for, what to change when things aren't going well." Mm-hmm. Is this part of the game that you definitely expected to see him add to with the addition of McEnroe?
100%, especially with his serve. He's a big guy. He plays big guy tennis, and I understand that his natural game isn't serve and volleying first, second serve, chip and charging. I understand that, but his game should be to get into the net whenever he can and apply that pressure. Because that's when you've seen him win those big matches and those big points, he's applied that pressure with that huge serve. And then backing it up with that big forehand of his when he turns around, and especially he loves turning around, hitting that forehand on the inside-out forehand and getting to the net. He's won huge points like that, and he's starting to use that chip where he's improved a lot. But I believe if he doesn't look to come to the net today, he's going to make life a lot harder for himself and easier for Roger.
We just saw that he was practicing out on court number 5. Roger Federer, we saw, was out on court number 7. Mm-hmm. So they're pretty close to each other in the outdoor courts here at the All England Club. Are you aware of your opponent practicing closely to you at a time like this, or are you pretty zoned in?
No, he's pretty zoned in. I mean, they're both incredibly professional. If anything, they might glance around of their surroundings, but there will be absolutely no focus on anything else but themselves and what they're doing on the court.
Well, he is bidding to become the first Canadian man to make it into a Grand Slam final. He'd be the second Canadian ever. Of course, Jeannie Bouchard accomplished the feat herself here at Wimbledon a few years ago. Rob Walker's been busy. He's gone from court number 7 to court 5, and he's been watching Milos.
Well, while Roger Federer is knocking up on Championship Court 7, here is Milos Raonic, his opponent, on centre court, knocking up on 5. And he was initially due on 6, but I wonder whether the proximity of the two players knocking up at the same time meant that Raonic and his team, led by John McEnroe, possibly wanted a little bit of physical distance between the two of them as they go through their final preparations. What a chance this is for Milos Raonic to become the first Canadian into a Grand Slam final. He knows it was a straight sets defeat to Federer at the same stage of the championship 2 years ago, but he's got that man John McEnroe in his corner this time, and he's been a lot more positive and a lot more aggressive with his play, coming into the net on many more occasions than he has done in the past, and he's a bigger, better player than he was 2 years ago. Raonic will be the slight outsider, but just as Federer has come through some big matches here, so too has the Canadian who was born in Montenegro and moved to Canada at the age of 8, now very much treated as one of their own. He turned round that 2-set deficit against David Goffin, and Goffin was in unbelievable form coming in here to Wimbledon. But Raonic will believe he can change the result from 2 years ago. He is desperate to get into a big showdown, beat Sam Querrey as well. So how big will that serve be? And maybe this is the match where we'll get the biggest indication as to the influence of John McEnroe. There's no airs and graces with Raonic. As I came in this morning, he walked onto the complex, so he's obviously staying fairly close by. There's no chauffeur-driven cars. He was carrying his own bags, just having a chat with one or two of his coaches. And we were watching him knock up yesterday at Arangi with John McEnroe. And the legendary American has definitely still got a few touches. He was really testing Raonic, and he's quite vocal with him as well. We've seen him in this knock-up just having a few words with him, just covering his mouth, making sure no one else can hear. So maybe we'll get to see the full extent of that beneficial partnership. He's clearly got a huge amount of respect for John McEnroe. A great occasion for Raonic, who, let's remind ourselves, has beaten Roger Federer this year in Brisbane, although the man from Switzerland would argue that he's much improved since then, coming through after his knee surgery. Well, he's been in the semi-finals before, but can he reverse that result from 2 years ago? Maybe it comes down to his aggression as well as his confidence. McEnroe will presumably be courtside unless he's commentating. Raonic bidding to make history for the Canadians and make it into his first Grand Slam final. He's a huge man with huge confidence, and it's arguably one of the biggest matches of his career so far. What a showdown in prospect.
Game, second match. There you go.
If Sam Querrey thought Raonic was too good for him, nowadays he's too good for everybody. That's a great shot.
He made something out of nothing there. A little magic from Roger's racket. It's a sensational pickup. Great artistry from of both men.
Yes, we have a battle of the heavyweights lined up for centre court today. Speaking of which, our reporter Rachel Stringer has been there to speak to an Olympian.
So I have someone here who's pretty excited to be at Wimbledon. I'm pretty excited to talk to him. It's the IBF World Heavyweight Champion and reigning Heavyweight Olympic Champion. Still got that title, haven't you? Anthony Joshua, how are you?
I'm feeling good, thank you. How
Good.
Are you?
I'm great, thank you for asking. What a whirlwind year for you, and kind of 4 years. Just talk us through, did you ever expect that?
Deep down, you train, you put in the work, you give your best, and whatever happens, happens. So you do expect the best, but you know how sports is, that's what makes it interesting. Anything can happen. But I'm happy, work's paying off, and who knows what the future will hold.
And since changing to become a professional, you just keep on winning. I mean, what's the secret?
Consistency, got to enjoy it, make the most of it, because this is my era. I'm not going to be here forever, so I'm just trying to make the most of it. I've got great people around me, and the support's phenomenal. So everything combined into one, it's a recipe for success.
At the moment, obviously having a day off, or do you train before you came down to Wimbledon today?
Nah, I definitely didn't train. It's definitely a day off. This is definitely a day. I've come to watch the big boys put in some work now.
Absolutely. And I mean, what does it mean to get invited down here to Wimbledon today?
It's class. It's class. I come as a supporter. I get to meet loads of different people. It's interesting because from what I see in a boxing arena, this is a different level. Like boxing's kind of gutter, grimy, and this is like classy, elegant. So it's kind of like whatever you want. So it's nice for me to just step away from that industry and come and chill out. So it's cool, man. It's really nice.
Has anyone told you off for not having a tie yet?
I've been around here long enough, so I'm waiting for my tie to be fetched because I'll be working around here if I stay any longer.
Absolutely. And we can see how popular you are. I mean, just kind of like, you know, is that something you like? Is that something that you kind of relish now?
It's all good.
Look, someone's high-fiving back. They're bowing down over there. These guys are actually doing that. I mean, look at it. Look at how you've come on.
Nice. It's cool, man. I think what it is that, like, we can all relate to each other. You know, we're young, probably all grown up around different areas, but same type of thing, had our pals and stuff. And they know my background, so they've kind of followed me through. And they can just relate to where I've come from, and that's what makes us connect.
I think most people now, as we just mentioned, will recognise you. But I think maybe if you put on Wimbledon whites and wandered around, you could look like a tennis player. If you were one...
I was going to wear Wimbledon whites, but my pal here told me not to bother.
He's got Wimbledon white on all half anyway. If you were a tennis player, what do you think your strength would be on the court?
What would my strength be? Probably, I'd say my serve. I'm tall, powerful, you know, strong wrists. You know what I mean? So I'll be able to get the ball up, catch some air. I think my power and my serve would be able to get a lot of people out.
First person probably ever said catch some air on a serve, but anyway, catch some air. Anyway, are you I'm just embarrassed. The heavyweight champion of the world. Okay. Anyway, and now I've gone off track as well. Are you any good at tennis?
I'm half decent. So what I was saying is that I ride motorbikes to chill out, but I've got to stop that because I don't want to get any injuries. So I'm trying to find something else to do. And my pal's a tennis coach. So I'm down at the Elms in Stanmore, so I go down there now. I'm trying to learn some tennis. And it's harder than it looks. Do you know what I mean? I'm supposed to be this big, strong guy, and my wrist is weak as hell. I need to learn on my technique and formation, but it's something I can progress with if I've got the right coach, and they're definitely helping me.
Well, now that you've mentioned that, I'm sure some tennis players might want to come and maybe practice with you. If you could practice with anybody, who would you pick?
My main man, Murray. Yeah, man, that's my boy. So that's who we're here for now. He's a big boxing fan as well. He shows support, so it's only right we give it back. So I'll be Murray, definitely.
And Anthony, I know it's obviously about the tennis today, but obviously Wimbledon, known for strawberries and cream. Surely, if you go and have any, you won't just have one pint. How many do you think you could eat?
Well, I need to eat some now, eat some mid-afternoon, eat some before I go, get some to take home. So a good few. I know these aren't just any ordinary pick up from the local store strawberries either. So you know these are top notch. So I'd definitely be able to fill up my belly.
Okay, double figures from the strawberries right now.
Yeah, I skip breakfast and everything for this.
Okay, skip breakfast so we can sample the beautiful Wimbledon strawberries. Anthony Joshua, thank you very much. Have a brilliant day. Thank you. Thank you.
We always love some celebrities in the house. Thanks, Rachel. Well, here is Team Murray, Ivan Lendl and Jamie Delgado on the outside courts awaiting Andy's arrival for his practice session ahead of this afternoon's match. He is second up on centre court, as Catherine told us earlier, so unsure of what time he'll be out to play, depending how long Federer goes in his clash with Milos Raonic. Ivan Lendl actually had a fabulous day yesterday. He had the delight of meeting some of our British royalty, as you can see by this picture, and sharing a joke with the Duchess of Cambridge, who came here for the ladies' semi-finals day. She met an entire line of players, including Greg Rosetsky. You can see in the back of that shot as well. So we'll get on to plenty of social review in a little bit, but we'll show you Andy Murray arriving, being flanked by security as he comes through the crowds with a grin on his face. That's really lovely to see, Mark. He looks pretty relaxed and happy to be there.
He looks good. He looks good. You know, I don't know about that hair though. It looks like he just rolled out of bed.
He does.
But I love the smile. He looks very relaxed, and it's good to see.
Catherine, there's so much made about Andy Murray's team. Of course, Ivan Lendl was with him when he won both of his Grand Slams and the Olympic gold medal. Left him for a little bit. Amelie Mauresmo came in. We got into that discussion a couple of days ago. Ivan now back with him, of course, but alongside Jamie Delgado this time, and as his fitness team and plenty of other guys who cannot be underestimated. What do you make of the strength of Team Murray right now?
Oh, well, just look at how relaxed he is. I think that tells you the story. He's a guy that relies a great deal on the team around him. He values consistency a lot. I know that's where Jamie Delgado comes in, because although, of course, Lendl incredibly important, as was Amelie Mauresmo before him, they're obviously not able to commit to, you know, being there 40 weeks a year. But Jamie Delgado is. He is the constant presence in that team. Lendl will, of course, be there for all the big tournaments, all the important moments. But Jamie Delgado and Matt Little and his physio and his trainer and everybody else, they are the consistent presences. And that's what's very, very important to Andy Murray. He's quite a reserved person, and you know, he really values that equilibrium off the court, and I mean, he just looks so incredibly relaxed. It's amazing. I mean, he has looked more and more relaxed as the years have gone on, but this is, considering what's ahead of him and the pressure on him now. I mean, he was asked in his press conference after his quarter-final victory, you know, Great Britain is without a Prime Minister, we've gone out to football, Wales have gone out, how does it feel to be Great Britain's last hope?
Yeah.
And just, you could see in his response to that, I think a few years ago he might have prickled and got a bit defensive, but he laughed, didn't he, and said, you know, I'm feeling the pressure, but I'm coping all right. He's just so relaxed, and I think that does have a lot to do with his team.
And a smiling Ivan Lendl on court. We do not get that very often. They're obviously a very relaxed camp. The hair is definitely adding to the image right now. Mark, let's just get your perspective on, if you were Andy Murray, what you would have been through in your day so far until now.
You know what? Honestly, nothing would change.
Had you stretched or warmed up before hitting this court?
Yeah, I mean, this guy is the ultimate professional. He gets here early. He's stretching with his trainer on the court. He makes sure that he's almost got some sweat running down before he actually goes on the court. So all he has to do is pick up his rackets and he's ready to go. Like you said,
which we saw, he literally did pick up his
exactly.
racket.
Yeah, because the warm-up was done, you know, behind the scenes. He definitely isn't coming here cold, and nothing changes. Everything's exactly the same with him. Before his workouts, after he workouts, he stretches and warms down. As I said, he's a constant professional, and that image there of everyone smiling, relaxed, I think that's an image of confidence for everyone involved. That's a confident-looking team.
Catherine, we talk about statistics as we did with Roger Federer. With Andy Murray, this is his 7th Wimbledon semi-final, his 6th out of the last 7 years. He is bidding to make his 3rd Wimbledon final appearance in the last 5 years and his 11th Grand Slam final appearance overall, which is, if he achieves it, would be the most final appearances at Grand Slams overall by any Briton in tennis history. That puts him ahead of Fred Perry. And do you think when he does retire at the end of his career, he will be the best tennis player that Great Britain has ever seen?
I think he already is. I obviously am not old enough to remember Fred Perry. I think he's in the conversation, if not pretty much nailed on, as our Great Britain's best athlete of all time. I think he's in that conversation for sure. And those numbers you mentioned, I mean, yes, he's won the Grand Slams, the Olympics, the Davis Cups. He could well win more of all of those. But, you know, all of those numbers, his consistency to boot, in a lot of areas that would make him #1 for several years. It would make him, you know, an unrivaled dominant force at the top of the game. He just happens to have muscled in to the best era the strongest era that tennis has ever seen, and the fact that he's even got his foot in the door and won Grand Slams during that time is just incredible.
Well, because we spoke so long about the dominance of the Federer and Nadal, and then Novak breaking through, and could Andy do it? And of course now he has. Catherine just mentioned it, Mark, everything he's achieved. There is one big thing missing from that list, and that is being the world #1.
Yes.
Is that a goal, reaching the top of the world rankings, or a goal's just more titles?
No. Well, without a doubt, that would have to be one of his goals, because look at what he's achieved. It's the only thing left that he hasn't achieved. That of course is going to be there, but he's just focusing on each match. That is a long-time goal for him, and something that if we had looked back in 2 years ago, 3 years ago, would think, oh, I'm not sure if that's ever going to happen. And now you're looking at it thinking there's a really good possibility, because Djokovic, I mean, his worst result is like a final, a loss in the final. I mean, so he's got so many points to defend, but he's so consistent that, of course, he's not looking at it that way. But all of a sudden, you know, losing early here, a loss there, all of a sudden things will change completely, and he'll get closer and closer to that goal. But first of all, it's got to start by today and winning today's match.
My question I'm always intrigued by, this was obviously happening at the All England Club this morning, not that long ago in fact. He's the second match up on centre court today, so he really doesn't know, of course, how long Federer and Raonic are going to go. What does he do after leaving this practice court before walking out on centre court? Does he watch the match before him?
No, there's no way. I mean, he'll be glancing. I mean, there's TV everywhere in the locker rooms, in the trainer's room, in the restaurants. So there's TV everywhere. So I'm sure he's going to be glancing and interested in what's going on as far as the score at stages. But he definitely, I don't see him sitting down and looking at the whole match, because he doesn't want to drain his energy. He's got things that he has to take care of, and that's getting his body ready, getting his mind ready, making sure he's warmed up, making sure he's getting the right foods, and he's drinking water, he's nourished and hydrated before the match. So that's where his thoughts going, his energy going, nowhere else.
He talked about it after his last match. In fact, he said when Cilic went 2 sets to love up, and I think it was at the point that Federer was facing all those break points, and when he was at love 40 in that third set, he started his preparations for the match and started warming up and getting himself in shape. And then of course he ended up having to stand down and faced another long wait. And as annoying as that is, Andy Murray is probably more used to it, certainly here, than anybody else, because he is always the second match on it, because, you know, BBC television wants him on at prime time and everyone's coming home from work. Very understandably, he is more used to being in that position than pretty much anybody else.
Well, Britain previously had to wait 74 years for a home men's singles finalist. We now might get our third one within the last 5 years. Andy Murray is definitely carrying the torch of British tennis, and perhaps, as Catherine said, British sport in general. He is the second match up on centre court today. He's taking on Thomas Burdick, and Rob Walker has been watching him practice.
This is on Championship Court 7. Even Carol, the pensioner from Anglesey, has come all the way down here to watch Andy Murray knocking up. Now, those of you who've been watching our coverage over the last 8 or 9 days will know that Murray hardly ever takes the chance to knock up on a championship court. He uses 2 of the most private courts down at Orangi, where there's normally only a handful of media around, but it's absolutely packed now around Court 7. Crowd had been waiting for about 15-20 minutes once the whispers and the rumours began that Murray was knocking up here on a championship court. He had a brief go on 9 yesterday, but this is a great opportunity for those who don't have a ticket on centre court to get a glimpse of the man aiming to make it through to a 3rd Wimbledon final. It's an amazing record that Murray's putting together. It's his 20th Grand Slam semi-final, his 7th here. He's made the last 4 in 6 of the last 7 Grand Slams that he has contested. And what a matchup against Thomas Burdick, the finalist from 2010. On paper, in the head-to-heads, it looks fairly tight. Murray leads 8-6, but he has won the last 4 of those encounters, and he leads their Grand Slam head-to-heads 2-1. But this will be their first meeting on grass. Burdick will be really fired up for this, but so too will Andy Murray. Many people feel, after making the final of the Australian Open and the French, people saying it's been his best clay court season of his career so far. And some of his play against Jo-Wilfried Tsonga was absolutely brilliant in the quarter-finals. Almost 4 hours on court. It was by some margin his longest match so far. Tsonga did really well to come back into that one and force it to a fifth. But Murray got the early break in the fifth and then managed to come through in fine style in that fifth and deciding set. But a great chance for the spectators to get a little glimpse of Murray as he attempts to take one step closer to a second Wimbledon title. He is the favourite, and it's the first time we've seen him as the favourite in the second week of a slam. That, of course, after Novak Djokovic getting knocked out by Sam Querrey. What a shock that was. And the final many neutrals want to see is Federer against Murray. A rematch of 2012, not just in the Wimbledon final, but in the Olympic final as well. But there's some work to do against Thomas Berdych. Reading the papers this morning, Pat Cash feels as though the match could be closer than some are suggesting. He's saying he wouldn't be surprised if Berdych gets a set from Murray. And Andy will be doing that classic player's perspective of taking one match at a time. But it all seems fairly relaxed in the Murray camp. Lendl's been smiling a fair bit over the last week and a half, more than we saw when he was last with Murray a couple of years ago. So it really has been a case of so far so good for Andy Murray. The fifth Queen's title, the first final at the French. No Novak Djokovic here. All the signs are there that it could be a very, very special weekend for the British number one. But he will not be taking Thomas Berdych too lightly here. Berdych is through to a sixth Grand Slam semi-final. He's been in the top 10 for 6 years now without a break. So Murray knows it could be a really tough contest. Their first meeting on grass. But of course, the British number one, the world number two, will be the overwhelming favourite to make it through to a third Wimbledon final. And he will be roared on by a packed centre court crowd and by those who'll be sitting on Henman Hill, many of whom are here watching him knock up here on court 7. I guess the question for Murray will be how long will he have to wait to get on court, because he kept waiting a long time in that Federer match against Cilic, because Cilic was 2 up and he was 40 love up on the Federer serve early on in the third set. And then, of course, as we all know, Federer came back with a storming recovery. So Murray ended up waiting another hour and 20 minutes before he got on court. So he'll be keeping half an eye on Federer against Raonic just to see how quickly that match looks as though it will be finishing. But certainly an eagerly anticipated match and a real treat for everybody crowded round here on 7. The world number 2 in one of the most important matches of his career. Can he make it through to a third Wimbledon final? The omens are certainly looking good for the British crowd favourite.
So we were telling you earlier that Andy is making his 7th Wimbledon semi-final appearance. He's only progressed through to the final twice on those 7 previous occasions. Let's just look at this list. And he's lost, as you can see, most occasions. He did beat Tsonga in 2012 and he beat Jerzy Janowicz in 2013 when he did progress on the title. Only one of the guys that he lost to did actually go on to win the title, and that was Rafa Nadal in 2010 when he did, of course, meet Thomas Berdych in the final. Well, speaking of Thomas Berdych, you can see his name at the bottom of that list. That is who Andy Murray faces in today's semi-final encounter. He has been out practicing as well. We've seen everyone using the outside courts, and he's no exception. Court number 6. So it's been a busy section in that one part of the club. Thomas Berdych will be, I imagine, Mark, extremely content to have reached this final, this stage, I should say, of Wimbledon once again, because for so long we've spoken about him being a former Wimbledon finalist, and he has been unable to get back to that stage. He does have his work cut out for him today, though, against Andy Murray, of course, though the pair have never met on grass.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprised to hear they haven't met on grass, but I mean, look, it's as simple as this. Thomas will have to play his best match to beat Andy Murray, to have a chance of beating Andy Murray. And without a doubt, the best match of the tournament, and one that he's done in a very long time. One thing, as I've mentioned before, one thing about Thomas is he's an amazing athlete, strong mentally and physically, but kind of very, very much you know, I wouldn't say a one-dimensional player. I mean, obviously to be a very consistent top 10 player and multiple year in, year out tournament champion, I mean, you know, he's capable of more, but I just feel like when he doesn't have that game and he's missing on the ground strokes, he makes life tough for himself. Whereas with Andy, he's going to have to be completely on, and if he's not on, I'm just worried kind of what he can go to. Is there another game plan he can kind of go to try and get out of it?
That's fascinating. We've spoken about Burdick's lack of a plan B before. It'll be interesting to see if he has tried to employ that in this match later on today on centre court. Catherine, he's had a bit of a topsy-turvy year. He's reached the quarterfinals of both previous Grand Slams, both in Australia and Roland Garros, losing out to Federer and Djokovic respectively, but he was humiliated in Rome, losing by double bagels to David Goffin, and what led to really a bit of a change in his coaching setup. What do you make of the Thomas Burdick you now see at Wimbledon?
That was one of the most shocking tennis results I've seen ever, really, let alone in recent years. I mean, for somebody of Thomas Burdick's consistency, I mean, he hasn't been outside the top 10 for 6 or 7 years. For him to lose by a double bagel, I mean, yes, David Gopin's a very, very good player, but A, lower ranked than Thomas Burdick, and B, Thomas Burdick probably shouldn't be losing double bagels to anybody, you know, not even Novak Djokovic. I mean, that was really, really shocking. I think the writing was on the wall at that point for his relationship with Danny Belvedere. I think inevitably had to do something drastic that will have really shaken him. I think Thomas Burdick is a man that in the past few years has had, it's probably a slightly harsh term, but and perhaps understandably a slight chip on his shoulder. I think he sees himself in the same bracket at the very least as Andy Murray, perhaps not as Novak Djokovic and you know, Nadal's and Federer's, but I think he sees himself as somebody that probably should have 2 or 3 Grand Slams or an Olympic title or something like that, and it just hasn't quite happened for him because of the limitations in his game. You know, when his game is on, it is fantastic, it's world beating, but we keep discussing it, he doesn't have the plan B. He can get found out by the smarter players on tour like Andy Murray. Andy Murray's very good at exposing the lack of depth in his game, and I think that really, really frustrates him. And I think some of those defeats, you know, the defeat he suffered to Andy Murray and Burdick in Madrid, I think they'll have been quite chastening for him. You know, it's great being Mr. Consistent, the guy that always reaches the quarterfinals, but it's not enough for Thomas Burdick, and it will really, really be frustrating him in getting to him that he's not getting the victories over the top players.
I think, sorry, quickly before, one thing that I mentioned about his game, he's got such beautiful ground strokes, incredibly clean hit of the ball, but also it's not a high percentage kind of way he hits the ball. Hits the ball incredibly flat and very deep, and I feel like if his rhythm and if he's not on, it's a lot more can go wrong. You know, he doesn't have that work on the ball like you see the other guys, the top guys. That top spin on the ball, where a little more consistency over net, and you know, that percentage goes up. It's literally this far over the net and this far from the baseline. And when he's on, it is beautiful and it's tough for his opponents. But when that slight, you know, with that margin, any kind of rhythm or technique, anything that's off, then it's kind of a tough day in the office for him.
When he's on, does he have the ability to overpower?
Oh, of course, without a doubt. When he's on, the way he serves, the way he hits the ball, he can beat anyone, without a doubt. But to keep that game going, like I said, the way he hits the ball, because it's so flat, to keep that going for 7 best-of-5 set matches, I believe that's the main reason why he hasn't broken through in the Grand Slam. It's you know, to keep that going for that 2 weeks, the way he plays, he's incredibly tough.
And just picking up on that, I think that's an incredibly good point, the margin for error not being there in his game. One of the things that really exposes that is he is one of the worst players on the tour in the wind. He can't adjust his game in the wind. I remember Grand Slam,
ball toss of his,
the US Open semi-final that Andy Murray played en route to winning his first Grand Slam title in 2012. He played Thomas Burdick in that semi-final. It was one of the windiest days I can remember. And Thomas Burdick wasn't in that match. He just could not cope with the conditions. He couldn't adjust his game to cope with those really, really tricky conditions. He just can't adjust. And when he's on, it's magnificent. But if he's, you know, a percentage point out, it can look like he's malfunctioning a bit.
That's why his results are so good in the indoor. you know, when everything's perfect. It's like I said, and I think that, I mean, that's been a history of Czech players. They have really high ball tosses. He's not the first to do that, but like I said, he's, you know, very small percentage.
You're right about the consistency. After wins in Shenzhen and Stockholm last year, he reached the ATP World Tour Finals for a 6th consecutive year. Is that always a box ticker at the end of a year as an ATP player?
Well, of course, that's a huge goal for anyone. You know, you qualify for that. That means you've had a hell of a great year.
So where do you put that? If you're starting your year and you look ahead to your year's goals, I presume the 4 slams come first.
You know, without a doubt. But I just think that takes care of itself. It's not like, hey, I'm going to look to get in that final late at the end of the year in London. That, when you know you've put in the work and the results happen, that just takes care of itself.
It does?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he is one of only 3 men to have beaten the Big 4 at Grand Slams. He joined Wilfried Tsonga and Stan Wawrinka to have that exception. Could he do the same again today against Andy Murray? Well, he has the opportunity. Adam Hunt has been watching Thomas Burdick practice.
Well, we're here on court number 6 in the shadow of centre court with Andy Murray's opponent later on today on that famous arena. Thomas Burdick getting ready for the match, just working out his ground strokes at the moment with his coach. Many looking forward to this encounter, although Burdick hasn't had the best of their recent meetings on the ATP World Tour. He is still a fearsome competitor. He can generate so much power from the baseline. He can hit through even the best of players. He is a former finalist here back in 2010, quite some time ago. And many people thought he would win a Grand Slam title, but he hasn't done that yet. Making the final of Wimbledon, then losing to Rafael Nadal back then was his best result at a Grand Slam, so looking to reach the final here at the All England Club for the 2nd time in his career. Really, when you're down here watching him close up, as these spectators are that are lining this court number 6, you get an idea of the power and the size of the man, the amount of spin and power he can generate from the baseline, and that's why he has been such a fearsome competitor down the years and really such a consistent competitor on the ATP World Tour. And although he hasn't got the best record against Andy Murray, he's certainly going to this one pretty confident. His toughest match so far at Wimbledon would have been that one against his countryman Jiri Vesely, spread across 2 days. It looked like he was going to win it as the darkness fell on the first day of that match, but in the end it went all the way to 5 sets, and he had to work so hard to get through the big serving Vesely, but he managed to draw plenty of confidence from that victory. And here he is, just adding the finishing touches to his game before their match, which is the 2nd one, of course, up on centre court.
Thanks, Adam. Yes, their career head-to-head is pretty close. Murray leading by the slightest of margins, 8-6, though Andy has won the last 4 clashes quite comfortably. But let's learn a little bit more about the match that these fans are all waiting to see. IBM Tennis Insights today looks at Murray versus Burdick.
Today we're previewing the men's semi-final between the 2013 champion Andy Murray and the finalist from 2010 Thomas Burdick. The first point we're going to look at is the battle from the baseline between these 2 players. You might think that Andy Murray brings the better credentials from the baseline into this match, but actually Thomas Burdick is posting marginally better numbers from the back of the court. He's tied 4th in baseline points won at 53% compared to Murray's win percentage of 52%, which is tied 6th for the tournament, both comfortably above the tournament average of 46%. So Pat, who's going to win this battle from the baseline in this semi-final?
Well, you'd think Andy Murray, wouldn't you? But Thomas Burdick is one of the cleanest hitting players there is on the circuit, and he's got grass court credentials. He's been in the final here before. The grass, in actual fact, gives him a little bit more speed off the court. So it's not surprising that he's hitting a lot of winners. It's just surprising that he's a little bit ahead of Murray, but it'll certainly be a battle, that's for sure.
Well, both players' forehands have been the most offensive weapon out on display, but whilst Thomas Burdick has played 2 sets more to this stage, he's hit considerably more forehand winners. 79 for the 10th seed to 56 for Andy Murray. It's much more even on total backhand winners though, with Burdick holding a slight edge with 35 to Murray's 30. So 114 total winners for Burdick to Murray's 86. So is that the tactic today, all out aggression from Thomas Burdick?
I think it will be, Annabelle. Andy Murray actually doesn't mind rallying and then setting up the ball and hitting a winner with the forehand or the backhand. He's quite patient, but Berdych wants to hit the winner straight away. And this is a good tactic against Murray. He doesn't want to go in extended baseline rallies. He wants to get straight in there, first big hit, go for the winner. And that's certainly going to be the tactic he will bring into the match today.
Finally, and perhaps unsurprisingly, both players have got their return games well and truly dialed in. Murray has broken serve 27 times in the 75 service games he's faced, tied third in that category for the tournament, and Berdych has also broken serve 27 times, but in 92 games faced. Interestingly, they have both converted 47% of the break points they've created. We know that Andy Murray has a great return of serve, but what's impressed you about Thomas Berdych's?
Well, Thomas has always returned hard on the second serve, and this is something that Andy Murray has only sort of recently incorporated into his game, attacking the second serve well, certainly during the clay court season and here in the grass court season. But Thomas Berdych will be looking at attacking Murray's second serve as Tsonga did, very effectively. They've both got great success on break points, and that will certainly be the area that Berdych will be focusing on, getting that second serve, hitting the ball for a winner, being aggressive as we know he is.
Well, we're all looking forward to it. We'll be back with more IBM Tennis Insights tomorrow.
So I'm very pleased to say I'm joined by Dan Bloxham. He is the head coach here at Wimbledon and also Master of Ceremonies. Dan, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure. It's getting lively, but it's nice to be here.
Absolutely. Men's semi-finals day, and today and all the other days, court 1 and centre court, Master of Ceremonies. Just tell everybody what that means.
Well, it's a great title, isn't it? It's certainly one that my head teacher didn't think that I would have when I was at school, so there's hope for everyone. So my job is to look after the players on every match that goes on Centrum 1, every men's match, and really to make them feel part of the club and invite them to the court and make it a little bit special, and also to make the journey of actually arriving exactly at All England Club time as stress-free as possible.
It's a pretty cool job. How does someone get that job?
Well, it was very lucky actually. They actually asked me would I like to do that job. So I saw the chairman, Mr. Phillips, and he said, we have a job for you. And I said, yeah, that sounds good. What is it? And he said, well, it's Master of Ceremonies. So I said, yep, that sounds good to me. And really, as you do the job, you learn the best ways to do it. Some players want to speak to you once and not again. Other players you can kind of help along the way. And certainly time for us is a big thing. We're really, really keen to be dead on time. And most of my day is working around the clock and the player to get them here exactly when the clock ticks over to 0-0. So for your viewers or your listeners, if they look at the clock and sort of think about us running behind the scenes, that's what we're trying to do, just to make it look really smart and really special. And I think everyone appreciates it.
And obviously, if you just have a look down here, you'd walk this way with them. Today, as we mentioned, semi-final day on centre court. Most of the players, if not all of them, will have walked here before, so will know the procedure. For those people who haven't been on centre, what would you tell them beforehand?
Yeah, and I've already seen the players this morning, so really it's to just try and leave them alone until it's a bit nearer the time. But if they've never played on here, we would definitely say to them, would you like to do the walk onto the court, get a feel for what's going on, or explain the sort of turns, the rooms, where the members are, who the members are, what the pitches are. There's one floorboard that I know that creaks slightly, so I know how near the players are, so I kind of joke about that. Come down, we show them the trophies, we show them the Kipling quote, we explain how we might wait for 30 seconds just here, and then we come onto court. And again, they often go and stand on the court, so they get a feel for where the sun might be. Looking in, looking out, rather than actually being in the side looking into the court is a very different feel. So yesterday we had, I think, 3 or 4 of the semi-finalists, the doubles guys, had never been on centre, so they all came down together. So although they're playing each other an hour's time, it's like a sort of outing, school outing. We all wandered down and had a look at the court, and they took their photos. And we try and get them a programme of the day, the Royal Box programme, which has got their name on centre court, so we tried to do that for them. And just to make them feel it's a really special thing. And I think looking at players falling onto their knees winning a semi-final like yesterday is amazing, and the doubles guys dropped their rackets and hugged each other winning a semi-final of a Grand Slam. And it just shows you how important it is to them to make a final at Wimbledon. It's like a career defining moment.
It's nice to hear that tennis players even want selfies on centre court, because lots of people around here do as well. And Dan, when you're leading players out, do you kind of give them the nod? Do you say you're ready, or what do you do?
Yeah, I think it's super relaxed because they're relaxed. I'm definitely not, come on gentlemen, it's time to go. I try and tone it down to a much more casual, so I try and be accurate but casual and relaxed, so they're the same. So it could be a thumbs up, or it could, you ready guys, or it could be something like that. I think for me, I've got used to doing my buttons up on my jacket, and I sort of, as I loiter by the door, I think they kind of get the idea. And occasionally I might have to go back into the dressing room a little bit and just maybe encourage them to pick up their 9 rackets and bags and get themselves going. But pretty much they're really good. So my job's certainly it's getting easier every year I do it.
Well, how much does it change though compared to semi-finals to finals?
I probably think about 50 million viewers probably is the difference. So I think today will be, I mean, you've got amazing matches. So I think the viewing figures will be huge today. And then obviously final again, it's going to be massive with different countries being involved. But it's funny, it's the same walk, it's the same court, but it feels different. So people about touching atmosphere, you can. I mean, you definitely can feel it's different. People behave differently in the crowd outside when they see them. It's just slightly quieter. It's a bit like prize giving at school. You know, it's the same room you have assembly in, but prize giving's a different day to assembly day. You know, it just has a different feel. And the dressing room, there's less people in there, so obviously there's less noise going around generally, so it's slightly more intense atmosphere. And our job in the dressing room is really to try and create a relaxed atmosphere. So we might put on the different sports, and we might even have the cricket on to really confuse them. And then they don't know what's going on, so we can spend the whole time talking about the cricket. So it's very interesting to just try and keep it low key, and they've got to treat it like any other match, and probably we have as well.
And slight more pressure on you because you're also in charge of a bit of heavy gear as well, aren't you, on finals day?
Yeah, they have given me the responsibility of carrying the trophy onto court, which safe choice. Which again, the first time I did that was the match with Roger and Rafa when it was nearly dark. We'd almost thought the match was over like 2 hours before, 1 hour, and it goes on. And just at the very end, we finish with a bit of daylight. And I only have to walk, I think it's from here to the middle of the court. It's like 30 steps. But certainly on the first day, I honestly couldn't think how you walk, you know, left, right, left, right. I really struggled. And then actually to think about putting the trophy on the table and not missing the table, it was quite a big deal. I'm slightly more relaxed now, but still, you know, it's a very privileged, special position. And I think what's nice is, you know, with my job, I can tell the children I teach and everywhere I go about, you know, those feelings and working with such great players.
Well, Dan Bloxham, thank you very much. Good luck for the semis and the final. We'll be watching you, as will millions of other people, bringing that trophy onto centre court. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Well, we can watch him now, in fact, as he leads the 2 players in this opening semi-final out onto court. Milos Raonic and Roger Federer just making their way down the steps inside the beautiful building here at the All England Club. Raonic leads Federer out onto court. Not in the blazer today. He had the blazer on yesterday,
Yeah,
Mark.
no blazer today. A little more sporty, more relaxed look.
Interesting. I thought the blazer would be there to stay, but there we go. He always
I
looks
love the blazer.
fantastic and does again today. Raonic looks incredibly focused. This is a huge opportunity for him, Catherine. We speak so much about what he's achieved, who is in his camp. This is a real chance for Milos to come of age today.
Absolutely. Well, apparently Carlos Moya was talking to a few people yesterday, and he was saying that Milos, a couple of years ago when he reached the semi-final here and of course played Roger Federer, he was just pleased to make his first Grand Slam semi-final, and it is so different this time around. He wants more. He said in his semi-final, he said in his press conference that semi-final is not enough anymore. He wants to make the final. He wants to win it. He's an incredibly ambitious guy, an incredibly focused guy. He might not win today, but he will certainly give it everything he possibly can.
Well, as Federer soaks up the crowds, taking a little look around centre court to embrace some of the atmosphere that awaits them. Interesting that Catherine referred to his previous semi-final appearance here, Mark, which was in 2014 when he lost to Roger in straight sets. That, you would think, of course, an advantage to Roger coming into today. However, Milos has already got a win over Roger so far this season. He beat him in the final at Brisbane on his way to the title, and he came over Roger Federer 6-4, 6-4. So that's a nice, I suppose, cherry to have, knowing that you've already beaten your opponent this year.
Absolutely, and it's what we went over, what we spoke about a couple of days ago about belief. As Catherine said, he semi-final is not good enough. He's looking for more. He believes he can win. And where obviously 2 years ago he was happy and satisfied and didn't believe he could beat Roger. So that makes it a very, very dangerous situation for Roger. I mean, I'm not going to say that Milos, of course it's easy to say Milos can be a dangerous match. I mean, we all know what happened a couple of days ago. It's just that it's just not going to get any easier for Roger. He got out of it somehow 2 days ago. Now he's playing against someone who has a bigger serve, a bigger game as far as the ability to hurt and be dangerous out there, especially on grass, where really this should be Milos's favorite surface. Playing great tennis, warm-up tournament in Queens, and now in the semi-final with a great camp and team around him.
But when you look at the route that Milos Raonic has had to this stage of the championships, it's been a bit of a varied one. He won the first 3 rounds in straight sets. He was then pushed to 5 by David Goffin, who we were speaking about earlier, as going up against Thomas Berdych in that win, capturing in a double bagel win over Thomas Berdych in Rome earlier this year. Milos Raonic had never come back from a 2 sets to love down ever before in his career. He did here at Wimbledon in the 4th round, and he then was pushed to 4 sets by Sam Querrey in the quarterfinals. Now, if you want to continue watching this match, you can do so on BBC or ESPN. The Hill is settling in. We cannot wait to see just where today's action goes. And to provide a little bit more insight, let's say hello again to Rob Walker, who is now with Craig O'Shaughnessy.
Well, semi-final Friday promises so much drama here.
Hang on. You've been giving it to me all week about my cowboy boots and my runners. Rob, did you know that your pants are on fire? What is happening down here? How do you get out of bed and come to Wimbledon with those things on?
This is Craig O'Shaughnessy, our chief analyst, by the way. And the simple answer is I've just run out of modest-looking shorts. We've been here for nearly a fortnight, so I've had to bring the reserve shorts into play. Anyway, Craig O'Shaughnessy, O'Shan the man. Let's get back to the very serious business of these semi-finals. I can't believe you had that, but anyway, right, come on, let's get on with it. So, Raonic against Roger Federer.
Yes.
I think this is a very different Raonic to the man who lost to Roger at this stage 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the first stat that leaps off the page, in 2014, in his run to the semi-finals, Milos served and volleyed 33 times. A modest amount, a good amount. This year, 133 times in his run to the semis. Yesterday, I was at Orangi. It's the day off, it's practice. Milos is there, John McEnroe is there, John's right beside him at the baseline, Carlos Moya's down the other end, and Milos is practicing serve and volley. And he's serve and volley, and he's coming in, and each time he'd come back to the baseline, and John would have a little conversation with him. John's a close talker, gets in his grill a little bit and says, do this, do that, and this is a time for touch, and this is a time to go deep, and I think that's absolutely having an effect here. There's no other reason Milos would up that from 33 to 133 without John's influence. And he's doing great with it. So, you know, it's going to be something that he'll call upon against Roger in the semis today. The best place for Milos to serve and volley is out wide in the deuce. You serve and volley out there because you stretch the opponent off the court to the forehand, the ball floats back, and you've got a massive hole through the ad court, or if the player's running hard there, you've got a nice easy volley behind them. So I look for that to be a very key pattern to play today. I also looked at the first point of the game where Milos likes to serve. Against Sam Querrey, the first point was mainly wide. Against David Goffin, it was mainly middle. Against Jack Sock, it was mainly wide. So I think Fed's style of play, the reason I think he's going wide against Querrey and Sock, those two guys like to stand way back. Goffin likes to stand in a little bit. So I expect today Milos to go a little bit more middle against Roger, going to the backhand, and Roger standing in a little bit more than the other two American players on the first point of the game. I want to talk to you about the backhand cage, and we've got a wonderful graphic that we're going to show today. So the backhand cage is the ability to make somebody hit 4 backhands in a row. So you go there, on the make them hit the first backhand, and Roger's going to make that first backhand. And you go there again, he's probably going to make the second. But the third backhand and the fourth backhand is where the errors are going to occur. So this is our nice little graphic. So when I'm doing the baseline, I cut the baseline up into 4 areas. So always out wide is A, B, C, D, 4 equal areas, and out wide in the deuce down this side, A, B, C, D. So what Milos is going to do, we'll pretend Milos is up the other end. Milos loves to be out in D, hitting forehands. And he's going to direct them over here, and his #1 strategy, once rallies occur, is to put Roger in the backhand cage and keep it going. So when Roger's standing over here in D, He doesn't want to go back to D because you'll stay in the cage. He also doesn't want to go down the line to A because of this single sideline where you're going to make a lot of errors. He doesn't want to go to C because Milos has still got runaround forehands. The best way out of the backhand cage at all levels is you go B and that rebounds back to B, and all of a sudden Roger's standing in the middle of the court hitting forehands instead of out wide hitting backhands. So this backhand cage strategy is going to be something that will definitely be playing out today.
Wow, brilliant analysis. I love the fact that you've got the green marker pen. He was desperate to get the green marker pen in at some stage in this Wimbledon. Just a quick one before we move on to the Murray match against Berdych. Anything stand out for you watching Federer make that incredible comeback against Cilic in the quarter-final?
The 3 match points were everything. So on one of them, he served an ace out wide that went right through the line on a first serve. Massive point. And the next, he missed his first serve on 2 of the other match points. And instead of going to the Cilic backhand where most second serves go, he surprised. And he went to the forehand on both. Cilic missed the first one long, and he missed the second one in the net. Now, if those 2 second serves go to the backhand, for sure Murray makes both of those and gets it into play, and then he's, can start to improve his court position and work on that Federer backhand. So I really thought that under pressure, Roger made great decisions to surprise to the other side. And when you surprise at all levels of the game, you want to do it when the opponent thinks it's going the other way, which absolutely happened there, and you also want to do it when the scoreboard is in play. So the scoreboard will never be more in play when you're match point down. Lots of pressure from the scoreboard. Marins thinks it's going out wide, so really good serves down the tee, very smart play. So much confidence for Roger going into the semi-final now to dodge those bullets, and he's playing great tennis.
Okay, so brilliant build-up on that one. Andy Murray against Thomas Berdych. Now, is this match slightly closer than many people are believing? I read some interesting stuff from Pat Cash, who said, listen, don't be surprised if Berdych takes a set here, although Murray does lead their head-to-heads 8-6, and Berdych hasn't beaten him since something like 2013. But could this get tight?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're in the semis. Berdych, if he plays loose and plays relaxed and plays free and really goes after it, he can do well. Here are the numbers that will show you where this match will shake out. So the baseline, Berdych is actually winning more points from the baseline than Andy Murray, which you would think there's no way. But the tournament average is 46%. The baseline is actually a horrible place to be statistically because the average is a losing percentage. So Thomas is at 53%, very healthy numbers. Andy's at 52%. So you would say once rallies start from the back of the court, fairly even there. Thomas is doing great when he's getting his first serve in. He's winning 84%. He's tied for 3rd in the tournament. Second serve points ones are at 53%. It's good, but not great. And the problem is the sweet spot of Andy Murray is his second serve return. He's winning 65% of those. So, he's only allowing his opponents to win 45% on second serves. He's 3rd for the tournament. And that's where it's going to really shake down, is that if Thomas gets his first serve in, he'll hold serve regularly. But once he starts missing and Andy starts stepping in, big split step, uses his feet well, blocks with the hands, and the couple of areas in the court that are tough for Thomas, and I watched all of his matches in London here at the Tour Finals last year, and the 2 shots that he has trouble with is when the forehand's low and he's inside the baseline. So he's got a shorter court and a low ball. He tends to wrap that a little bit. And one of the things with his technique is he drops the left hand very early. So a lot of the other players keep their left hand on. It keeps the racket out in front. It holds the weight of the racket. You do all your grip changes there, and it turns the upper body. And it just is a steadier way to prepare, but Thomas drops it really early. So he can wrap it around the frame a little bit, and he has a little bit more trouble with a forehand down the line. So knowing that Andy's slice down the line is going to be a really serious factor in this match. So the more Andy can slice to the forehand, keep it low, and then bait Thomas to go back down the line behind him will be a key play in this match.
Great analysis, as always. Thanks very much to O'Shan, the man. Dodgy shorts or not, we are very much looking forward to what promises to be a fabulous Friday here at Wimbledon.
Red shorts, green highlighters, doesn't matter what you throw at us, guys. We love it. Thank you so much. And so does the Hill, by the looks of things, who are enjoying the action currently out on centre court. I can let you know that it's 1-1 in the opening stages of the match between Milos Raonic and Roger Federer, and doesn't look like there's a spare spot of grass anywhere on that hill, which will turn into Murray's Mound, I'm sure, later on. Now, we always like to delve into the news review. Of course, these championships are written about widely across publications across the world. Catherine Whitaker back with us to, I suppose, bring us up to date.
Absolutely, of course, lots of previewing of the two semi-finals today. We'll look at how the Andy Murray, Thomas Berdych semi-final is being previewed later on today, and of course some look ahead to the women's final as well. But on the subject of the Federer-Raonic semi-final, lots of interest, lots of different angles. This article in the BBC particularly interesting. We've got John McEnroe talking about just how much Roger Federer is in love with the sport of tennis. He thinks Roger Federer loves tennis more than any other tennis player in history ever has. We've had Leighton Hewitt talking in this article as well about Roger Federer's aura, about how it is when you're playing Roger Federer on centre court and how difficult it is not to play the aura, and also about the element of the centre court crowd always, no matter what the situation, always being for Roger Federer. He's the only player that you can say that about. You know, usually, even if the crowd has a lot of affection for one player, they'll still be rooting for the underdog a little bit. There'll be that element. None of that applies to Roger Federer. You're always playing the crowd favourite if you're up against Roger Federer. And actually, Goran Ivanisevic gave an interview yesterday, and he said that he thinks Marin Cilic was too polite when he played Roger Federer a couple of days ago. He said centre court is Federer's living room. In his living room, you can't be polite. He was too polite. So it's very interesting, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how you combat that. Nobody can deny that Federer deserves that warmth and affection. He's earned it. And I think it's his love of the game that people love so much about him. It's so infectious when you see somebody so in love with the sport, I think. It's hard not to feel warmth towards that.
Well, that was what was intriguing to watch in his matches earlier on in the first week of these championships against Marcus Willis and Dan Evans, the two British hopes who normally would have had the lion's share of the support on centre court, but it was a little bit wavering because, as you say, Roger Federer is such a hero around these parts. Now, when you played him in your final 13 years ago, Mark, on centre court, he was on his way to winning his first of now 7 Wimbledon titles. So I imagine the reception on centre court then was a little different to how it would be today?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I love how Hewitt worded it as far as his aura. He's such a, not only is he a champion on and off the court, but he's a true gentleman on and off the court. You know, walking around the grounds, he is polite to everyone. There's always a smile on his face. His energy is always incredibly positive. We are lucky to have him. I mean, we're not talking about the greatest players of all time. One of the greatest athletes, sporting athletes of all time, and what he brings not only to tennis but to sports in general, and it has influenced and motivated boys and girls around the world. I think more importantly, whether they're tennis players or not, just the way he carries himself on the court is beautiful to watch, and I think that's why people are just drawn to him, you know, and want to see him win another championship. Normally when you see someone win that much, it's like, okay, let's see someone else win. But it's like people love seeing him win.
So much at stake today for all 4 of these semi-finalists. Roger Federer has never lost a semi-final at Wimbledon. He is 10-0 and looking to make an 11th final appearance. So we'll wait and see what happens there today. What else has been going on in the papers?
Well, still, it's all about Federer, really, and how much everybody, although I think there's a lot more warmth towards Milos Raonic, I think that's very fair to say, but
do you think that's down to the McEnroe factor?
I think that helps, certainly. I think just having McEnroe there, it creates all this more interest, but I also think he's loosened up considerably in the last 3 or 4 weeks. I mean, obviously that's coincided with McEnroe coming onto the team. Whether it's all down to that, I don't know, but without question, he's letting more of his personality show through, and I think it wouldn't be bad for tennis to have Milos Raonic reach a Wimbledon final, but it's just that feeling that time is running out for Roger Federer, and if not now, when, you know, very similar to what we were saying about Venus Williams yesterday, if not now, when, and everybody, you know, just wants him to get that one more slam somehow, or if not more, you know, if he were to win this one, why couldn't he then go on to get more? Absolutely. It's always talked about one more slam, but why should it necessarily be just one more? I don't think Federer is thinking in terms of just one more.
Is that if not now when sentiment applicable to Serena Williams as well? They are the same age.
Slightly less so. I think there's an element of that with Serena Williams. I think Serena is still so dominant at the top of the game in the way that Federer isn't. I mean, he's still there or thereabouts, but there's Djokovic and Murray who overall are definitely ahead of him, which isn't the case for Serena. Serena, you know, for the foreseeable future will be the favourite going into every Grand Slam she enters. That isn't the case for Federer. So for him to find himself in a final he's actually outdoing his number 3 seeding to find himself in any final. So it is a slightly different situation. But unquestionably, you know, Serena Williams isn't going to be around in, well, I'd certainly be surprised if she was around in 5 years' time. And I think there is that slight feeling of if she doesn't break the record now, it's going to get harder and harder. It's not going to get any easier for her. So there is an element of that, but I think it applies a lot more so in the case of Roger Federer and Venus Williams.
And just very quickly before we go, you mentioned the personality with Milos Raonic coming out more so. Are you aware of that as a player, Mark, of expressing your personality on court?
Absolutely. I definitely feel that with him. Everyone's different, but I think what Catherine said, he's opened himself up a lot more. He's become a lot more relaxed. And you see that. I've gotten to know him probably end of last year because we happened to be in the same team at the IPTL. And I didn't know what to expect, to be quite honest, because the things I would see on the court, I thought he was very closed off, very reserved. So I was happily surprised by when getting to know him, how actually, you know, how kind of nice he is. He really is. And I think with his confidence as a tennis player, continuing to go up, his personality is coming out more, and he's a lot more relaxed on and off the court.
And does only make him more endearing to this
Yes.
Wimbledon crowd. Well, the All England Club is always littered with former champions during this fortnight. Today is no exception. Our reporter Rachel Stringer has been catching up with his old mate, who won here in 2002.
So I'm joined by Leighton Hewitt, former world number 1, former Wimbledon champion, and all-round tennis legend, I would say. How are you, Leighton?
Yeah, good. No, good to be here. You know, it's been a massive month here in London, and yeah, really excited to get to the business end of the tournament now.
Well, a bit different this time around for Wimbledon for you. Just talk us through the changes. Obviously, you kind of retired last year, now back in terms of commentary, but then you also played doubles.
Yeah, had a game of doubles as well, so it was actually really nice to get a wild card sort of last minute, and played with one of the young Australians, Jordan Thompson. He was playing in his first ever Wimbledon. He lost to Batista Agut in a tough first round match, and then we won our first round doubles 19-17 in the third set, and a bit of an epic out on, I think, show court 9 or something. There was a big Australian crowd around there, but it was great just to be out there with Tomo and him get his first win at Wimbledon in the main draw, and you know, my last, his first. It was a lot of good things.
Your actual last now, are you just going to tease us a little bit more?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it was a bit of fun out there. Yeah, I love this tournament. It obviously means so much to me, and you know, the support that I get obviously going out there and playing sort of made it all worthwhile.
We always chat to the fanatics and they absolutely love you. I even made friends with one of the leaders and he was like, oh, is Hewitt back? And I was like, yes, he is. Anyway, moving on to commentary. How is that for you? How much are you enjoying that?
Yeah, it's been good. I only did one match so far. Pretty exciting, obviously, to do Andy's quarter-final. You know, it was a 5-set thriller in the end, and could have gone either way. And in the commentary booth, you're sort of sitting on the edge of your seat as well, not knowing which way it's going to swing. And there were so many momentum swings during that match. But for me, you know, I've done probably the last 7 or 8 years some commentary at the Australian Open for our host broadcaster, Channel 7 back there. And this was just a good opportunity to do something different. I was in the box with Johnny Mack for the first time ever, so that was interesting. Slightly different, so I'm looking forward to getting in with Henners. I think I might be doing it later today with, so yeah, there'll be a bit of old banter.
When you're in the commentary box and maybe commentating against with some Australians, how do you kind of control your support for the Australians out there?
Yeah, no, sometimes it's tougher. Yeah, I'm Davis Cup captain as well, so I don't try and do too much commentary of the Australian boys. But you know, I really enjoy watching Andy Murray. I love how he goes about his tennis as well. So hopefully I don't come across too biased.
And just this year, walking through the gates of Wimbledon, not really as a player as such doing the singles. How does that feel?
It's always exciting just to walk through it, and especially after you've won this tournament. You grow up as a kid just dreaming to play at Wimbledon, and to actually come back and see your name on the honour board each year, it is so special, and being a member of this great club. So you get goosebumps every time you come into the place, and you know, it was hard the first week, obviously, with you know, the weather not being so great, but it's been great this second week, and obviously seeing some fantastic tennis.
And you've played singles here since 1999. Does it feel odd not playing singles.
Yeah, no, it does. Absolutely. Because you sort of, more so probably the week leading into the tournament. Because you're sort of in your own little bubble, I guess, just preparing and doing all the right things. And you probably don't take in actually everything that Wimbledon's about in some ways, because you're just trying to prepare as well as possible for you to go out and compete. So that's something I've probably been able to enjoy the actual Wimbledon experience a little bit more this year, and probably slightly more relaxed.
Strawberries and cream?
Yeah, I had a few of those, so no, they go down all right.
We obviously mentioned commentary and doubles. Obviously kind of mentor as well. Obviously Nick Kyrgios, Bernard Tomic, and also we spoke to Alex de Minaur, who's doing the semi-finals today.
Yeah.
He said you've helped him. You know, how's he getting on?
Yeah, no, he's a great kid. I really like sitting down and talking with Alex. I've been to all his matches in the juniors so far, and he came through a really tough one yesterday. But he's just a really down-to-earth young kid. He's born and raised in Sydney, but spent a lot of time in Spain the last few years as well, developing his game. And I really hope he goes well. But he's up against it today in the semi-finals. But yesterday he came back from a set and a break, nearly a double breakdown, and kept showing that Australian spirit and kept fighting. So, I'm very proud of him. Obviously, as Davis Cup captain, you're sort of looking to that next group of talent to come through, and he's one of the main guys.
And we must just talk about men's semi-finals. Who are you really excited to see, and who's really impressed you this tournament?
Both matches today I'm excited to see. I love how Roger obviously goes about it, and I've probably become closer to him in the last probably 5 to 8 years, I guess, since we both got married and had young kids, and we practiced together a lot. But I'd love to see him get through today. I think it's going to be a really tough battle. A lot's going to depend on how physically and mentally he comes back from that draining quarterfinal against Silic. And Raonic is playing extremely well at the moment. He's got a very big game. And then in the second semi-final, you have to say Andy's the favourite going in because of his head-to-head record against Burdick. But Thomas has a lot of firepower out there as well. So, it's going to be interesting how Andy bounces back from that epic quarterfinal he had.
Well, I think everyone on Henman Hill or Murray Mound, we're still divided here. We're rooting for Murray, but thank you very much, Leighton Hewitt.
Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. We always love hearing from Aussies on this show. Delighted to say, though, now we've got a 2-time Super Bowl champion in our studio, O.C. Umanura. Thank you so much for joining us. Won 2 titles playing for the New York Giants for some 9 years. And now you're at Wimbledon.
Yeah, imagine that.
Right. What a change. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, it's my first time here, man. Honestly, it's been a wonderful experience. This is such a beautiful place to play a sport. I can't even imagine what that would be like, playing an NFL game in a surrounding like this.
Right, they probably wouldn't let you, would they? So
No.
take you over the grass courts. What's it like that you retired, didn't you, last year, and now based in London, part of the BBC's coverage of the NFL series? What's it like trying to grow the sport that is so huge stateside to a less educated English audience?
Well, I think that's part of my role over here in London, is to kind of educate the people and bring the game to a different audience. I think obviously we all know how huge it is in America. There's obviously some passion for it over here in London because the games are sold out, and the game keeps on growing more and more over here. The more people come over here, the more games we have, the more we educate the people about the game, the bigger it's going to be.
Because we do see NFL games, as you say here, kind of regularly now. At certain points in the season, they get played at Wembley Stadium. Is that just part of an initiative by the NFL in the US to spread the game by having showcase matches around the world?
I think so. They have games in London. They're having a game in Mexico. I think there's talk about having games in China. But I think London is where we really need to focus most of our attention on because of the demographic of the people living in London. And we want to team out here eventually.
Oh, wow. That would be amazing.
That would be amazing.
Have you watched much NFL?
I'm a big NFL. I love the game. I fall in love with it more and more, especially when I learn more and more of the rules. But I live in San Diego, so we have the Chargers there. Unfortunately, we do get disappointed every year. We're always like, this is going to be our year. This is our year, but we're always disappointed.
Yeah, Chargers are a strong team. Though. They got a good quarterback, good young nucleus of players. They should be okay this year. This might be your year.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been an incredible year actually watching it over there. So what would be the things, if you say you're trying to educate the English British audience to NFL, what would be, say, the key things that people need to know if they're to follow the sport?
Well, obviously the rules of the game, that's number one.
Because people are quick to try and liken it to rugby over here, but it is very different.
It's completely different than rugby. Similar in physicality, but outside of that, the rules are completely different. So educating people about the rules of the game, letting people know how much fun it is, and it's not just stopping and starting and, you know, people just hitting each other. There's a lot of technicalities involved in football. And it's, you know, as soon as people understand that, I think that the better off their understanding of the game will be.
So how have you adapted to life over here, having spent all those years across the pond?
Yeah, well, I was born here, you know. So,
yes, I heard that.
So
okay.
I'm British by nationality, but I was so young when I left. So when I came over here, it was a complete culture shock. I didn't understand what was going on. I enjoyed the fish and chips, though. I remember that. I had a great time with that. But other than that, it wasn't really too much that I knew. But it's been an interesting experience, and I've loved coming back here, and I'm here for the long haul.
Mushy peas? Do you have that with your fish and chips?
No, I couldn't get into that just yet.
Stick to the basics. Let's talk a little bit of tennis then. I know you've got a really busy day ahead of you. Hopefully get to see some of these matches. But who is there a tennis player that impresses you the most that you like to follow?
I like the guy they call Djokovic. Yeah, I think he was an extremely good football player. I mean, tennis player. And Andy Murray, who's, like you said, is going to be playing later. Obviously, he's British, and I think he's a good player also. But outside of that, I haven't really followed tennis as much as I should. But I'm here now, and, you know, I'm getting more and more into the sport.
This is the perfect place to do it. I suppose, having spent all those years in America, Serena Williams has been the dominant force of tennis for so long. I don't know if you've ever had the chance to meet her or watch her play. What are your impressions by the great athlete that she is?
Yeah, she's an incredible athlete, man, a physical specimen, the likes of which I don't think we've seen in tennis before. So she's an amazing player. The things that she's done so far has been amazing. Hopefully she'll continue to do that, and much success for the rest of her career.
So where can we catch you next on the BBC?
We have a show. I think it's going to start in September. It's called Race to Super Bowl, and then when the games are out here, I'm going to be calling those games too. So just watch the games. Watch the show every Tuesday. I think it comes on at like 10, 11 o'clock at night on BBC. Okay. So watch that, and then watch the games, and you see me on there also.
So his home team aside, who is your pick for the upcoming season?
New York Giants.
Really? Of course.
Can't even ask you that
Giants
question.
for life?
You did win.
There we go. I love it.
You did win 2 Super Bowls with them. We'll fully understand that. Thank you so much for coming to see us today.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
And enjoy the tennis.
We'll do.
OC with us here in the studio. What an absolute privilege. Well, Rachel Stringer's been a busy girl. It's lunchtime, so I think she's gone to find some food. Well, apologies, some technical difficulties there. Let's just get you up to date, though, with what's happening on centre court instead. Milos Raonic has got the early advantage. He's 4-2 up in the opening set. Perhaps a slight shock there already, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way to go, but a little bit of a shock, but nothing too surprising. We know what Raonic is capable of and the pressure that he puts on his opponents. You know, against Raonic, you know, for Federer being a breakdown early, he's definitely got a lot of work ahead of him, you know, for this set.
The difference is both of these two have come back from 2 sets to love down not in their last round. In Roger's last round, it was the 4th round against David Goffin for Milos Raonic. So no one would write off Federer, even if he does get in the same position as he did Wednesday.
Absolutely not. And as we're speaking, you know, Roger has loved 30 in this game to you know, 2 points away from breaking back. But like I said, both these guys know what's ahead. They've both come back from 2 sets to love down. Incredibly strong physically and mentally, and they're both ready for a long day out there, and will do whatever it takes to stay out there for as long as it takes to win that last point.
The thing with Milos is he's so hard to break, isn't he? We all speak about his serve. He's had 119 aces before the start of this match, serving up to speeds of 143 miles per hour. That is what makes these matches go the distance. When your opponent is very impossible to break.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, when you're holding serve so comfortably, it puts so much pressure on that opponent, and then you're able to take more risks and more chances when you're returning serve. And as soon as you're up a break, you literally, your opponent feels like they've lost a set. You know, when someone is holding that comfortably. I mean, a 91% rate of holding serves is incredible.
Yeah, it really is. Well, we'll keep you, of course, posted what happens out on centre court. It is now 30-all in that game, so
there you go.
Milos fighting back with his serve. I think Rachel Stringer is now ready with her lunch menu, so we'll try again.
So I'm very pleased to say I'm joined by Emily and Michelle Roux. They had designed the menu here at the Gatsby Club for the Wimbledon Championships. That sounds pretty exciting. How are you feeling about that?
I'm really excited about it all. It's an absolutely fabulous venue and we've got a great menu to accompany this.
Michelle, same question to you as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you just have to look at this venue and you know, it's inspiring, it's wonderful. So the menu hopefully will match it, and yeah, everybody's going to have some real fun today.
Approximately, I've heard about 800 covers a day. That seems really challenging. Is that a challenge for both of you?
It requires a lot of organisation, a lot. It's not an average kitchen, it's huge. And indeed, everybody knows what they're doing and has to work efficiently to make it work.
Approximately how many members of staff have to help you with that kind of cover?
I think we're 24 in the kitchen, plus the boys and girls that do all the washing up. I mean, you know, they deserve a medal just for doing the washing up. And front of house, I think it's about 40. So, you know, it's an incredible amount of staff.
A big team.
A massive operation run by three generations of Roux. How is it working together, and does that require quite a good relationship from all three involved? Emily, you're laughing there. You've got something plain to say clearly.
It's not always easy, let's put it that way. It is a bit challenging, but it is also fun at times. We get on quite well, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, raised eyebrows there.
Well, yeah, my dad's a little bit grumpy at times, but then again, when you get to the grand old age of 80, you're allowed to be grumpy now and then.
He's achieved a lot, so he can tell you guys what to do. Emily, do you get away with a little bit more because it's in the family?
I don't think so, no.
Can you bend the rules slightly?
No, not really. No.
Okay, let's just talk us through what you're serving at the championships and how did you come up with it?
Well, I've got two special dishes on there which are quite modern, quite fresh. So as a starter, there's a seared scallop with seared avocado puree and a citrus dressing. So very fresh, very summery, very modern. And then as a dessert, I've got a coconut milkshake with peaches. So dairy-free and gluten-free, delicious.
That's flavour of the month at the moment, gluten-free, dairy-free, everyone's into the health-conscious stuff. Michelle, do you have to test Emily's dishes before they go out?
Yes, thankfully. Yeah, and they get my seal of approval.
And in terms of main, is that down to you, and what's the main course?
Well, main courses, we've got the seafood platter, and we've got a lovely piece of roast sirloin of beef. So there's something for everybody. That's the most important thing.
Brilliant. And obviously, you're pairing up in the kitchen. If you were to pair up on a doubles court, how do you think you'd fare, and maybe who do you think you'd like to play against?
We're quite sporty actually, so we probably would manage something out of it, although we normally play squash instead of tennis. Who would we be against? I don't know. Some Frenchman, I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, Wilfried Tsonga maybe. I mean, that's always fun because he is a bundle of laughs on the court, so we'll be good against Wilfried, I think.
Yeah. Have you ever cooked for any tennis stars?
I haven't personally, have you?
Yes, a few obviously. Andy Murray, just one of them, but yeah, I think as the French tennis stars, I've never actually cooked or knowingly cooked for a French tennis star. Henri Lecomte would be a nice one to cook for because I believe he's a bit of a gastronome and he likes his red wine. So, yes.
Perfect. And obviously Wimbledon is renowned for strawberries and cream. If you could add something to make it a bit more unique, what would you put with it?
Well, I'd say at the menu here at the Gatsby Club, we've got a strawberry tiramisu going, which is utterly delicious. So I'd go with that.
So you'd just take away the strawberries and cream and go tiramisu instead?
Well, no, tiramisu with strawberries inside instead of coffee, because I don't like coffee.
Perfect. Thank you very much. It sounds delicious. Hope you have a good day and it's not too stressful in that kitchen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alrighty, here with Roger Federer. Roger, I'm going to kick off. If you could play one player in history at Wimbledon?
Bjorn Borg.
If you could meet one other sports star?
Would have been nice to meet Muhammad Ali.
If you could pick one city?
New York City.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history?
McEnroe Borg.
If you could pick one emoji?
Smiley face.
Easy. If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie?
Matt Damon.
Good choice. If you could lift any sporting trophy not in tennis?
Stanley Cup.
And if you could only eat one food for the rest of your life?
Italian food.
Last thing, if you could play one joke on one player on tour.
Probably on Stan. He's done
joke?
Which joke?
Yeah.
I don't know, probably scare him or something.
Perfect. Thanks, Roger.
All right, you got it.
Right, time to discuss Roger Federer, of course, the 7-time Wimbledon champion, Mark. He's had so much success on the grass courts here at SW19. His serve almost seems to get better and better. Had this fantastic statistic last year. He didn't lose a service game since the start of Halle, all the way through to the quarterfinals at Wimbledon. What is it that makes him so dominant off his serve?
First of all, that's incredible. I didn't even know that stat, so that's amazing. His serve has always been great. But I feel like the last few years he's just gotten better and better. And I feel it all starts with the ball toss.
Okay.
He has a beautiful, consistent ball toss. No matter where he's going to serve, it's always going to be the same. And he guides it up so well. A lot of people, they flick their serve, they flick the ball toss, and they have inconsistent ball tosses. Okay. But he kind of guides it up beautifully, and it's always in the same area. He's got a very natural swing, very easy power. Got great knee bend, and it, just like I said, it all starts with the ball toss, and from there, he can go out wide, you can go down the middle and into the body. And what he's doing so well, placing it so well, he can literally place it on a dime. You know, he's got that one out wide, it opens up the court for him, mixes it up. He's one of the guys that still comes to the net, you know, fairly regularly. Yeah. And he's got the good serve, his beautiful serve in the body, and that second serve. I mean, the second serve isn't kicking like what it maybe used to, but he still gets that out there, and it takes a lot of pressure off the rest of his game. You know, if you can hold serve that easily, then you can afford to take risks on your return of serve.
So with the ball toss, with the fact that he's so consistent with it and places it almost in the same spot every time, does it make it even harder to read?
Absolutely. When the ball toss is in the same spot, you know, you don't know where it's coming. Right. That's when you got to start guessing. There's certain guys on the tour that are huge servers, some of the best servers on the tour, that might give a little bit away because when they want to go out wide, their ball toss tends to go a little bit further out because that gives them better angle to come on the outside and go out wide. Or if they want to go down the middle, they might hook the ball a little bit more over their head so they can kind of flatten it out. Right, okay. When you have a consistent ball toss like he does, like Pete Sampras did, you can go anywhere you want, and then there's times where you have to guess, especially on big points, because you don't know where it's going to go.
And with the second serve, what do you see different in terms of when he is using his second serve as opposed to his first? His first obviously a bit more successful and more powerful. Does he take anything away to the second serve?
Everything's exactly the same, except what he might do is the ball toss would look very, very similar, but it'll have a little bit more hook on the ball. Okay. So it'll be kind of coming over his head a little bit more. But the thing is, from the direction of his opponent, it looks the same. The only difference is it's kind of coming over his head a little bit more. And then with that beautiful knee bend that he has, he can come underneath the ball and he really gets that beautiful work on the ball. Because on the second serve, you don't want to be as flat. You want to have that work, that consistency, you know, that trajectory over the net, you know, so you can have that percentage goes up. And he has that beautifully well. But with that ball toss, even on the second serve, he can still go down the middle, you know, instead of out wide. So that keeps him guessing all day long.
So when he's returning, obviously he doesn't have the strength of his serve to rely on. What is the next part of his game that he uses to the best ability?
The fact that he's one of the only few guys that loves to come to the net. Got the best volleys on the tour.
Particularly here.
Best, you know, some of the best volleys of all time. And the work that he's done, I think, with Stefan Edberg over the years, where I felt like he started coming to the net a lot more than what he used to. I mean, you know, he's lost so many close finals with Djokovic, where he had opportunities, and I believe that was because he was pressing, he was coming to the net, and that's what you need. You need to take advantage of that, and I just can't wait to see him come to the net on Wimbledon, on grass, and you know, it's such a beautiful game, and I miss watching it.
It suits him so well, doesn't it? No one could ever argue against someone like Roger Federer right here at Wimbledon. Okay, now with Milos Raonic. Milos, if you could pick one player in history to play at Wimbledon.
Pete Sampras.
If you could have one superpower.
Flying.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Michael Jordan.
If you could pick one city.
New York.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
Pete Sampras or McEnroe Borg final.
Okay, if you could pick one emoji.
Eye roll.
What?
The eye rolling emoji.
Oh, okay, I like it. You want to give me an eye roll?
No, I think it's too.
Use an emoji to do it. Yeah. If you could watch one movie.
Rudy.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Myself.
If you could lift any sporting trophy not in tennis.
Probably the NBA Finals trophy.
If you could see one band or singer perform live.
Freddie Mercury.
If you could only eat one piece of food for the rest of your life.
Sushi.
And last thing, if you could play a joke on one player on tour.
All of them.
I like it. All right, thanks, Milos.
Well, OC, the Colossus, has joined us in the commentary box. I haven't shrunk. I just look tiny next to this legend. OC, your first experience of centre court. What have you made of this from a sporting pressure perspective?
Oh, this is unbelievable. These two guys out here going toe-to-toe. This is a wonderful experience, and it's a spectacle to behold for sure.
Raonic, by the way, has taken the first set. He has played some unbelievable tennis. He's launched some bomb serves down, a 1-4-1, a 1-4-3, a 1-4-4. Uncharacteristically for Federer, he lost his serve on a double fault, and he's then worked very hard to try and get back into the set, but it's first blood to Raonic. Going back to your version of pressure over in the States, I mean, this is different, isn't it? I mean, you guys operate under the most phenomenal scrutiny because it's arguably the most popular sport in America. Yeah. But this is different because there's no teammates to rely on. It's just one-on-one. Do you think this might be, in certain ways, even more difficult than the pressure you've coped with?
No doubt about that. Because like you said before, this is 1v1. There's no pointing the finger. There's no coach. There's coaches, but there's no anything. It's you versus the guy in front of you. And if you lose, it's your fault. So there's no I played my best. That this guy didn't do this or this guy didn't do that. Everything is on you. So you got to be able to perform.
And it's quite often the case with tennis that television pictures make it look a little bit easy. But when you come and watch with your naked eye, it's amazing how fast the ball moves, isn't it?
The speed is unbelievable, man. I'm like, how are these guys doing that? How are they getting from one end to the other to hit that ball back across the field? So it's a really, really impressive thing to behold.
Have you ever had a knock-up on a tennis court? I'm sure you've had invites to loads of different golf days, but have you ever had a little go at tennis?
I played once a very long time ago. This had to have been like 15, 20 years ago. I went out there and I tried to play. I was horrible at it. I realized I wasn't the athlete that I thought I was when I went out there. It's really difficult. You have to have really good hand-eye coordination, speed, agility to move back and forth across the court. It was cool.
And I guess one of the nice things about having had such a long and successful career as you have, it's really, I imagine it's great to be able to have the time to watch other brilliant sportsmen, because when you were playing, when you were in an off season, you're probably already thinking, right, I've got to get down the gym, I've got to stay in shape because next season's around the corner, and then next season and the next challenge. Is it nice to be able to admire other athletes from different sports?
Wonderful. When I was playing football, it was all football all the time. But, having been born here and raised here and raised in Nigeria also, soccer was a big part of my life. So now I'm getting to watch soccer games. I'm getting to experience a lot more different sports coming out here to Wimbledon. It's really been an amazing, amazing time for me.
And talking about the fact that you were born in London, it must be funny coming home because London, I've moved out of London, but I lived here for 14, 15 years, 15 of the happiest years of my life. And even in the time that I was in London, it changed immeasurably geographically in terms of the demographic of people who are here. Have you noticed, have you gone back to where you were born, and have you noticed, and have your parents told you of huge changes that have gone here?
Yeah, it's incredible. And I was born in Golders Green, so I went back there maybe like a couple of months ago, and I didn't recognize anything. I didn't know where I was. It was amazing. So the changes that have gone on since I left when I was 7, so maybe about 6 years ago. Not really, but I left when I was 7. So coming back and the amount of changes that have taken place in that time has just been incredible.
Have you still got good and fond memories of your early childhood in London? Because they say your memories kick in at the age of about 3. And although you'll have so many colourful recollections from your career, you would remember quite a few things, I think, if you didn't leave until you were 7.
Honestly, I don't remember that much. I remember the rain. I remember winning a lot of golds. Do they still do the gold stars in schools down here?
Yeah.
Oh, they still do that? Okay,
Got
yeah.
to keep those young lads in check. It's all about getting those gold stars on the board.
Yeah. So I remember gold stars. But outside of that, I don't really remember a lot, because of all the different things that I went through, before I decided to come back over here to London.
And is there a little part of you, I mean, you're obviously very proud of your Nigerian heritage, your British heritage, and you've had a great life over in the States. Do you still feel a little bit British?
Honestly, I'm just like a mongrel, man. I'm just a mixture of everything. Like at some points I feel British, some points I feel Nigerian, some points I feel American. I have an American accent, but I have a British passport. I'm all confused, but I'm just a citizen of the world, and I keep it that way.
Hey, I think you're the perfect modern Briton. I mean, we've got Great Britain's Mo Farah, who was born in Somalia and came over, and he produced one of the most amazing British sporting moments, winning his double gold in London. So we're absolutely delighted to have you back. Just before you go, I'll update you on the score. Raonic is serving. He's got this point to level things up at 1 game all in the second set. But remember, the headline is Federer conceded a double fault, and that was the break that Raonic needed. So he leads 6-3 from the first set, and it's just about to go 1-1 in the second. Osi, thank you very much for your time. We shall leave you to enjoy the rest of your first day at Wimbledon in peace. Thanks ever so much for coming in. It's an absolute honour to meet you.
Yes, sir. You too.
Thanks, Rob. You're our very own big man. Good first set, of course, for Miloš Raonic there on straights on centre court, 6-3. He took the first pack still out on Henman Hill, watching the big screen there, all of the action on centre court. Zan Kjothavong and I here in the studio alongside Craig O'Shannessy, who's joined us for some analysis. Of course, we saw Roger Federer coming back from 2 sets down against Marin Cilic. He's going to have to do something similar against Miloš Raonic, having lost the first set. What can he do to get back into this match?
Yes, he's in trouble in this match. He was in trouble in the last match. He's very fortunate to get through Cilic in 5 sets. He lost the first set, he lost the second set. He was at 3-all in the third set, fell behind Love 40. We're going to see an analysis of that match. And Love 40 sounds like a really deep hole to be in. But I did an analysis of the top 10 players in the world about a month ago on how often they hold and at what score. And Federer is the best in the top 10 of the world at holding from Love 40 at 33%. So it didn't surprise me to see him doing well there. And we're going to talk a little bit about patterns of play. So sometimes players, even here at Wimbledon and around the clubs all over the world, it's kind of a shotgun approach. It's like, well, I'll hit it here and I'll hit it there and randomly down the line. And sometimes I'll, go to the net. And it just seems like there's a lot of different things going on in a point. The best tennis is out of Pavlovian theory. So Pavlov's got his dog and he rings the bell and he feeds the dog. And he rings the bell and he feeds the dog. And Pavlov's dog on the third day goes, you don't need to ring the bell anymore. I know what's going to happen. The food's going to be there. So that's what you want to do in a tennis match. You want to condition your opponent's mind for a response. And once you condition them, then you can surprise. So tactics in tennis basically work. You've got primary tactics and secondary tactics. And primary tactics are about 7 or 8 times out of 10. That's the high percentage patterns, run around forehands, deep to the backhand, those kind of things. And then every now and then, especially when the scorer is not pressuring you, you'll run your secondary patterns. Things like drop shots will go in there. Things like serving to a strength will go in there. So we're going to have a look at some of those points against Cilic. We're going to start with Roger down, Love 40 in the third set at 3-all and pick up play there. So let's get started and see how he got out of it. Good serve to the forehand. And right now, Marin's got choices. This is to go up a break in the third, 2 sets to Love up. So the main thing that he's thinking about here is, I want to get this ball deep. I want to push Roger back. So we see right here, anywhere back there is great. It probably cross-court to the backhand. And there's essentially 5 errors you can make in tennis. You can hit the ball long. You can hit the ball too short. There we go. You can hit the ball too far to the left. You can hit the ball too far to the right. And down this end, we don't see it a lot at Wimbledon, but you can miss the ball altogether. Right now, you can't make this error in the net, which is where a lot of errors in tennis go. Make it long, go straight at Roger, and make a good error. Go deep. It doesn't happen. And that's there's tightness in this situation. It's in the feet. This is now at 15-40. Roger's playing behind and he's stretching. And when the big points roll around, it's not about hitting winners. It's simply about getting control. So we see the ball is there. We see the slice. We see the reach. And we see Roger down the other end. He's stepping forward, ready to pounce on a short ball. This is exactly how you want to play the big points. It's not about winners. It's all about control. And the better you become as a player, the more you'll play behind the opponent. And right here at 30-40 is a really good high kicking serve. It's a second serve, and it's up out of the zone. And Rafa Nadal has done that to Roger so effectively over the years. He gets it up out of the zone with his second serve, and we're back to deuce. A big come on from Roger. The crowd were going nuts at this stage. Good serve, serve +1 forehand play. Pretty even right now. And, you know, see that big step? What I see here is we're reaching for the ball. That big step means I can't really nail it, so let's just go cross. Let's make the ball, and again, it's in the net. Not the best errors here for Murray in this tiebreaker, and a wonderful first serve out wide, putting pressure on the backhand return. So out of those, to get out of that game, we had 2 backhand errors, 2 backhand return errors, and 1 forehand return error. This is now the first match point that Murray had. This is in the 4th set. This is at 5-4, and he misses that long. It was a really good secondary pattern to go to the forehand side. Right now, it is 5-6 and 30-40, and if we see this ball, it absolutely paints the line. We see the chalk come up, and we're back to deuce. The third is at 6-7 in the breaker, and once again, Murray's going to be sitting on a serve. It's a second serve. He's going to be sitting on a serve to the backhand side. So it's probably going to go in that location. This is a really good time to serve to the forehand. Now, the forehand's a bigger return. It's more solid. But the pressure of the scoreboard being a match point, you know, ramps things up. And the surprise to the forehand side ramps things up. And once again, we've got an error. So typically, you're not going to serve to the forehand side too much against Murray, but I really thought those 2 second serves to Murray's forehand down match point were a really good idea. If they go to the backhand as normal, the backhand return will come in as normal, and Murray's got a really good chance to win that. So Roger's in trouble here. He's lost the first set. He may be calling upon these tactics to get over the line against Milos.
Absolutely, Craig. It's certainly interesting. It's quite hot today. The ball's obviously travelling quickly through the air. Raonic has already served one at 144 miles an hour, so the fastest serve of the tournament so far. In what you've seen, is Federer struggling to deal with the power on the serve from Raonic? Yes, you know, just Cassie and I at the match so far, Roger doesn't seem to be bringing his A game. You know, the double fault to get broken early on. You know, when Milos goes up in the score in the ad court, like a 30-15, he loves the out wide, but he'll go to his secondary tactic down the middle. Roger really should be on that. And I've seen some forehand return errors there in the net as well. So, you know, you're not going to win every point. Basically, at this level of the game, tennis is 70% errors and 30% winners. And you think of it, you know, you walk around the practice court here, and these guys and the ladies are hitting the ball in again and again and again. But once you get into a match, it's very different from practice, and the errors just skyrocket. So you want to be making good errors, and a net error is never a good error. So whenever you get pressured on a tennis court, I see it all the time, is that you're on defense, but you're playing offense, and the net is going to collect a lot of those balls. With a player serving at 144 miles an hour up near that figure, huge serves coming down from Milos Raonic, how do you defend against that? How would you coach a player who's having to play against that kind of serve? Yes, well, he's got a little bit of experience from the last round against Marin Cilic, where Marin was sending down some big ones as well. So it's not like he hasn't seen that type of serve in the tournament. But on a first serve return, it's 100% defense. Sometimes you can just grab a continental grip and say, I'm going to block it here, or I'm going to block it there. It's very good to float the return back. It doesn't need to be, you know, a really hard return. 2010, I was coaching Kevin Anderson in Toronto, and he beat Sam Querrey in the second round. He lost to Rafael Nadal in the quarters. It was 6-1, 7-6. And, you know, both those guys, and that's where I kind of learned it. Kevin was sending down these huge serves, and both of those guys were just blocking it and floating it high with backspin. And it would land about this far from the baseline,
and the ball would drop, and the second bounce was almost in the same spot. It had no energy, and Kevin had nothing to work with. So there's nothing wrong at all with blocking slow and high a first serve. Now, once the first serve missed, you're completely on offense. But that's kind of how you play the big server. Sometimes you step back a little bit. Sometimes you may even step in to kind of say, you know what, I don't care if you've got a big serve. I'm stepping in and blocking it. I'm a huge fan of taking different return positions. Maybe stand wide in the alley for one. Maybe stand back on one. Give them different looks, because where you stand will visually shrink and expand areas in the service box that you want to hit to. So, you know, I'll be looking for that when we get off air here shortly for those for Roger doing those things against Milos's big serve.
How much video analysis would you say a player should look at when they know they're facing a big server? Are there any things they can watch out for in terms of the way their opponent tosses the ball up?
Yes, IBM do a magical job here at Wimbledon. They're probably the best of all the slams with the data that they produce. So I can go down to my computer screen, and all the journalists have got it in front of them. You can get to know where every ace is hit. You get to know where every first serve is hit, and you know where every second serve is hit. You know the win percentages to a forehand return versus a backhand return. I mean, the amount of data that IBM is producing is amazing. And not only that, you can go and click on a certain point and you can watch the video of it. So there's no excuses for players and coaches not to be completely prepared, because you can go in and see everything that's already cut up in a match and prepare for that. And one of the things that I always look for is where do they serve on the first point. You know, break points is important to get a good feel for that. Players generally will mix that up. About 75% of all break points are played in the ad court, 25% in the deuce. But, you know, you want to get ahead. Tennis is a game of getting ahead. So in that love all point, are they going down the team, or are they going are they going out wide? And Raonic mixes that up. So in the last round, he was more down the tee in the very first point. In the previous round, he was more out wide. But you want to know these things. And it may not completely go according to plan, but any opportunity to remove guesswork from the equation is a good idea.
Absolutely. Just one more quickly. The first 3 times, I believe, these two met, Raonic and Federer, Federer lost the first set, as he has done here, and then came back and won. Now, those 3 matches were all best-of-3 set matches, but he had to come back from a set down. Do you think, and it might seem crazy to say this, a player as experienced as Federer, but he almost needs that first set to just get used to the speed of the serve and what he's seeing from Raonic, because his serve is so big, and then he starts to get into his rhythm after the first set. Do you think we'll see that?
I completely agree. You know, it's in a 5-set match, you know, it's the first set's almost nothing. I mean, a lot of times, yes, it's good to win it, but in this situation where points are so incredibly short, the average rally length is probably going to be around 3 shots, maybe even a little less than 3 shots. So if Roger loses the first set, there are no panic buttons hit here whatsoever. In fact, he's processing and writing down, and when you see him go to the strings, you see all the players here at Wimbledon, you know, between the points, they'll play a point and they look at their strings and they kind of fiddle with it to straighten it. They don't care about the strings at all. The strings are a notepad, and when they go there, they're writing down mentally, he went wide at 30-all, he went wide at 30-40, and anything you do well is like, hey, I approached the backhand, good idea. So when the big points come at the end of the set, instead of trying to reinvent yourself at 5-all or 6-all or in the tiebreaker, you go to the strings, you see this nice little notebook that you've created up till then, and you say, I know exactly what to do because I've already done it several times earlier in the set.
Thanks, Drake. Enlightening as always. Just a quick score update from centre court for you. Raonic, of course, taking the first set 6-3, and it's 3-all on serve in the second set. Now, time for us to catch up with Rachel Stringer.
You can see we have a really cute puppy here who, when gets a little bit older, will have a pretty important job to do at Wimbledon. At the moment, he's just having fun with the Wimbledon tennis balls. I think he's found from around the ground this morning. But Jane, you're a police constable. Come in over this way. He's more than just a dog, isn't he? Like I mentioned, he's going to have an important job when he gets a little bit older. Can you just tell us about that?
He's going to be a search dog, and they will just search the perimeter and inside buildings, the courts, to ensure that there's nothing untoward being left around, and that the members of the public can enjoy their day.
Absolutely, and that's not your dog. If you can turn around there, that's Rick's dog. That's Chase and Rick having a little bit of a playtime down there. But Jane, you've actually been out and about this morning with your own sniffer dog, who's having a well-deserved break, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, my dog's called Pip. He's 2 years old. It's his first time at Wimbledon. We started searching at 6 o'clock this morning. We did quite a bit of the buildings and the broadcasting centre. And we finished about 9:30, so he's taking a rest in a vehicle at the moment.
Absolutely. And as a police officer, is this part and parcel of one of your jobs to dog handle?
Yes, I'm now with the dog support unit. There's different areas within the dog support unit, but we just do exclusive searching for events like this.
And how many police officers are involved with dog handling?
There was about 33,000 Metropolitan Police officers, and there's 50 search dog handlers in the area that we work.
So a really small number of you who do it?
Yes, yeah, very small number.
And just talk us through how the dogs get trained for this job.
The dogs do a 10-week training, so once they're about a year old, they go a very intensive 10 weeks to 12 weeks, learning the different elements of the search that we require them to do. And once they pass that and the handler passes, because it's a test for the handler as well as the dog, then they go out onto the streets of London.
Gosh, I'm going to go turn around here and talk to Rick and Chase, because Rick, how's the training going then? Jane just mentioned that it's your job as well as Chase's job to be trained. How's it going?
Well, that's it. I mean, Chase is only 6 months old, so we're just environmentally friendly. Just get him out, so everywhere's happy for him. At the moment, he's doing really well.
What kind of things does he have to do in training?
Well, at the moment, as a pup, it's just getting out there and getting amongst it. So nothing shocks him. When we come to training, different buildings, different types of environment, he's happy to go in there.
But he's obviously loving the tennis balls right now. Is that quite challenging, being at Wimbledon with so many tennis balls?
Yes. Lucky enough, we've not been in too many areas, but he's very unsocial when it comes to the tennis ball. He'll just stare at that and not want strokes or anything, any fuss.
And how long do you think it'll take them for him to get fully trained up?
Well, he's on a course, I think, at the end of January, February, and it'll be, like I say, a 10-week course.
And then how long will he be working for as a sniffer dog?
They work till about eight and a half years.
Oh, wow, gosh. And then after that, does he become your pet, or what does he then go into doing?
Yeah, I mean, he's lived with me. They're kennelled in out my back garden, so for 8 years he's been my partner, so you can't really give him up. The wife and family would not be happy if I gave him up.
And what kind of dogs make great sniffer dogs?
It's from the Gundog breed, so they've bred all their life to go out and find things and work all day long. And he's the worst pet you'll have, because he'll want to chew things, want to be busy all the time.
Well,
so,
as you can see, he's just raced off over there. I think Chase has got a little bit more training to do until he's ready to make the grounds at Wimbledon safe. But we might see him back here next year with any luck, because he'll have passed all his training. Thank you very much, Rick and Jane, and of course Chase. You're gonna come and give me a little cuddle? No. Yes, he is. He's so cute. Here you go. And tennis ball.
The spirit of the championships takes many forms at Wimbledon. History is etched on every court, on every line. At every turn you meet those looking to emulate their heroes. It takes everyone to drive the event onto great success. Every inch of ground, every blade of grass in perfect working order. Some deliver the balls, some make the big calls. And of course it's the players who sprinkle the magic, maximising their speed and finesse for the ultimate sporting occasion. This spirit is more than what's easy on the eye. It's a feeling that defines the pursuit of greatness, tennis, and so much more besides.
We're here with Robinsons to give you a real taste of Wimbledon, and today it's all about the Robinsons quiz.
600.
2,200.
230,000.
50,000. Oh, close. 54,250.
White.
White.
350,000.
39,000.
It's a big number.
Did you see my answers, or was that just a guess?
No, I looked earlier.
22.
18. 19.
19.
I used to be a ball girl.
Oh! I did 6.
1. Oh no, no, no!
13.
Tim Henman, high five.
No, that's so wrong! Prepare.
It's the camera shock. 18.
With Mahout and Isner.
I actually know John Isner.
19 hours.
3 days.
11 hours and 35 minutes.
So close to the guy in the Roger Federer hat. Woohoo! Thank you very much to everyone who took part in the Robinsons quiz.
Canadians are dumb.
When we wake up in the morning, we decide our plan of action for the day. We're paying attention to a number of things. The location is very important. Obviously, the energy inside the bigger court is very strong because the crowd is reacting off of one another as well as the play. It makes it difficult to shoot because you never know who's rooting for who. You kind of have to watch people's emotions as the tension kind of builds up. Going to the mound when there's a British player on the court, you know, on the screen is amazing. Like that's where you're going to get your best reaction regardless. I definitely think once we get closer to the end, to the final, the rivalry will grow. You'll be able to, you know, it's going to be pitting the crowd against one another almost, which I think will be very exciting for the images. The people will be feeding off of one another, not just off of the tennis. You can put yourself somewhere, you can stand somewhere for 3 hours and cover a really intense match, and then there's one amazing play at the court next to you, and you're not there. So you really have to make sure that you're in the right place at the right time.
No Wimbledon final is complete without that classic British staple, strawberries and cream. We favour ones hand-picked in Kent. If impractical, shop-bought will suffice. For the cream, in Britain, this is referred to as pouring cream. To achieve the optimum 70-30 ratio, distribute on your guests' behalf. Whilst mesmerised by the finals, you wouldn't want the slip of a hand to impact upon their strawberry enjoyment. For your guide to hosting the finals, visit wimbledonweekend.com.
It's less than 24 hours to go now before the Wimbledon weekend begins. What are you getting up to? Let us know on Twitter @LiveAtWimbledon. Strawberries and cream, plenty of Pims, I'm sure, and watching some great tennis as we will be throughout here on Live at Wimbledon. Now let's take you out to court number 17, the ladies wheelchair singles continuing. This is a semi-finals match. The home hopeful Jordan Wiley up against Aniek van Koot of the Netherlands. Van Koot took the first set 7-5. And we can join it in the first game of the second set.
Well, that can be such an effective shot when Aniek van Koot turns, and at the end of her turn in her chair, with the momentum that she's got, puts that cross-court winner away.
Yesterday, after her match, Aniek van Koot was saying she found it trickier on the grass because normally when she rotates into the shot, the chair moves with her. But with the added friction that grass gives, she was finding that the chair was just stopping. It was a bit like riding a bike when it stops starting all the time.
That's a good return.
15-14.
And a couple of break points for Aniek van Koot in the opening game of the second set. She's certainly found her range and rhythm after a sticky start to this match.
13-14.
Right on the line. Well, Wiley having to work really hard for this.
Okay, Ms. van Koot. First game, seconds.
Break of serve, right.
OC could come to Wimbledon without trying the very British Wimbledon tradition, which is strawberries and cream. Did you realise that kind of went hand in hand with Wimbledon?
I had no idea, but I'm enlightened now. You know, I'm enlightened. I see the light, strawberries and cream. Let's see what they're talking about.
Are you slightly confused about maybe why we kind of go with strawberries and cream?
Can you explain that to me, please? Because I don't understand what's going on here.
Now you're going to put me on the spot. I just know that strawberries and cream and Wimbledon have been just a tradition that has gone back many, many years. And whenever people come to Wimbledon, firstly, obviously, they want to go in centre court and see the tennis. But secondly, it is about sampling these. And they're just, well, I've heard, I haven't actually tried any this year yet. I've heard they are the best possible strawberries you can have.
Look delicious, man. My son loves strawberries, by the way. Got them sitting in the cream. This is going to be very exciting. I'm excited.
TJ, how much do you love strawberries?
It's my favorite fruit.
Oh, good answer. This guy is well trained, getting it from his dad. And OC, I mean, I guess strawberries with Wimbledon are maybe like chicken wings with Super Bowl. Would that kind of make a little bit of sense?
Yeah, a little healthier though, but I think that would be the same thing because chicken wings are a tradition, a hot dog is a tradition. And there's a lot of food going on over there, but strawberries and cream seems like a really good thing for out here in England.
We like to eat healthy over this side of the pond. These guys about the meat, about the chicken wings. So, and I want to ask you, I guess, before we start eating these, salivating over here, I am as well. How is Wimbledon? What have you found the experience like?
Wonderful experience. It's a little more quiet than I'm used to. I'm used to all the fireworks and the cheerleaders and all that stuff going on. Obviously, you guys don't do that down here, but that's okay too. This is a great experience. I'm loving it so far. Really, really neat.
And TJ, how are you enjoying Wimbledon? You've got to dress up super smart. How is it here?
It's really good, and I didn't really feel like dressing like this, but I'm fine with it, so yeah.
And just what kind of, talk me through the atmosphere. What have you seen? What has kind of maybe surprised you?
What has kind of surprised me is all these bars and like strawberries and cream.
Yeah, never expected that.
Nope.
At a tennis match?
I expected that. 'Cause
have you seen any action yet, or are you hoping to see any later on?
I've seen a little bit of the action.
And how impressed have you been by it?
Really impressed with how they move really fastly. It's like the running track, but hitting something with it.
Do you think your dad, do you think he could have been any good at tennis?
Probably if he's not wearing this.
Dad, do you think you could be any good at tennis?
If I trained, probably, but these guys are incredible athletes. I've never seen anything like this. To witness it up close and see the speed of the ball moving, it's really impressive.
Do you think the NFL and maybe the Super Bowl could take anything from Wimbledon to enhance it?
I think the NFL is good where they're at. yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good.
And TJ, I'm going to ask you, tennis or NFL?
NFL.
Oh, they can't convert them, but they might do. If they eat these, I reckon they'll be converted to Wimbledon instead of NFL. Right, guys, this is where you get to do the fun part. You get to try the strawberries, and I want you to rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being absolutely sensational, okay? Are you ready? Okay, pick your bowls.
Let's go. Strawberries and cream. See what all the fuss is about.
They're nodding their heads. They're kind of like just getting the flavour going right there. Okay, OC, first up.
Scale of 1 to 10. I'll have to give it a 10.
Oh, okay, a 10. Okay, you got me. Okay.
This is incredible. Cream is fresh. Strawberries are fresh. This is unbelievable.
Best strawberries ever?
I had some on my wedding night that were pretty good.
Okay.
But we'll talk about that later. So far, these have been really good.
TJ, you've gone in for seconds down there. Okay, scale of 1 to 10, how are they?
10.
10. Why? That was straight off the block. Okay, why are they so good?
Because it's technically milk with strawberries.
Milk with strawberries. That's the first person to say that. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining me. Enjoy the rest of Wimbledon and enjoy those strawberries off camera. Frank, come over this way. Let them enjoy them. Just let them enjoy them and we can enjoy looking at that, what they're eating right there.
This is what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm glad to see OC is still enjoying his Wimbledon experience, tucking into the strawberries. I tell you who else is enjoying the Wimbledon experience. Everybody who's packed here onto centre court. The most amazing game there, because for the first time we saw Milos Raonic coming under huge pressure. 3 set points for Roger Federer. Raonic was serving 4-5 down. He was love 40 down. He saved 3, got it back to deuce. Federer was putting in some sublime returns.
Federer then had a 4th break point and therefore a 4th set point, and somehow Raonic managed to find the composure to win his service game. So it's now 5-all. Federer serving 30-15 up on his next service game. But what an amazing moment that was from Milos Raonic. Remember, he took the first set 6-3. And if Federer had managed to get across the line there, you would have thought that it would have started to get those doubts creeping in to the mind of Milos Raonic, because remember last time they played here in the semis 2 years ago, Raonic lost in straight sets, but he's so much improved since then. Really aggressive. You can see the influence of McEnroe. He's coming into the net as many times as he can, and some of the winners that the Canadian is producing are landing literally an inch inside the baseline. It's now 30-all on the Federer serve. So Federer just beginning to come under a little bit of pressure, having had 4 opportunities, now 40-30 to Federer, after having 4 opportunities to level the match at 1 set all. Of course, Federer is still very much alive in this match because Cilic had a 2-set advantage and he was love 40 up on the Federer serve and looked for all the world as though he was going to beat Roger Federer in 3 sets. So this show has still got a lot of acts of drama still to come, but all credit to Milos Raonic, who's now at the net. That one, unfortunately, doesn't go over the net from his perspective, so Federer now moves 6-5 up. So this one, if Raonic manages to hold serve, will go to a 2nd set tiebreak. There is so much drama still to come. It has been 1 hour and 10 minutes of absolutely enthralling tennis. Federer, desperate for another opportunity to make it through to the Wimbledon final and become the all-time solo great, because, of course, remember, he's tied at 7 titles, all with Pete Sampras. But he's got a mountain to climb, because the Milos Raonic he beat in 2014 is not the same Milos Raonic who's thrilling the crowds here on centre court. Some of his serves have been absolutely ridiculous. His quickest has been up to 144 miles an hour, and he will come out now serving to take this 2nd set to a tiebreak, and he's bidding for a massive piece of history because no Canadian male has ever made a Grand Slam final. It's all to play for on both sides of the court, and it's Raonic serving next to take it into a 2nd set tiebreak.
Thanks, Rob. A thrilling 2nd set there on centre court. Now, while most of the focus today is on the men's semi-finals, Serena Williams has been on the grounds there at Orangi at the practice courts, getting ready for her final tomorrow against Angelique Kerber, right down there at the bottom of the practice courts there, just away from the prying eyes of the media, getting her practice session in. Always so intense, Serena Williams getting ready for her matches, whether it's on a match day or the day before it. She's down there with her coach, Patrick Muratoglu, getting ready for that big match against Angelique Kerber. And Serena Williams, preview that final for us. How do you think Serena's going to approach the match, and how do you think she's feeling a day ahead of it?
Well, I think she's definitely up for revenge, but she's actually practicing here, preparing for her doubles match, doubles semi-final that is due on court after the match on number 1 court. And, I think it's great seeing the Williams sisters play doubles, and I certainly think it's helped her on the singles court because she's looking sharper and sharper. She's looked better and better with each match, and the doubles helps her singles game. I don't think she would have spent too long out there on the practice courts, and should use the doubles with Venus here as a bigger practice session, I guess, before the final tomorrow.
I suppose inevitably some people are going to say, well, this is really her off day between the singles matches. Any questions of fatigue perhaps going into the final, that she is playing some tennis today competitively?
I don't think so. If anything, I think playing doubles helps her. It takes her mind off tomorrow's final. So instead of I don't know, coming in for a practice session and then going back to the house to chill out, she's got less time to think about tomorrow. She's still very much focused on the doubles. I think her and Venus are desperate to win and do well here, like they have done so many times. And today, the priority is the doubles. She's looking sharp. They've been in this situation many times before. If anyone might be feeling tired, it might be Venus, but I doubt fatigue or endurance is a problem for Serena.
And such an interesting element to the final is the fact that Venus has just played Angelique Kerber, When do you think that discussion will happen, if it does, between Venus and Serena about how to approach the final? Do you think Serena's going to go to Venus and ask for any tips, or she won't even talk about it?
I'm sure there'll be a conversation as to what Kerber did well in her match against Venus. But you've also got to understand Serena's a completely different player to Venus, and the way Serena's been serving, she'll be tough to break. Venus, unfortunately, wasn't firing her serve as well as perhaps she has done in the past. So, you know, there are huge differences between the two sisters.
How do you compare the matchup, Serena versus Kerber versus Venus versus Kerber? How do you compare those two against Kerber?
As much as Serena likes to downplay her chances and she talks about grass being her weakest surface, I actually think against Kerber, the surface will work in her favour. In the past, she's always said Venus is a better player on grass. You know, they played, Serena played Kerber earlier this year in the Australian Open final, and on that particular day, Kerber retrieved so well. Her movement was outstanding. She made Serena play so many balls, but it won't be as easy for her to do that on the grass court out here as it is on a hard court. So that in itself, I think, plays into Serena's hands. She'll be able to get more free points. And if she serves well, she'll make herself very tough to break. And I think that's going to be key in tomorrow's match. If Kerber doesn't serve well, then she's in trouble.
Absolutely. Angelique Kerber has also been on the grounds here at the All England Club today. She's been giving her pre-match press conference, and we can hear from her now.
Angie's second time around in this position. How does it feel now compared to the first time?
It feels, again, very good. I mean, today I have a day off, and it feels very good to be in my first Wimbledon final. And yeah, it's just a very great feeling.
If you do win, do you think you'll be jumping in the River Thames?
No, I think this time, no.
Angie, obviously the German result last night didn't go well, so how does it feel having to carry the hopes of the nation on your back now?
Yeah, I was watching the game yesterday, and it was not the day of the team. I think they tried everything, but still, I mean, they played a good tournament there, and of course now I will try to I'm in the final now, and I will try to take the flag for Germany and the hopes.
Angelique, I know you've been asked quite a few times before about Steffi. I was just wondering, your times in Las Vegas, have you sat down and talked with Andre much? Has he been a help to you as well?
Yes, I also played a little bit with Andre as well, so with both. And the time, it was this year after Indian Wells, so I spent a few days there in Las Vegas with Andre and Steffi, with both of them. And like I told, a lot of time. I mean, for me it was an honor, and it was always great to go there and play with them, talking with them. I mean, they are both great champions and also great persons.
A bit about Torben. What exactly does he kind of bring to you? What is it that he brings that maybe you think is unique, that helps you the most?
I think the most important thing for me is that he knows me really well, and he knows when he can speak with me and when better not. So this is really good, because I know him like over 10 years right now, and he's always supporting me, doesn't matter how I'm playing, and he knows how my game is, and I think this is the most important thing for me, and I know that I can trust him off court and also off court, and this is really special.
When you're playing against someone who has that much history going for her, indeed yesterday when you were against Venus, is it difficult to separate yourself from that and keep the ruthlessness that you need?
Actually, it's always tough to play against players like this, and also tomorrow I think I will try to going my own way and trying not thinking too much about the history of my opponents, because it's a new day, it's a new match, and for me it's always important to give everything I could this day, and of course I'm going out there to win the matches and playing my game and not thinking too much.
Any superstitions the day before a big match or the day of a big match?
I mean, I will try to sleep good, and then for a nice dinner, we will go for a nice dinner today, and this is always important for me to have a relaxed evening before a big match.
You don't go to the same restaurant before every game or things like that?
Not every game, but I have a couple of good restaurants here, and I'm trying to change it a little bit.
This is your first time facing Serena on the grass. How well do you know her tendencies on this surface, and do you expect to see a different player than you saw in the final in Melbourne?
I expect for sure a really tough match, and I know that she will go out and try to beat me, especially because she lost against me in Australia. But yeah, on grass she is always dangerous, and I think she won here so many times, and she will go for it. I know this. I know that I have to play one of my best tennis tomorrow, and yeah, but I'm excited, and I'm really looking forward to play against her again.
Angie, how nervous were you before facing Serena in the Australian Open final, and are you perhaps more comfortable this time around?
I don't know yet. I will see tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, it's the final. It's the last match of the tournament. So for sure I will be nervous like before every single match. But I think that right now I can handle it better when I'm going on court. And after the first few games, I think that then I will be not so nervous than before. But of course, I mean, it's a big day for me tomorrow, and I will try to yeah, go out there and win it, of course. But yeah, it's always tough against Serena. But yeah, I will try to take the experience from Australia and trying to be a little bit more relaxed.
What were the specifics in your game when you won in Australia that enabled you to win and might help you again against Serena this time?
I think it will be completely new match because we are playing here on grass, and it's a little bit different the game style. But yeah, I will try to go out there being confident and believe in myself that I can beat her. And I think this is also the key for tomorrow, to believe in my game and myself, and showing her that I deserve to be in the final as well.
What are the specifics of your game that you think are most important in the way you play that will help you tomorrow?
I think that I should play my game and being aggressive and just going for it, and trying to win the match and not hoping that yeah, she will miss, because she will not missing the balls. She will go out there and trying to winning, and I think this will be for me very important to take the match in my hands.
Just got time for a couple more questions in English, so just the two gentlemen up the back who had their hands up first.
Hi. Have you had any good luck messages from Steffi? And what, you know, I wasn't here at the beginning.
No, not yet. No.
No. You don't expect to get any?
No messages.
Last question here.
Angie, we know what it's like in Britain to have someone who hasn't won for a long time and the pressure that the public put on them. I was just wondering, in Germany, obviously 20 years since Steffi Graf, but obviously a lot more successful country in sport generally, but what is the pressure like for you? Can you give us an insight how it feels having that sort of 20 years of expectation on you?
Yeah, I know it's 20 years ago and it's a long time, and will try to be the next German one who win Wimbledon, but still it's a long way still. It's another tough match before me, but I'm trying not thinking about this pressure, because I know that when I put too much pressure on myself, I will not play my best tennis. So that's why I will go out there, try to enjoy the final, and not thinking about about the pressure and everything around.
Switch off from everything else during...
Yes, I will try.
You're looking at the Explore Wimbledon map, an interactive quiz sheet right here, which I'm very pleased to say, Lisa Tolley, she is the artist responsible for it. She designed it. I mean, sorry, I'm literally... I don't know what I'm doing. I'm better than this, tell you this. I don't really know if that's a good... Is that good to start there? Yeah. Is it? Wimbledon map, an interactive activity sheet for children to explore Wimbledon when they come here to SW19. And Lisa Tolley over here, she's the illustrator who designed it. What a map to have to design. How was it designing that?
It was great fun, yeah. The brilliant thing was I've been here for the last 10 years with my 3 boys, and I hopefully knew all the little secret places that are good to visit when you're with your children and family. So that was my kind of starting point to where to begin. So the map basically...
yeah, let's open it up and have a little look.
So we have, which I hope is a very visual of the actual grounds, and my basis was to work on what the map they had at the moment but make it a lot more visual and a lot more fun. So I've put like little taxis that go past and the little red buses, and they're all little secret things that you perhaps don't notice when you're actually coming through the gates. And then really my starting point on the actual design was to pick certain things to do in what I would describe as kind of full colour. So obviously the front of centre court, and then the shop, and then we have obviously the big screen near Henman Hill, and then kind of work backwards from there. So what is it about Wimbledon that makes it so special? And obviously the flowers, so you put the flowers in. And for me, if you look at the people, when I come to Wimbledon, they're quite random, and there's a lot of people with their bags that's got their packed lunch in, or they're looking at the map to find where they're going. And it was to kind of create that secondary feeling of Wimbledon as opposed to everybody that comes to watch the tennis.
Lisa, how did you get asked to do this? Because it's a great honour.
Yes, well, I was approached by the Wimbledon Foundation, and they asked me to look for a map which combined would interest adults as well as children. So to pick a style whereby it can be not so playful but very colourful, and also have lots of iconic bits of Wimbledon, so like the strawberries, the trophy, the weather vane, Rufus the Hawk, and yeah, I hope make it great fun for children and for families as well. And an adult wants to pick it up and just use it as a map for the grounds.
Well, it's been very helpful for us. If we turn it over the other side as well, this is the interactive side, which I've seen a lot of kids been really interested in this side. And maybe just talk us through down here. These are some players, aren't they?
Yes. So if you go to have a look at the competitor practice courts, I've actually tried to very subtly interpret some of the players, and I hope some of you will recognise the more the obvious ones, maybe Andy Murray and Serena Williams, and then just taking some of the hairstyles that obviously the lady players wear, and again some of the headwear from the gentlemen as well. So that was quite fun to do.
And maybe the exhausted players over there, who we know who they are. You've got.
So this particular question was to illustrate the longest map. So I was kind of racking my brain thinking, how can I do that? And we have these lovely 2 gentlemen players that obviously they're resembled when they win, when they fall on the ground and can't move an inch. So I thought that would be quite a nice way for the longest match, when they just fall to the ground, tumble, and obviously with exhaustion. So that was a good fun one.
And Lisa, you have children as well, and a 6-year-old. Did you test this map out on him before it went to print?
I did. I showed it to him, and yeah, he loved it. I mean, it's really good that it takes you around all the grounds, and I think if you're visiting, obviously it will take you from the top to the end and give you little activities to do all the way through. So I think it's great for kids.
And also, you've got these to. They can stick them on throughout the map, can't they?
So this is an A5 sticker sheet, which is their reward once they've been answered all the questions correctly, obviously, no cheating. And then they get this wonderful sticker sheet that's got Rufus the Hawk, obviously the iconic front of the centre court, the trophies, and a girl and a boy. So that's great fun to use when they get home. Yeah.
Absolutely. And obviously, Lisa, you said you've been coming for 10 years.
10 years.
Who are you most excited to watch today?
Well, I have to be Andy Murray. I think he played so brilliantly the other night. So he's great to watch, and he showed a lot of passion. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for showing that. We think it's beautiful. And yeah, have a great day here on semi-finals day. Thank you
very much.
Thanks, Rachel. That's the picture above the All England Club. Plenty of matches still taking place on the outside courts, but our focus is, of course, on centre court, where Milos Raonic and Roger Federer are locked in battle. Raonic having taken the first set 6-3, and Federer has taken the second set on a tiebreak 7-6. So the Swiss is battling back. Catherine Whitaker's rejoined us here in the Live at Wimbledon studio. Give us an update from social media, Catherine.
Well, a whole load of reaction to Roger Federer winning that set. Another very interesting tie-break, perhaps not the quality of the tie-break we saw in the fourth set against Marin Cilic a couple of days ago, but certainly there for drama. This tweet from Isabel Musi, a Swiss journalist, pretty much sums it up. Just yes, 2 exclamation marks. There's a lot of love for Federer out there, and a rough translation of on y croit is we still believe, or we believe in you. So that's the general feeling out there. I mean, Raonic proving popular, and I mean, certainly the way he played in that first and second set, very, very popular indeed. But general feeling seems to be that he blew it a bit in that second set. That was abysmal here from Raonic, says Carol Bouchard. Can't afford to be that sloppy on his serve. Federer comes back to 1 set all. That was not a good tie-break from Raonic, says Matt Roberts. Federer accepts the gift and has to be a favourite now. We've got Brad Gilbert, well-known tennis coach and commentator, says the match is just swung in FedFan. That's what he calls Roger Federer. He's well known for having nicknames for all the players. He says the match is swung in the favour of FedFan, 72.8%, 88% chance of winning. He's not explained exactly how he's calculated that. So don't take that as scientifically accurate necessarily, but he certainly knows his eggs, Brad Gilbert. So I certainly wouldn't discount what he thinks about things. David Law points out, and actually this was something that was picked up quite widely in the press yesterday, Federer's comment that the only thing that makes me nervous is being watched by legends of our sport. I don't want to disappoint legends. And Bjorn Borg is, of course, watching. Here's a picture. Bjorn Borg arriving in the Royal Box today. He was asked about whether I think it was on the day that David Beckham was here, he was asked whether he gets nervous about having really big celebrities watching, and he said no, not at all. I mean, he's a celebrity of equivalent size of David Beckham, so he said, no, I don't get nervous, but I get really nervous when the likes of Borg or Sampras are watching him. And do you remember when the year when he was going for the Sampras equaling 7th title in Sampras, it was rumoured that he was going to be here to potentially watch Federer equal his record, but Sampras arrived a little bit late in the Royal Box, so of course it made this big stir when he arrived a couple of games in, and you just saw Federer glance up. He definitely clocked it. So it doesn't seem to be doing him too much harm at the moment, though. He did very, very well in that second set tiebreak, but general feeling out there is that Raonic has squandered an opportunity there to go 2 sets to love up on the 7-time champion.
OK, early stages in the third set, 1-1 in that one. And next up on centre court, of course, Andy Murray up against Thomas Berdych. Time for us to find out a little bit more about Andy Murray.
Now with Andy Murray. Andy, if you could pick one player in history to play at Wimbledon.
Ivan Lendl.
If you could have one superpower.
Invisibility.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Muhammad Ali.
If you could pick one city.
One city, Miami.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
Federer, Nadal, the one, I can't even remember what year it was. I was actually watching it. I was here in the crowd, I watched it.
Wow, in
live.
cool.
Yeah.
Amazing. If you could pick one emoji.
The wink. Yeah.
I don't need to give you a wink, but I just did. If you could pick one movie.
Usual Suspects.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Sean Connery.
If you could lift one sporting trophy not in tennis.
Heavyweight boxing world championship.
Interesting.
I think if you are the heavyweight boxing champion, it does mean you're the man, so it would be that, yeah.
If you could erase one fashion error from your history.
I think any haircut I've had over the years, I don't think any of them have been particularly fashionable, so my hair.
Okay, if you could watch one band or singer perform live?
You
could have seen them.
I have seen them. Ed Sheeran, very good.
Great choice. If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life?
One food for the rest of my life, sushi.
Good
sushi.
choice.
Salmon avocado sushi.
Roll?
Yeah.
Okay. And lastly, if you could play a trick on any player on tour?
A trick on any player on tour. Daniel Nesta.
Any reason?
Yeah, because he deserves it. He's always just talking nonsense to everyone. He's so loud in the locker rooms that he's yeah, someone that I think most of the players would actually like to trick.
All right, watch out, Daniel. Andy, thank you. Best of luck.
Well, not just singles matches taking place all around the grounds here at the All England Club today, also doubles matches, and we're here with some ladies doubles winners, Timea Babos and Yaroslava Shvedova. Thanks for joining us here. Great performance from you two. 6-4, 6-2 on #1 court. You're through to a Grand Slam final. You must be delighted.
Yeah, well, definitely. Thanks for the congratulations. Yeah, I mean, we just started playing with Slava this year, and we've been doing quite well. And especially me at Wimbledon, also, I'm doing so great here. So I love the atmosphere. I love court one. So it's an amazing feeling to play in such a full crowded stadium.
How did your partnership come about then? How did you link up? Were you friends beforehand, or how did it come about?
Yeah, I asked her to play, and she kept me waiting for some time, and then we only started it in January, so we missed a lot of tournaments. But we're already in a race for championships, so it's good, and it's great to keep on showing great results and being here in the final. I already won Wimbledon with Wanick in 2010, so hopefully I can renew my trophy.
Now, you're both huge strikers. I mean, I've been up against it. How do your games complement each other? I mean, you both hit it so big. Who charges around the net, or is that something you both enjoy doing?
It's actually funny how we started playing, because we literally just changed on grass the sides, because I was playing on backhand and Slava was on forehand, and now we switched for the grass season, and I think it's working a lot better for us. Just as you said, we're both hitting hard, so I guess it makes it easier.
With your experience at Wimbledon, having won here before, how much does that help you now? Every time you come back as a champion, you feel like you can win here, you know that you can do it.
No, I also have a kind of pressure, because I've done it, and I wanted to do it again. But to me, I also had a couple of finals here, so she's also very experienced. And so far, I have a best Wimbledon this year, because I did quarterfinal in singles. I'm playing later in 1 hour semi-final of mix, and I'm in final of doubles. So the girls were joking that I'm trying to get all the prize money of Wimbledon. So hopefully I can get as much as I can.
Well, and how do you manage your time then when you're involved in so much? Singles, doubles, mixed doubles, where are the priorities?
No, for me, priority is everything, because I cannot lay down my partner. I will play full no matter how I feel. And it's just, I think the referees have more troubles to put us in the schedule, because we're playing so many things, and then me trying to recover.
Let's show you some points from your match today. Just talk us through how you won this match, what you did well today, what was the best part of your play today?
That's a good reflexes.
Good reaction.
Yeah, I've learned it from Slava. She really taught me a lot of things since we started playing. So,
is that the key also to a good doubles partnership then, that you help each other improve?
yeah, definitely. I mean, I really look up to her, and in many occasions we were even laughing that I asked her opinion, like maybe even for too long, to what to do on my serve, because I'm still learning, and I'm still in a process of playing better with my age. You know, I'm still only 23, so yeah. I mean, she taught me many things, and she already helped me through many tough moments on the matches.
Always nice as well to play on the show courts as well. Sometimes the doubles out on the outside courts, but to get on court number one, brilliant experience, I'm sure.
Yeah, in the beginning today we were a little bit nervous and quiet, but we were keep on pushing and trying to talk to each other and trying to keep it positive and try to enjoy the game. So every match, like, it's help us to go through. I think is our team and being together. It's our teamwork to being together always. So, and just enjoying, and then you're more relaxed, free, and you're just going for it, and now it's working.
Just finally, can we look ahead to the final? Obviously, you don't know who you'll be playing yet. Serena and Venus are out on court number one, where you were playing at the moment, early stages of their first set against Georgios and Pliskova. Georgios and Pliskova actually have a break at the start of that match. They lead 1-love. How much are you looking forward to playing either of those pairs? Talk about Venus and Serena first. It must be amazing to play them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I grew up watching those girls compete and play. And actually, I played last year here on center court against Serena in singles, and it was already an amazing experience. And at the US Open, when they won it a couple of years ago, I played against them also. So, I mean, I would look forward, obviously, to play against such a legendary team, I would say. But also, the other two girls are actually good friends to me, so it would be also a nice feeling. But in general, just to go back on center court and to enjoy the crowd, the atmosphere, and it's such a special moment that's gonna be pretty awesome.
Have you played against Venus and Serena before?
No, like many years.
Anne has.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'd do a much better job than what I did. My spell was brief.
I was a couple of times in a draw, but we never faced each other. Like, or they lost earlier, or I lost earlier, and still, like, these two teams also very powerful girls and playing very, very well and strong. So I think the final will be who's gonna hit harder.
Okay, well, good luck in the final, whoever it is against. I'm sure you'll enjoy your time on centre court, and good luck for that match. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Let's continue our look ahead to the ladies' final, and we can find out a little bit more about Angelique Kerber in our coaching corner now.
Okay, well, I'm over at the indoor practice courts alongside Anne Kiotovong, and we're going to speak a little bit about another lady who won her first Grand Slam title earlier this year. Of course, Angelique Kerber was very successful in the Australian Open final against Serena Williams, which some may not have expected. She's a lefty, of course. What is it that she does so well against the higher seeds?
Well, what Angelique Kerber possesses is an extraordinary forehand. The number of times she's been able to burn her opponent by using that forehand down the line has been incredible. It really is her favourite shot to play. And it's a tough shot to play because by going down the line, let's not forget, you're going over the highest part of the net. And what Kerber does is hit that forehand so flat. There's not that much margin, there's not that much shape, but yet she has the ability to hit that down the line forehand with incredible accuracy. And it's also a tough shot to read when you're up against her, because you're never quite sure what she's going to do at the final point of impact, whether she's going to take it cross court or down the line.
So where does she have more success then, going down the line or going for the cross court?
Well, the cross court forehand is a consistent shot, but it's not necessarily the shot that she hits with more power in comparison to how she strikes that forehand down the line. What she does so well to be able to hit that forehand down the line is get behind the ball and really throw her body weight through. She uses her legs a lot better hitting the forehand down the line than she does cross court. So with the cross court shot, it's more of an opportunity for her to open up play, to allow her to get that ball to then hurt her opponent down the line.
She's also always keen to maybe reposition the place of play during a match, isn't she? And confident enough to do that.
Yeah, she does. I mean, she makes it awkward for her opponents because she puts so many balls into play. I don't think she gets enough credit for how fast she is across the baseline. Moving side to side, she is so solid. It's like playing against a brick wall. She doesn't miss too much and she doesn't give that much away. She's not as comfortable moving up to the front of the court, and her volleying has improved a lot, but it's not the strongest part of her game. But from the back of the court, she is just rock solid.
But she's also happy, we saw, particularly from that Australian Open final against Serena, to take on an aggressive attacking opponent who does come to the net, much like Serena did back at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, what Angelique Kerber loves is a good target. So when her opponent is coming at her, coming forwards, she loves something to aim at past her opponent, and that's where she was so successful against Serena Williams. Serena Williams persisted in coming at her and tried to shorten the points off at the net, but Kerber was just able to make her play or get one past her incredibly well.
Incredibly strong on the forehand wing side, and a lefty as well, but not a traditional lefty, you've said to me before. Why is that?
No, she's actually naturally right-handed.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but when she went onto the tennis court for the first time, she just felt like she was better as a kid playing tennis with her left hand. So there you go.
There she does. Okay, something you may not have known about Angelique Kerber, but watch out for her forehand. Alrighty, now with Angelique Kerber. Angelique, if you could play one player in Wimbledon history.
Steffi Graf.
Good choice.
Yeah.
If you could have one superpower.
Yeah, Invisible. That's maybe good. Good to have this power.
If you could meet one other sports star. No one? We're good. We're going to move on. If you could pick one city.
New York.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
I think Wimbledon final.
We'll move on. If you could pick one emoji.
This one.
I like it, the winky face. If you could watch one movie.
I love The Notebook. It's an old movie, but I love it.
Me too. If you could choose one actor to play you in a movie.
Julia Roberts, I think. Yeah.
Love that. If you could lift any sporting trophy not in tennis.
Football trophy, of course.
World Cup, maybe.
Yes.
If you could erase one fashion error from your history. You always dress well. I like that.
Yeah,
if you could,
try.
if you could see one band or singer perform live.
Taylor Swift.
If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life.
I think I love crepes. Yeah, so it's sweet, but I love it.
Crepes.
Crepes.
Delicious. And lastly, if you could play one joke on any player on tour.
Next.
No, you're friends with them all. I like it. Okay, fair enough. Angelique, thank you.
Thank you.
Plenty of matches still taking place on the outside courts, some wheelchair singles matches, as well as the juniors. We'll keep you right up to date with everything that's happening here at SW19 on Live at Wimbledon. But on centre court, it's turning into a real battle between Milos Raonic and Roger Federer. Raonic having taken the first set 6-3. Federer raced back into it, taking the second set, having to fight really hard for it, 7-6, and they're 3-all in the third set at the moment. So, Craig, we saw Federer coming back. He played a much better game in that second set. What turned around for him? What changed in that second set?
Yeah, a couple of key moments. With Milos serving at 4-5 in the second set, he went down love 40. He faced 4 break points and eventually got out of that hole. I think Milos's level is an A to an A+. He's really playing well, and you can see the fingerprints on the strategic side of his game from Carlos Moya and John McEnroe all over the place. He's really hitting to the right parts of the court. Roger's trying to find Milos's backhand. Milos is running around in the ad court, dominating with forehands. He's hitting really good slices over there. So it's that ad court exchange which Roger can usually wrestle control of. Milos has won the honours there. In the tiebreaker, it went to 3-all, and Milos double folded. And from there, he lost every point for the tiebreaker after that. And that was really the moment. It was seesawing back and forth. I wouldn't say Roger's got his A game yet. I'd say B to B+ is where he's at. So we'll see how this third set develops. It's an absolute crucial set for these guys. Milos is playing well. He's very focused. I like the body language. Missing a few too many forehand returns. That's probably the one part of his game that he wish he could tidy up here. But let's see some points from that second set and get an idea of what Roger did so well to get back in it. We've got him serving down the other end, out wide of the backhand, run around forehand. And right here, when you get to the net, you've got options. So, you know, Roger's going to look to the other side of the court and he's going to say, well, you know, I've got a big area over here I can go to. You know, basically, when you go to the forehand side, you've really got to stretch the opponent. He's also probably not quite far enough in to bring it over into that area. So let's see what Roger does here. And we've just got a little bit of a problem on our pause here. Yeah, let's try this one here and we'll come back to it. And there we go. Ends up with the volley down the line and the short angle back. He's on defense here. He's inside the baseline, little flick cross court, smart play. Milos on defense back there. Roger says, I'm going down the line this one. That was a big point towards the end of the set. This is what Milos has done so well. Now, that's how you defend against it. Milos comes in, ball gets behind him. They're both struggling for offense, and Milos really doesn't get his feet settled well to come in. But that backhand, he hit a backhand slice winner towards the end of the set down the line, which is very difficult to do, and he sprays that forehand. Now, when you look at this summary, look down at the very bottom column. You're going to see Raonic 19 winners and Roger only 9. Time and time again, when I'm looking at these set summaries and the match summaries, the player that has the most amount of winners doesn't win the set. It's not the best indicator of who's winning the set. And if we look one up, it's the unforced errors. Roger only credited with 2 and Milos 12. So when you're going through and looking at it, it's the unforced errors column far more that will tell you what's going on. Roger's second serve points won 65%, very, very healthy. Total points won in that set, 1 more point, 38-37. So you get a feel for how close it is. And as we're moving forward into this third set, I think Roger's got to step up his level of play a little bit more. Too many serves in the net, too many backhand errors, doesn't have enough control of the ad court. For Milos, keep doing the same thing. Keep looking for forehands in the ad court, some backhands down the line every now and then. Block the return of serve with the forehand. Use your feet a little bit better. And, right now, it's absolutely anyone's match.
Craig, with Milos having got it to a tiebreak in that second set, he was sort of looking, he was close to being 2 sets to love up. How disappointed will he be that he hasn't managed to do that? He's got to really start again, 1 set all.
Yeah, in some ways he's going to be shattered. He really played well and he's had the momentum. He got the first set and was actually playing really well in the second set. That love 40 game at 4-5 put him in the hole and, somewhat, even though he won the game, somewhat contributed to, his form going off a little bit at the end. But you've got to get rid of it. In tennis, there's 2 kind of memories in tennis. The points you win, you try and tuck them in a long-term memory as long as you can. You bathe in it. Anytime you win a point on a tennis court, Leighton Hewitt is where I learnt this from, was when Leighton wins a point, he stays in that same physical area. He doesn't leave it. He basks in the sun right there. He looks to his coach. He's got the fist pump. He's got the steely gaze at the coach's box. But when he loses a point, he immediately leaves that area of the court. He walks away as quick as he can. He goes to his string. He dismisses it. He doesn't look to the other side of the court to see his opponent kind of, getting juiced up and getting confident from winning that point. So, Leighton's been fantastic at it. Roger's very good at it. And Milos, all those points that he's lost, short-term memory, flush them away, forgotten about. And it's not so much that forgotten so you are going to go and make that mistake again, as you just don't want to hang onto them mentally. You've got to get past it. He's got 3 more sets to go. He's got to win 2, and he's playing extremely good tennis.
Well, Craig Federer certainly in the ascendancy now. He's got a break in the third set. He leads 5-3 against Raonic. So it's Federer who's doing very, very well at the moment. It's a real turnaround since that first set. And I'm interested to get your view. You've been watching this match on our monitor here. What's changed from that first set to now? Because Federer's playing better, but Raonic doesn't quite be able to seem to hit through him like he was in the first set.
No, and there was quite a lengthy toilet break from Raonic after he lost that second set, and he came back on. I don't think it necessarily helped him. He tried to obviously clear his thoughts and regroup. But Federer's kept his aggression up. He's got the crucial break. He's made Raonic work for it, play and try some things out of his comfort zone. And it's paid off.
OK, thanks, Anne and Craig. These are pictures from Court 12. And we can join Rob Walker for this girls' singles semi-finals and some commentary there.
Great opportunity this for Nastromeska. You can do this in straight sets. And a double fault, not the ideal start. So the mini break to Pervashina, who is the #1 seed. Just trying to compose herself here. Lost the first set on a tie-break. And what an opportunity this is turning out to be for Pervashina. She would face the prospect of taking on her doubles partner, Anastasia Potapova, who beat the charismatic number 5 seed from the United States, Kyla Day, earlier on. And she has the double mini break now. Much more aggressive there from Yastremska. She's frustrated with herself, but she's got one of the 2 breaks back. Showing her aggression coming to the net. Pervashina needs this one. Having lost the first set, also on a tie-break. Oh, ferocious shot there from the Russian number 1 seed. Extending her advantage. Look at the power on this backhand. There was no way that was coming back from Yastremska. Just losing a little bit of rhythm here, the Ukrainian. Oh, that's absolutely brilliant from Pervashina. A fabulous forehand. She's really finding her range here. And it looks as though this will be going to 3 sets. Could be a very long match. They've already been playing more than an hour and a half. Stremska trying to close in on a first major final. Her best so far in her career is quarter-final of the Australian. So this is a tough ask from 1-5 down. Oh, what a point. This time there's a little fist bump from Yastremska. She manages to hold on to that point. Pervashina, though, still has the break. Both girls producing some excellent ground strokes in that rally. It is getting blustery out on court 12. Yes, she's edging closer, and Yastremska knows it. Set point now for the Russian number 1 seed. This to take us into a 3rd deciding set.
Net, Fusser. Miss. Yastremska is challenging the call on the left centre serve. The ball's got in. Second set.
So, Pervashina has the chance to take us all the way here. And she's done so. An excellent hold of nerve there from the Russian number 1 seed. So, there still is the chance Olesya Pervashina could be taking on her doubles partner, Anastasia Potapova, in the final. She really needed that one, as Danya Yastremska just checks that she's allowed to go off for a comfort break. Key difference there. Second serve points won, 61% Pervashina from the number 1 seed, only 38% for Yastremska. 19 unforced errors. And that contributed to the number 1 seed having an opportunity to get right back in this match. It's been a fascinating encounter, both sets going to the tiebreak. So we are 1 set all. And Pervashina, out on 12, now has a couple of moments to ponder the scenario. She's drawn level, so it's a 1 set winner takes all scenario for a place in the girls' Wimbledon final. So we will keep you posted on how this match goes as Pervashina prepares to do battle with the number 7 seed from Ukraine, who has just seen a match-winning opportunity pass her by. Total dominance from the number 1 seed there in that tiebreak. Andy Murray will be second on centre court. At the moment, it's Roger Federer doing battle with Milos Raonic, and Federer, the veteran, is beginning to turn the screw. Raonic was brilliant in the first set, 6-3. Federer took the second, 7-6, and he's taken the third as well, 6-4. So Raonic just under a little bit of pressure on centre court. And the man who'll be hoping to fly the flag for Great Britain when this one finishes is Andy Murray. He's in action against Thomas Berdych. And the guys at Live at Wimbledon took the opportunity to catch up with Andy Murray for his coaching corner.
Well, time now to speak about the game of Andy Murray in a bit more detail. Of course, the great British hope will be trying to win a second Wimbledon title here across these next 2 weeks. And of course, he did just win a final against Milos Raonic at Queen's Club a couple of weeks ago. And we see him, Mark, being so good returning a serve, particularly from someone as powerful as Raonic. How is he able to do it so well?
Yeah, I felt like Queen's, he just always looks so relaxed there. He knows it's perfect preparation for Wimbledon. Each match he played, he got better and better and stronger and stronger. And then Raonic, definitely his most dangerous match. We all know, I feel like Raonic is a dark horse at Wimbledon. Now having John McEnroe in his corner and what he brings to the table is huge. And so, you know, a set 3-love down and Raonic hasn't lost a serve in the whole tournament. All of a sudden comes back to turn it around in the way he did and quite comfortably beat him in the third set. Just shows the strength that Murray has in his ground strokes. His hands are incredible. He's one of the best returners, if not the best returner in the game right now. The way he's able to read the serves, especially Raonic, who's incredibly difficult to read with that big ball toss. He's got a very consistent ball toss that kind of goes everywhere. He can serve it out wide in the body, and he's very good at mixing it up. And the way he hung in there, waited for his opportunity, and all he needed was that one opportunity and broke straight back and then broke 3 times in a row, I think that was, to take it on. But talking about that return, as I said, he's got incredible hands. What he does so well is he stays back a little bit and then kind of waits for that serve and then moves in. And he has a beautiful short backswing on the returns. You know, it's a little bit different on the ground strokes, but on the serves, he knows he takes a lot of the pace from the serve and uses it against the server. Like Raonic has got a huge serve. You can't afford to have a big swing on the return. And what Murray does so beautifully is he takes it back really early on the backhand and on the forehand side and uses the pace and can kind of, I wouldn't say block it back, but a very short swing to kind of get the ball going. And his body momentum is really going forward, especially on the second serve. He's literally finishing almost a foot to 2 to 3 foot inside, you know, taking it early and literally putting him straight into defense.
I was going to ask where he differs in terms of returning a first serve to a second serve.
Well, it all depends on who you're playing, but of course someone like Milos, whose serve is so huge, you definitely need to have some space and on the first serve. So he's definitely way back on the first serve, but what he still does, he still likes to move in with a split step with a racket back early on both sides. You know, normally there's, against bigger servers, you would guess some of the times on the first serve, but his movement and his coordination, his hands are so good, like what Andre used to be. Andre Agassi, best returner of all time. That's what Murray is right now. He does not guess. You know, I kind of feel like he's there and he sits and waits because he feels like even if it's out wide and it's huge, he still believes and he's still got the hands and his legs to get there and to make a play at the ball. So on a second serve, it's a little bit different. He moves forward a little bit more, but he's still doing the same thing. If this is the baseline, kind of moving back here, he takes one big step, split step, and then kind of takes the ball early inside the court.
On the second serve?
On the second serve, applying that pressure, whether the guy's serving, volleying, or staying back.
And when he has got that ball back in play, we see a lot of drop shots from Andy Murray as well. What does he do so well with that?
Well, what's so great is you don't, when he does his drop shots, you can't read them. It's kind of,
you don't know when they're going to come?
You don't know when they're going to come. So he's so comfortable on the baseline. And the great thing is he kind of sits on the baseline. He doesn't get too far back. Sometimes he does get a little bit too far back against guys where I don't think he should. For instance, like we were talking about Djokovic, against someone where he can't afford to get too far back. But he loves almost like playing possum. He likes being run around the court. Because like I said, he's another guy that takes it from a play from defense to offense incredibly quick. He could be rallying and all of a sudden with that same grip, that change in the last second and does that drop shot because his hands are so good. We've seen him play at Davis Cup winning those doubles with his brother. He's got some beautiful volleys. His volleys have improved so well. And that's what he does. He kind of got a beautiful feel on the backhand and the forehand side. But it's important for him not to overuse that shot during Wimbledon, where I felt like maybe at the French, could have been a little bit too much.
Okay.
Especially someone who's incredibly quick like Djokovic, but most of the time he does get away from that, because then what happens? It's a drop shot and then we all know what's coming next.
Right.
The lob, right?
Exactly.
The flick lob, the beautiful flick lob. That's another one of the best shots on the tour right now is his topspin lob on the backhand side and the forehand side, especially in a forehand kind of where he's running. He almost hooks it really late and he waits for the player to commit himself and then kind of does that big hook lob. So he's definitely got a lot of shots in his portfolio, that's for sure.
So Andy seems to be playing well enough, Mark, to get himself almost to the finish line. He's made the last 2 Grand Slam finals, but coming up short to Novak Djokovic each time. What has he got to do then, a bit extra, to try and beat Novak?
This is where I love watching Andy, and this is where I get a little frustrated because I believe in matches, quarterfinals, kind of semis, he's a little bit more aggressive. He's going forward a little bit more, and then he plays Djokovic on all the finals where he's done many in the past few years, and I feel like he gets a little passive. He's just waiting a little bit too much, almost like for Djokovic to miss, and we spoke about that earlier, that Djokovic is not going to miss. Right. So I would love to see him take some risks. I'm not talking about all the time, but sometimes. Maybe on the second serve, turn around, or he's got such amazing hands as we've been speaking about. Go in, take it early, come to the net. He's got great volleys. He can back up that shot. So I would like to see him get a little bit aggressive and come to the net. Do something a little bit different. It's like I said, it's tough to sit back and rally, even though no matter how comfortable Andy is on the back, and we all know he can rally all day as well, move all day. But if you've played someone so many times and they've almost at stages got your number at Grand Slams, you got to do something to change it. So
maybe we'll see a riskier Andy Murray at this year's Wimbledon Championships. Who knows? It could be the one thing he needs to do to beat Djokovic.
The Wimbledon finals are coming. To recreate the social occasion of the year at home, begin by inviting your guests. For some, a traditional invitation will be necessary. For others, it is perfectly acceptable to craft and send a snap chat. Invite sent, it's time to put the champagne on ice and prepare the cucumber sandwiches. For your complete guide to hosting the Wimbledon finals, visit wimbledonweekend.com.
Well, 2016 was the first year of the singles event in wheelchair tennis. The doubles event is back as well, has been at Wimbledon for many years now. And an interesting story out on court number 17. It's the semi-finals of the gentlemen's wheelchair doubles. Gordon Reid is part of the British pairing. They're actually the number 2 seeds. It's Gordon Reid with Alfie Hewitt. Gordon Reid won his singles match earlier today. He is now back on court, and they're playing an Argentinian and Belgian pairing, Gustavo Fernandez and Joachim Gerard from Belgium. So let's dip into this one as they open the match with some commentary on court 17.
You'll probably see slightly longer rallies, obviously, in the doubles than the singles. Each player is not going to cover quite as much court as in the singles.
And in terms of housekeeping, of course, we should suggest that 2 bounces in wheelchair men's doubles.
Absolutely.
Best of 3 tie-break sets, Peter, isn't it?
Yeah, first bounce in the confines of the court, second bounce can be anywhere. So you see a lot of court coverage in the doubles.
Oh, wonderful. Smash down the line. What a start from Alfie Hewitt. He'll be delighted with that.
15-30.
And you'll see with the new technology coming in with the chairs and rackets and all that, the guys will play 1 up, 1 down, or 1 up, 1 back. And hitting down the middle like that Fernandez just did. Good tactics, good ploy in wheelchair doubles.
A strong lad,
split,
isn't he?
Yeah, split the teams. Split them in half. Good way to get a point.
Joachim Gerard, the server, is the man that was just ousted recently in the earlier men's singles semi-final to Gordon Reid. The lefty there. Good communication between the British duo.
Yeah, well left by Gordon. Alfie called that.
So it's a break point already then. Gordon Reid to receive this one, attempting to ambush the Gerard serve early here. Good serve, spiked right down the middle of the service box there. Had a bit of a crisis in confidence, did Joachim Gerard in the singles. Sort of slightly capitulated, to be fair. Well played at the net there from the Belgian.
Advantage.
Very strong backhand. Really hard shot to do. High over your backhand side, flick it down, really strong wrists. Alfie couldn't control it.
Game. Fernandez. First game.
So the Argentinian and Belgian pairing hold on to their serve in that opening game out on court 17. Some incredibly impressive tennis, though. We were talking about it yesterday. Carl Robinson with you back in the studio alongside Thomas Enqvist, who has won junior and senior titles here at Wimbledon, right? Yes. We're forgetting about the one in the middle. I'm allowed to call it senior, aren't I? The invitational, I should say. Back in playing as well this week, aren't you?
Yes, we just finished. I played with Goran Ivanisevic. We have played 3 matches, but we are done. But it was a lot of fun.
Was it? Good. Even you played on court, didn't you, after the match? Goran had to come back out and play after watching Marin go through that 5-setter with Roger on Wednesday. How was his temperament?
Oh, difficult. But I mean, that was a very tough match for Goran, obviously sitting up in the box and coaching Silis through that epic match. And he said to me that when he went on the court, man, it feels like my body is in cotton.
Really?
He had no energy left whatsoever, but understandable, of course.
Of course, he had quite some facial expressions, as anyone would, probably sitting in that player's box during the epic with Federer here on Wednesday. Catherine Whitaker with us as well, of course, our tennis insider. Catherine, Thomas and I were having a conversation yesterday as we were showing some of the wheelchair action from here about how impressive it is to see some of these athletes at Grand Slams. You, of course, cover tennis year-round. How often are you able to check into the world of wheelchair tennis?
I try to as much as possible. I mean, Grand Slams is really the only time when we see the wheelchair events alongside the regular events. But I think it's really, really growing in prominence. It felt like, I don't know whether this is a sort of uniquely British perspective, but it felt like sort of the Paralympic Games in London 4 years ago was a really big turning point. I mean, for parasports in general, but tennis in particular as well. I mean, it is a fantastic sport. I almost think it's so different to actual tennis. It's a sort of sport in its own right, isn't it? Which I guess is something that can be applied to lots of parasports. But the athleticism is just incredible. The upper body strength and the core strength of these athletes, it is unbelievable. If you do have the chance ever to watch some wheelchair tennis, it is absolutely unreal. And we talked earlier in the week, didn't we, about the fact that, of course, you are allowed the double bounce within the rules, but they're so proud, and they're so I don't know what the word is really. They don't like to let the ball bounce twice. It's a sort of part pride thing, a part. I mean, I guess it gives you an advantage also strategically in the point, because you're taking time away from your opponent if you only allow the ball to bounce once. But yeah, I mean, they're fearsome competitors and formidable athletes as well. It's very impressive, and it feels like the level of the sport is rising so rapidly as it gets more attention, more airtime, and yeah, it's definitely for the best.
I couldn't agree with you more. I was covering the London 2012 Olympics here at Wimbledon, and then I covered the London 2012 Tennis Paralympics, which was actually over at the Olympic Park. But for me, it was actually my first introduction to the world of wheelchair tennis. I was astounded, as you say, at the level of these athletes, and of course the competitive edge that we see amongst them all. And I think it's amazing how we've had some incredible results as well. Jordan Wiley had won the slam, the calendar slam in doubles, though, but nevertheless, very recently, I think it was last year, the year before perhaps, but the importance of adding the singles event to the championships this year, Thomas, is huge for them. And can you relate to that, obviously, from your own playing days, being able to compete singles as well as doubles?
Absolutely, and they have really, like Catherine said, they have been part of the Grand Slams now, and now they feels like they really belong. I mean, of course they belong, but you know what I mean? Like, they have really established themselves, and people are very, very happy they are here, and they have understand what a good project this is. I mean, how good the tennis actually is, and I'm very happy to see that they're also playing singles here now in Wimbledon.
This is what the great thing is about the Wimbledon Championships, and indeed most of the slams, each time they swing around, because you have, of course, the main event, the gentlemen's and ladies singles, you have the doubles, you have the mixed doubles, you have the invitational, you have the juniors, you have the wheelchairs. There's so much to watch, and that's what's fabulous. A grounds pass is always an incredibly valuable ticket here at the All England Club. But let's just bring you up to date what's happening out on centre court. It is 2-1 Roger Federer, and they are with serve, despite Roger just having a few break-point opportunities with Milos Raonic in the fourth set. Meanwhile, the Williams sisters are in action today as well. Serena not getting her rest day ahead of tomorrow's ladies' final. They are playing the semi-finals of the ladies' doubles, and they're 5-4 up in the opening set over Georgios and Pliskova, who are the 8th seeded pairing. It'll be interesting to see how they get on. They did, of course, knock out Vesnina and Makarova yesterday afternoon after Serena had knocked out Elena Vesnina in the singles, so it wasn't the best of days for the Russian, but nevertheless they continue, and we will keep you updated with everything happening across all the courts here at Wimbledon. Rachel, though, has been a busy girl, so let's say hello to her once again.
So I'm joined by Anthony Davis, Head of Food and Beverage here at the All England Club. Anthony, thanks for joining us. How are you today?
Very good, thank you.
Good, good. So I think the question on everyone's lips is strawberries and Wimbledon. Everyone knows about the strawberries here. Just tell us, why strawberries and Wimbledon?
Well, nobody really knows for sure, but the best guess is that actually around about the Victorian times, when the championship started in 1877, the strawberry season was really small, so about 3 weeks, and it just so happened that those 3 weeks coincided with the timings of the championships. So it was very fashionable to eat strawberries in Victorian England, and the timings of the championships, they kind of came together, and it's stuck with us ever since.
And it has really stuck, because everyone here, we talk to them about Wimbledon, they firstly mention the tennis, secondly they mention the strawberries. And as you can see, the strawberries and cream are right over there. And how much does everyone really enjoy the strawberries here?
Listen, strawberries are Britain's favourite berry. You know, everyone loves the strawberry, and it's a great, great fruit. You know, it really is sweet and delicious. We get through about 28 tonnes of them across the fortnight, 140,000 portions, about 1.4 million berries.
1.4 million strawberries get consumed during the 2 weeks. And just, can you tell me about the journey of the Wimbledon strawberry?
Of course. Well, the farm that grows our strawberries is about 30 or so miles away, and every morning from sunrise they're picked around 4 o'clock in the morning. They're then packed and they leave the farm around about 9 o'clock, are with us by roughly 10:30. We then have a massive team of people who hull all the strawberries and get them out into the grounds ready for our guests to enjoy.
Wow, and then when they come here then, obviously they get consumed here. If they don't get consumed, where do they then go?
They all get consumed. They do. Although, you know, in fairness, there's probably a lot of staff eating strawberries at the end of the night as well for the last few that get there. But no, they're such a popular dish, and our team really work well and hard on making sure they've got the right amount of strawberries for each day.
And how many members of staff do you have to make that whole process work?
Well, it's about 80 to 100 at first thing in the morning. It's one of the first jobs, and they're dotted all around the grounds. The strawberries get taken out on forklift trucks when they arrive, and then they said the team madly scurry through them to get them all hulled ready for the guests.
And is it always the same farm every single year?
It has been for about the last 26 years, and it's been a great farm. It's down in Kent, in Merriworth, and the farmer there, Marion, has looked after us for a long, long time, and every single year the strawberries are great. I was down there a few weeks ago to check out the crop, and of course, as always, they were brilliant.
Absolutely, and obviously it's not just about strawberries, there's loads more on offer as well. Maybe just talk us a little bit about what else that people can expect to consume here.
Of course, we really champion British produce, and we're really proud of the fact that actually we spread the love around the UK. And this year we kind of have obviously our strawberries from Kent. We've got from Scotland some lovely halibut that we're serving in some of our restaurants. Then we go down to South Wales and we've got some brownies that come from the Gower coast, and our crisps and popcorn come from Northern Ireland. So, you know, it's a really good mix across the UK.
Absolutely, and just like the reaction to the food and beverage here, how has it been?
All very positive. I mean, as you can see by the queues and the popularity, you know, food and beverage is about enhancing people's day at Wimbledon. Tennis is always really, really important, and there's amazing tennis, but we would like to think that we enhance people's day by the food and beverage that we put on offer for our guests too.
Well, I think that does that. I've spoken to quite a lot of people about the strawberries, and everybody loves them. On a scale of 1 to 10, I asked someone earlier, they said 10, straight away. Thank you very much, Anthony.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Welcome back to centre court, where Roger Federer is showing all his years of class here. He leads 2-1, and he's put Milos Raonic under some pressure here. The big Canadian having to dig deep. It's just gone back to 30 all, and it's 3 games all in the 4th set. Federer, well, he doesn't need too many chances, and he's managed to edge ahead in this match. Remember, Raonic was playing absolutely sensational tennis to take the first set 6-3. One mistake on the tie-break, one double fault from Raonic, and that was all Federer needed to take the second set. And then in the third, Federer managed to get the break. He was 15-40 up on the Raonic serve. He got it back to deuce, but Roger Federer managed to get ahead. So he took the third 6-4, and Raonic is having to work hard here. Federer's had some break points in this 4th set in the previous game. Again, Raonic 15-40 down. All credit to the Canadian, because Federer is beginning to get in a bit of a groove here, and he's really had to dig himself out of a hole. He's showing great composure and showing that he's a better player than when he lost to Federer in straight sets 2 years ago. But of course, Raonic doesn't want to just lose 2-1 instead of 3-0, 3-1 instead of 3-0. He wants to win this match. He has to believe he can take this to 5. He's definitely being more aggressive. That's what we've seen that's made the difference in this campaign to 2 years ago. But once again, he's coming under a little bit of Federer fire here because he's been taken to deuce on his service game. It's 3-all in the 4th. These are key moments for Milos Raonic. Just a couple of stats that might give you an indication as to why this has changed. In that 3rd set, 8 unforced errors from Raonic, just 1 from Roger Federer. Federer is beginning to look as though he's getting better and better in this match, and that's the pattern that we saw when he was 2 sets down and facing a break midway through the 3rd against Marin Cilic, and of course he came back to win that one in 5. So Federer's answering the questions as to whether he's recovered from the knee injury and the bad back, and whether age is providing a barrier to his stamina, because in this match, as in that brilliant quarterfinal against Cilic, there are no question marks over the stamina of Federer. Really important point there for Raonic, burying the forehand, leaving Federer no chance. So it's advantage to Raonic. He's 3-all in the 4th. A break here would be absolutely catastrophic for Raonic. They've been playing 2 hours, 22 minutes. It's been top quality drama. Let's just see whether he manages to hold serve again. His last service game was a real battle, and that one's better. It's 4-3 to Raonic. He is hanging on in this match, but Roger Federer is like a great white shark. He can smell some blood in the water, and he is desperate to make it through to another Grand Slam final. He wants to be the ultimate solo top male performer here at Wimbledon, tied with Sampras on 7 titles. He wants to make this an 8th. Of course, we're still very much looking forward to Murray against Berdych. A lot of people saying that might be a fraction closer than the neutrals are suggesting. Pat Cash thinks Berdych has got a great chance in that match. Murray leads the head-to-heads there 8-6, and Berdych hasn't beaten him since 2013. But that's the second instalment of drama. The headline here is that Raonic is doing brilliantly to stay in this fourth set. But Federer, courtesy of that break in the third, has given himself a marvellous opportunity of continuing his unbeaten run of Wimbledon semi-finals. This is his 11th. He's won the previous 10, and he's in the driving seat here to keep that clean sweep as far as appearances in the last 4 are concerned. Having said that, Raonic, remember, is bidding to become the first Canadian male into a Grand Slam final, and all credit to him. A little bit of a wobble in the third, but he's hanging on here in the fourth, and that serve is going well at the moment. But somehow, he has got to find a way to break Federer here if his dream of an appearance in a Grand Slam final here at Wimbledon is to come true. Federer serving 3-4 down in the fourth, but he leads 2-1. We have got some gripping games to come here. Crucial stage of the match.
Indeed we do, Rob. Thanks so much for keeping us up to date. Golly, quite a clash out in centre court, as we were expecting today. Milos, of course, hoping to take that to 5 sets. And, well, it looks like the crowd on the hill are enjoying it as well. Absolutely jam-packed, and they'll be looking forward to Andrew Murray taking to court a little bit later on, following the conclusion of this one. Cara Robinson with you, back alongside Thomas Enqvist, Catherine Whitaker. Thomas, we haven't really had a chance to catch up probably on today's semi-finals, excuse me, on the men's side of the game. Coming into this match, we had so much discussion about it this morning with Mark, and on paper actually seemed a little bit closer than some people might think. Federer with the advantage now. Robert explaining to us that Milos hanging in. What was your take before they walked out on court?
Well, I mean, I think the big question for me was that how did Federer recover actually from that epic match against Cilic, you know, because he hasn't had a regular season coming into this Wimbledon, obviously being injured and so on. But I mean, you can all see, I mean, this guy is just amazing. I mean, I didn't think that he could actually surprise me again, but I mean, it's incredible how well he plays still and how well he moves, and just to come back out there after that epic match and play this kind of, this level of tennis is unbelievable. He had a really good chance here by 2-all, 15-40, and both of the points was in play. So very good chance there for him to break serve, but they're still on serve here. But very, very exciting stuff.
Milos Raonic, one of the hardest serves, of course, to break on tour. Twitter is always fabulous for statistics and keeping us up to date. I read this wonderful stat that Roger Federer has not lost a match after having lost the first set and winning the next 2, as he has currently in this match against Milos, since his first ever Wimbledon in 1999. So if history is going to play a part, you would expect Roger Federer to come through. What's the reaction like online, Catherine?
The reaction is very much suggesting that, or up until, as you say, Raonic he's come back a bit in this set. As Rob was saying, he's really strengthening his resolve a little bit. But up until then, the reaction was very much that Milos Raonic is, dare I use the C word, choking a little bit out there. That he was missing his first serve on the most crucial moments, double faulting, in fact. Lots of comparisons being made to the Queen's final. Raonic did everything perfectly until he was broken and then lost his way. Now he has to fight. Of course, a reminder that Raonic led by a set and 3-love in the Queen's final against Andy Murray before Murray came back. And of course, that had a lot to do with Andy Murray, but it did have something to do with Milos Raonic not playing his best tennis at the biggest moments. So, yeah, Carol Bouchard saying between the Queen's final and this match, it can't be a coincidence that each time Raonic has totally lost the plot midway through the match. Raonic double faults at 4-5, 6-all last set, and at 3-all in this one. This was in the third set, of course, which he went on to lose. All the pressure moments, Federer capitalises, and at that point he was 5-3 up in the third, and we know he went on to lose that. So lots of suggestions that perhaps the pressure of the moment, the occasion, is getting to Milos Raonic a bit. But having said that, exactly as Rob said, he did very, very well to fend off those break points earlier in this set, and he's still in this. It's not 2-0, it's 2-1. You know, he's very much in this match. If he can just get his head together, he's in with a fighting chance still.
What's your reaction, Thomas?
Yeah, I mean, of course, he has been in these positions before, and he's progressing, and for him to play a big match like this, Roger Federer has 17 Grand Slam. Of course, he has the advantage of being in so many more times in this position. I think it's harsh to call it choking, because I really don't think he has choked, especially not in this match. I think he plays really, really well. Yeah. Of course, unfortunate for him to come up with the double faults in those particular areas, but at the same time, this is all about execute. We speak about 1 or 2 points who can decide this this match totally, you know. And the more times that Raonic is going to put himself in these positions, the bigger chance he had to go through it. And once he had get through it one time, he can go many times after that. So I think, of course, that he has still some experience to learn and to really be able to execute. I mean, that's what Champions is all about, right? To play his best tennis when it's as needed the most, as Federer does, as Djokovic does. But at the same time, I mean, choking for me is harsh to say. I don't think he has.
Tight, maybe, perhaps.
Of
a better
course, like
explanation.
everybody. I mean, and the thing is that Federer and Nadal and Djokovic, these great champions who has done it so many times, they're also tight. But the thing is that they are so good to handle it. You know, I mean, I'm sure they are. But they've been there so many times, and they have this ability to, even if they are tight, they can still produce this amazing tennis.
And they don't show it as much if they're in that position. Would you say they're harder to read?
Yeah, maybe also. Of course, body language and all this is very important. But really also be able to, even in those circumstances, even when your arm is a little bit tighter like this, still will be able to produce this tennis like they do, and that's why they are the champion they are.
You were at Queen's, Catherine. Can you see any similarities between the Milos you saw in that match, who did go down to Andy in the end, but to the Milos that we're seeing midway through this match?
I can, in terms of how brilliantly Raonic has played for the most part of this match, and his level didn't dip massively in that Queen's final. Yes, there were a couple of times when he came to the net when he perhaps shouldn't have done and that sort of thing, but he still played a fantastic match that day. I mean, Andy Murray is a warrior. You know, it was mostly to do with Andy Murray that Milos Raonic went on to lose that match. And what's happening in this match is largely due to Roger Federer. Yes, there were a couple of moments. The double fault's perhaps a little bit unforgivable. I mean, the old adage in tennis is that a double fault in a tiebreak is, you know, an unforgivable error. And I'm sure he will be replaying that in his mind if he does go on to lose this. And I think part of the problem with Milos Raonic is that he's such an intense guy. He is very hard on himself. What Craig was saying earlier about how he needs to stay in the moment, stay in the present and put those mistakes behind him, I think he's improving at that all the time, but he's not the sort of character that comes naturally to. He's the sort of guy that is incredibly hard on himself. He overanalyzes things. He's just that intense kind of a character. So he's improving. He's doing an incredibly good job in this set. He's been 30 all again in this game. He's now got point to take the game and take it to 5-4.
Another break point, actually.
So he's doing fantastically well. So he is improving all the time at that. It just doesn't necessarily come naturally to him.
And as Thomas says, experience is so key in this arena. This is only his second Wimbledon semi-final. It's Roger's 11th Wimbledon semi-final. Roger's never lost one, and Milos lost his last one to Roger Federer. One thing that's interesting to pick up on, we can hear cheers from the hill behind us. A huge one just came when Roger had that break point that would have put him 5-4, trying to serve out the match in the fourth set. The crowd here, understandably, he's a 7-time champion, love Roger Federer. Say that Andy Murray does win his match later against Thomas Berdych. That is, of course, far from being decided. There's two ways that this could play. If Milos Raonic did win today against Roger Federer, it would be a rematch from the Queen's final 3 weeks ago, as we know. That actually would be the first time since 1988 that we have seen the Queen's finalists in the Wimbledon finals as well. It was Edberg and Becker that time around. Edberg actually got his own back on Becker. But if that was the situation, you'd expect really the crowd to be near 100%, 90% behind Andy Murray. If it's a Murray-Federer final again, it's potentially a slightly different arena for Andy because of the amount of love there is here for Roger. I know that you follow the slams worldwide, of course, Catherine, and knowing that Andy has his home support here, it's not quite as much as people would presume if he is going head-to-head with Roger come Sunday.
No, I think if that scenario did play out, I think it would be 50-50 support at best.
Surprising,
for Andy Murray.
yeah.
And that is entirely to do with Roger Federer. I think Andy Murray is now loved by the great British public in a way that perhaps he wasn't a few years ago. People understand him far better. He's appreciated for the fantastic athlete that he is. I think it would be 50-50 though, and that is because of Roger Federer. I mean, the love and support for Roger Federer is so great around the world that sometimes it has caused some quite uncomfortable moments. In the US Open final last year, when he was taking on Novak Djokovic, there were moments when it strayed, the support for Federer strayed into the uncomfortable. Novak Djokovic's faults were being cheered, at times. And that's, you know, and his successes were being booed. It does stray into the uncomfortable, and it comes from a good place. He is just so loved and revered, and that's what it would be down to. I don't think it would be. I think there'd be a lot of people incredibly torn if it was Murray against Federer, but I think there'd be a lot of the British fans supporting Roger Federer.
How valuable, Thomas, is the crowd support when you are that player on court?
I think it depends what kind of player you are. I think Djokovic is a very good example because for him it's very important to have the support from the crowd.
Yes.
You could really see when he plays against Roger or even sometimes against Rafa in the French Open that it bothers him that they are so one-sided, the crowd, you know. And then you have other. I don't think Andy Murray, for example, for him it's not as important, you know what I mean? And here, I think if he would play Roger Federer in the final, I also believe exactly what Catherine said, that it would be a 50-50 split match because that's how popular Roger Federer is.
Yeah, we saw Andy amping up the crowd in his last match. It went on late against Joe Wilfred after another 5-setter beforehand with Federer and Cilic. He wanted to pump them up and get that support. He has come through.
He has learned that, I would say. I think,
Yeah.
absolutely, because that is a very big part of winning big matches. It's actually to learn how to use your crowd in your favor. And I think that Andy Murray didn't maybe do that in the beginning of the first time he played Wimbledon. But with his experience and with his popularity also growing, he has really learned how and when to get the crowd into his favor and also bring the crowd into the match. And that's an important skill to have.
You're nodding away, Catherine. You totally agree with that sentiment?
I completely agree with that. I agree wholeheartedly, and it is completely a reflection of their characters individually. I mean, Andy Murray, as much as he loves and enjoys and uses the crowd support to his benefit, he's a contrarian by character. It's that Kyrgios element in him. He likes to have something to fight against. We saw him in Paris when he took on Richard Gasquet. He seemed to be really enjoying taking on the French crowd as well as taking on Richard Gasquet. He used that to his advantage just as much. And Novak Djokovic, exactly as you say, Thomas, he doesn't enjoy it. And I think part of the issue with Djokovic and the relationship he has with crowds is that he won't admit that it bothers him, will he? He repeatedly says, it doesn't bother me that the crowd's against him. And it's completely understandable that it bothers him. It would bother me. I think it would bother most people. But he repeatedly says, no, it's fine. I understand. It's Federer, it's Nadal. But, you know, of course it bothers him. Of course it does.
We were speaking earlier about the personality of players, Thomas, and Milos Raonic beginning to develop his a little bit more and perhaps beginning to win over a little bit more of a crowd. Of course, for him to face up to either Roger Federer or an Andy Murray would be different. Say that there was to be a Milos Raonic-Thomas Berdych final. How would you expect the crowd support to go that way? Perhaps it would, I would imagine, favour Milos because of the McEnroe factor. I could be wrong. Thomas has been to a final here before.
Yeah, maybe, actually. But it's also a very difficult spot to be in for the rest of the players, if you call that, because the top four has been so dominating for so long time in the men's game, you know. And Roger Federer also and Rafa Nadal, they've been so popular. So it's been difficult for both Djokovic and Murray to break through. But when they did, I mean, now Djokovic and Murray, they're also extremely popular everywhere they go. But for the rest of the top guys who play really well and they go far in every tournament, but it's been difficult for them to really get the same kind of understanding and appreciation like of normally the top guys who has win everything for so long, you know. So I think it will take Raonic a little time, of course, to get the same kind of support as the rest of the top four.
Well, just to update you, Milos Raonic did hold on to his serve. Roger Federer has just held on to his. It is 5-all in the fourth set. We knew it would be another good day on centre court, and so far it is delivering. Well, following this match, Andy Murray takes to court with Thomas Berdych, and let's remind ourselves what he had to say following his quarter-final victory.
Andy, how hard was it both to come out after having to wait so long and probably think you're going to come on and come off, and also to come on after the crowd has also expended so much energy on the previous match?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously the wait, you know, is never easy because, you know, the match was close to finishing a few times. Like at third set, you know, I think it was 2-all love 40, or, you know, so you're kind of warming up then, and then obviously wait. And then towards the end of the fourth set, you're warming up again because Marin had, you know, a few bunch of chances there to finish it. So it's just, you know, that's tricky. And then, but then when you get out there, obviously it's, you know, it's up to you to, you know, create an atmosphere a little bit too. It's not totally understandable that that's going to be the case after a match like that. It was a great match, and the crowd were unbelievable today, and they got 2 pretty good matches as well, I think.
Over there. Andy, how much was that 5th set, especially that first service game, which seemed so crucial, just a matter of sheer grit and determination as much as anything else?
Yeah, it was obviously a big hold. I think he had a break point there, and I'd missed a couple of poor shots in that game, especially on the 30-all point. I missed a ball that was almost inside the service box, and yeah, obviously to get that hold and just be ahead again was big, because I was up 4-2 and had lost 4 games in a row at that point, and pretty much all of them were tough games to lose. Could have won maybe 3 of them. So yeah, to get that hold was big.
What do you think goes wrong on your side and good on Joe's side in the sets you lost today?
Well, maybe the 3rd set I've maybe played one bad game on my serve at 2-1. That's probably one of the games I would have liked to have had back. I had a chance at 30-all in the first game of the 3rd second serve return I missed, which if I managed to get ahead in the 3rd, I think maybe it could have been a bit different. But then after that, Joe played great. I mean, he was serving well, he was returning very well, I think. He was mixing the pace up, with you playing with a lot of variety, coming forward, hitting his forehand big, and he came up with some great passing shots. And when I had my chances in the end of the 3rd set, I just I missed a few shots by I had a passing shot 4-3 which I hit on the tape, and then the next break point I hit a forehand onto the back of the line, and he hit a great passing shot, and it was I could have won it in 4 sets, but he came out with some really good stuff when he needed it.
Lady at the back.
You've got such a great record in final set matches. What's the most important thing when it gets tight like that?
I don't know. I don't really know, to be honest, what the most important thing is. I mean, I think there's many things that go into winning matches like that. There's not one thing that's more important than another. Obviously, physically you're strong, then that helps for sure. But mentally, you have to. Today was a tough match. It would have been easy to have gone very down on myself in that 5th set after the way the 4th set ended it. So I was happy with that, and then you also have to be able to play good tennis in the most important moments, and I think both of us did that today.
I've read recently about your superstition to do with the direction of the water bottles. I wonder if you can talk about how much credence you give to this, and whether they were facing the wrong way for sets 3 and 4.
No, I don't think it makes a big deal. I actually started doing it to keep track of, I have a water and a sports drink just to keep track of if I had been drinking or not. Sometimes at the change of ends you might pick one up or be thinking about something else, and I knew that if I was going that way and I had it pointing this way, then I would know I would have drunk out of it. That's how it started, and then I've just done it since then, really. I don't think it has no bearing on the outcome of the match. I'm fully aware of that.
The back over there.
Andy, is there something to be said for, with the 2 big matches coming up, for actually having gone through a pretty hair-raising test like that, perhaps rather than a straightforward progression up to the semis?
Yeah, I was definitely tested a lot today, and it was probably the hardest match. Well, my match with Milos in the final at Queen's was obviously I was in a very tough position there, but that was a really hard match to come through, and I think it can give you a bit of confidence, and it does, it can help to go through games and stages and matches that are challenging, so that if you're in that position, in the next couple of matches, you've been there. So I'm hoping that it helps me the next couple of rounds.
Over there.
Andy, it was a pretty star-studded crowd there today. Roger was saying earlier that he still feels nervous when there's sort of tennis greats of the great game in the crowd and he wants to impress them still. Is that something you feel the same about, and does it still excite you when there's sort of celebrities like David Beckham in the crowd that you're also entertaining?
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of at the beginning of the match you feel it, but then once you get into the match, you know, I'm really only concentrate on what's going on the court and the people in my box. I'm not really thinking about everyone else that's watching.
I ask you to look ahead to the semi-final against Berdych, and what do you think might be the most key determining factors in the outcome of that one?
Well, we've never played on grass before. We've played, you know, a few times over the last couple of years on, you know, different surfaces, but never on grass. So I'll have to have a look and see some of his matches to get an idea of maybe some of the things he does differently on the grass courts, what his strengths are, and maybe some of the things that he struggles with a bit. Obviously, he's a big guy who serves well. You know, when he's dictating the points, he hits a big ball. He's a powerful guy. So ideally, I don't want to have him dictating all of the points, because then I'll be doing a lot of running.
Lady there. Andy, on that subject, when Berdych was in earlier, he was talking about how he had watched your game change, even though you hadn't been on grass, and that you had become much more aggressive and way more creative on the court. And he said that was a big difference from earlier. How do you think your game now will match up with his?
Well, yeah, I mean, I know it'll be a tough match, but I mean, I played well against him the last couple of years, but you know, it's nice that the players that I'm playing against say that I'm playing more aggressive, because everyone's only said I played aggressive when Ivan was coaching me, and the last few years I have been playing more aggressive tennis, playing with a little bit more variety, for sure, and you know, that's worked well against him, when in the past I hadn't had such good results against him. The last couple of years has been good.
Over there.
Andy, have you ever been so fired up at the beginning of a deciding set, and have you engaged with the crowd quite as much as you did today?
I mean, I'm sure I played a few matches here and in Davis Cup matches where I would have been as fired up, probably. Yeah. But I don't know. There's been a few matches. Obviously, my match with Nishikori earlier this year is one that I can remember a bit. I remember playing Gasquet here. I was pretty fired up in that one. Stan Wawrinka too. Yeah, I think there's been a few, but today was definitely up there.
The combination, though, you know, with the crowd and yourself getting fired up, it really seems to give you that momentum.
Well, I think it can help, yeah, and that's why it's important to try to use the crowd if you can to your advantage, because they do make a difference. And in, you know, long matches, tough matches, you know, even if it's 0.5%, you know, difference, it's good. And I try to get the crowd into it as much as I can when I'm playing at a home tournament.
Andy, how much do you think you assess the difference between you and Joe in that final set? What was the difference?
I can't remember exactly what happened on the break point in the first game of the fifth set, but you know, he had his chance at the beginning of the set to get the break, didn't get it, and then when I had my opportunity, I took it in the fifth, and that was it. I played a pretty aggressive return, I remember, on the break point, and that was the difference.
And over here.
Andy, you talked about some of those passing shots that Joe Wilfried Tsonga pulled off in the fourth set. It could have crushed the belief of a lot of players. It didn't seem to crush you. You seemed to have a belief that as long as you stayed on that court, you were in that match. Does that come from Where do you get that strength from? Because it hasn't always been there in the past, but you didn't seem at all not to
Thank
play
you.
it.
When was it not there?
Earlier in your career, I don't mean.
Yeah. Well, I just want to win. That's it. I just really wanted to win the match. So, you know, it was frustrating for sure. I mean, he came out with some great shots, but yeah, I just really wanted to win, and the best way to do that is to fight for every point and give your best effort. And I did that today.
You little dancer! The drama here is absolutely amazing. Milos Raonic was right under the cosh against Roger Federer, and Federer was serving to take it to a tiebreak. Raonic somehow held his service game, so he led 6-5. Federer was 40-love up on his own serve. He managed to haul it back to deuce, and at the third time of asking, Milos Raonic finally got the break he needed, so he has taken the fourth set. So we are all level, 7-5 to the Canadian, deep into the fourth set. And it looked for all the world as though it was going to be a tiebreak in the fourth set. And let me remind you, just before you came back to us, there was a break point for Federer at 4-all on the Raonic serve that would have left him serving for the match in the fourth. A momentary wobble there from Federer, and two of the points that he conceded to get back to deuce from 40-love up were double faults. So there was a little flicker of nerves from Federer, and Raonic, with amazing composure, some beautiful returns of serve, has managed to force this match into a fifth. Even from a neutral's perspective, you had to want that fifth set. I know so many people want Federer to win. They want a Federer-Murray final. But Raonic is also after a little bit of history for Canada. This is a guy who was born in Montenegro, who moved to Canada at the age of 8. His parents said, I just want him to have an opportunity to be happy. I just want him to lead his own life, to have a peaceful upbringing. Raonic has spoken in glowing terms about Canada and about the fact that he owes the North American country any opportunity that he's got. His parents, Dusan and Vesna, are in the front row in the players' box. What a moment for them to see him take this match to a fifth, when 2 years ago, Federer buried him in 3 straight sets. He's after a piece of history here. He wants to be the first Canadian man into the Grand Slam final, and he has shown tremendous heart here, right at the very end, when first of all, it looked as though Federer would be serving for the match at 5-4. He saved a break point. He came back from 40-love down on the Federer serve, and he has produced a moment of magic that the centre court crowd here will not forget. They're standing. They're waiting for one of the two, who I'm just looking here. It's actually Raonic who's gone off for a break. Federer's just restringing a racket. He must have thought, from his own mercurial standards, that this match was just about over. But Raonic has done to him what he did to Cilic in the quarter-final. So Federer is into his second consecutive fifth-set match. And from a brilliant start from Raonic, it was Federer who looked as though he had the initiative. Sir Alex Ferguson, the former Manchester United manager, he's in the royal box. Everybody talking about what a great game this was. The momentum and the initiative switched back to Roger Federer, but what a display of character from Milos Raonic. Deep into the fourth set, he has forced this one to go all the way. And anybody who's lucky enough to have a ticket here on Centre Court this afternoon is already getting tremendous value for money with this match alone, before we even start thinking about who the winner of this one would face in the final. Murray and Berdych still to come, and they must have been watching, thinking that they were about to head out here onto Centre Court for the second semi-final. But oh no, said Milos Raonic, I may have lost in straight sets 2 years ago, but I've got the bottle and the belief and the ground strokes and the return of serve to put the great man Roger Federer under pressure and to force him to come out and show us just how much he wants it in the fifth. Unbelievable drama here on Centre Court. All square at the start of fifth. Will it be Raonic? Will it be Federer? Well, the Canadian has given himself a massive opportunity here. He looked dead and buried, and he lives to fight another set. Unbelievable drama, top quality, and it shows you just what this championship means, not just for Federer aiming to get into the final and secure that elusive 8th title, but for Raonic to finally make it into a Grand Slam showdown. Unbelievable. They both deserve to get there. There's only room for one last set to determine the identity of our first finalist here in 2016. This is absolutely top class.
Well, if Rob's commentary hasn't got you amped up, I don't know what will. Yes, wow. The first men's semi-final has gone straight into a 5th set, and we've still got one more to come. They are delivering. We never expected any less. And, well, the expected crowd on the hill are enjoying every single minute of it. Most of them probably here to watch Andy Murray, who is probably... well, I imagine was getting prepared to come out on court with the stage that match was in. He's got to sit down and wait for a whole other set to be completed before he has to think about coming on court. A couple of things to pick up there, Thomas. Rob was just mentioning Milos had gone off court again, perhaps for another bathroom break, but perhaps more telling, we saw that Roger Federer just had the trainer on court giving some work to his right thigh. Does that concern you, or do you think that's precaution?
Yeah, a little bit, because I was actually thinking also, we could see that last game he was up 4-love, and then he also did 2 double faults. A little bit lack of concentration, but that's very uncommon when it comes to Roger Federer. So maybe the little fatigue start to get in. Usually it's this concentration that the first move, and also that he took treatment in the set break on his right thigh, right leg, and hopefully that it's not going to be anything serious, so he can finish up this 5th set.
Roger, of course, had to come through 5 sets to get to this stage against Marin Cilic in the quarters. For Milos Raonic, he did have a 5-setter in the 4th round. He got through the quarters against Sam Querrey, though, in 4. If Roger has to go back-to-back 5 sets to come through this, you've got to imagine there'll be some fatigue lasting in the final. But even before we think ahead to then, this 5th set now, advantage Raonic?
Maybe a little bit, because like I said, it's very, very unusual. You see Roger Federer make that kind of so many mistakes in a row that he did in that last service game, and he was also very close to breakthrough for a 5-4 lead, and also had another couple of break points in the beginning of this 4th set. So of course, mentally also difficult for Federer to come out in his 5th set. But again, we know that how many times he's been in this position, and then let's see if he can bring out the magic.
And your take on the bathroom breaks that we're seeing Milos take. He went off court, actually, interestingly, at the end of the 2nd set. Roger, I think, maybe thought that it was a bit longer than necessary. He was stood up waiting, kind of jumping around, stretching on the baseline, trying to stay amped up for this match. Eventually Milos came back. I think he changed. He had a bag with him, a couple of extra towels back. He's gone off again at the end of that 4th with a very different mindset, having just won that set, whereas he just lost the set on a tiebreak the last time. What's your take on the amount of time players should be allowed off court? Because 5-set matches can go a long way.
Yeah, I guess you have to be able to go to the bathroom if you need to, but I don't really like those big breaks, and I'm not saying about maybe this match in particular, but I've seen a lot of times where actually the player lose a set, and in the set break they disappear to make a bathroom break, and they are gone for a very, very long time. And I think that's what's so nice about tennis, that this momentum changes. It's part of the game that you should handle it. So I don't like that thing that you can be away for that long time that sometimes the players do in the set breaks.
Well, Catherine, Rob Walker's dancing around his commentary box. I would love to have seen John McEnroe's reaction in his commentary box with his player Milos pushing that to 5. What is the reaction online?
Well, a lot of attention on John McEnroe, who, as you say, is in the BBC commentary booth covering this match. Milos Raonic, his charge. Amazing that he is able to commentate on this match. And his take on it was that was an absolutely incredible game by Raonic to break the Federer serve and take that full set. So he's pleased with what he's seeing. Some glorious volleys in that game and throughout that set that are really helping him. Without doubt, the stamp of McEnroe is definitely showing on Milos Raonic's game. Bit more reaction for you. It's only the 2nd time Federer has played back-to-back 5-setters at a slam. The previous time was in the 2013 Australian Open quarterfinal against Tsonga, semi-final against Murray.
That's amazing.
We've got Jonathan
statistic.
Overend. It is an incredible statistic. It is. Jonathan Overend pointing out Raonic will win Wimbledon one day soon, no doubt. And that seems to be the general feeling, that Raonic, sort of regardless of what ends up happening in this match, has shown what he is made of in terms of his mental game, his physical game, his technical game. And he's a Wimbledon champion in waiting, seems to be the resounding feedback.
I think that is a pretty general consensus. Perhaps, this year there's so many storylines, of course, many people willing Roger Federer on. A fifth set will determine whether Milos Raonic or Roger Federer takes one of the places available at the men's singles final here at Wimbledon. But we're going to take you back out to court 17, where the British pairing of Hewitt and Reed won the first set in the gentlemen's wheelchair doubles. Gordon Reed, don't forget, has already played his way into the singles final of this of Wimbledon, where he will play Stefan Olsen. And they'll be trying to get this done in straight sets. They're already a break-up in the second, so we'll join it with some commentary on court 17.
15.
Back behind. Oh, it was called long.
Yeah, it was long.
For the Lions judge.
No, you could see it was going long.
15 on.
Right idea here from Joachim Gerard. Very clever.
Hitting it back behind the player again.
Net for service.
He doesn't.
Well,
we've seen a few of those. The odd double fault creeping in. 7 for this team, only 1 for their opponents.
Really need a good service game here.
Oh, wonderful. Causing the indecision right down through the middle of the doubles team.
30.
And during that rally, you could hear Gustavo Fernandez going, you, and then he didn't actually call it on the last one. And Gerard had to turn round and he would have done a backhand. It should really have been the forehand. It should have been Fernandez's. That's who they've got to be playing on, I think. Fernandez at the moment is the weak link. Get your serves in, Alfie Hewitt, and then play on Fernandez. Lovely slice by Gordon Reed. Really cut under it, and he had side spin on it. Straight back to Fernandez. Lovely slice by Gordon.
So effective on the green stuff.
Oh!
So it's a game point for a 3-love lead here. Alfie Hewitt serving, top of your picture. Nice idea from Alfie Hewitt there, but just a little greedy, a little bit under hit that drop shot. So back to deuce then. But they're smiling, they're having fun out here, and this is most important. Couple of untimely, unforced errors then from Alfie Hewitt, and suddenly they're up against it. It's a break point against them now.
Use.
Gustavo over presses again. He's almost trying to batter through the other doubles pairing, but of course in doubles, good doubles is all just that little bit more subtle, isn't it? Angles, changes of speed, spin. Hard to rifle your way through.
He's having a bad day, and in singles, generally you can, because you're hitting more balls, you can hit your way out of it. In doubles, it's a lot harder to get yourself out of the mire. And he's having a bit of a
mare.
Yeah, a bit of a mare. Well, his wheels are stuck in the quagmire. He's.
I don't think you should announce that too loud, Peter. Here, these gorgeous.
Yeah, not on the
courts.
grass. Yeah,
they are really lovely courts. So few, if any, bad bounces seen all championships. But you're right, it's a unique surface and it's tricky to play on, and that's why for 10 years all we've ever seen is wheelchair doubles here rather than singles. For that very issue, I remember declaring last year, Pete, because of traction. Not so anymore.
Yeah, I mean the chairs don't beat the courts up. They actually, the whole point is you want the chairs to go across as smoothly and as fast as possible. You know, the tyres haven't got mega tread on. They want friction. They don't want mud plugging tyres that chew up the grass.
Oh, and they break. The challengers, the underdogs, are back, trailing 1-2. They stay in touch with the second seeds here.
Leading by 2 games to 1 second set and by 1 set to lot.
So still plenty to fight for out on court number 17, but we've been joined by some mixed doubles winners here today. Oliver Marach and Yelena Ostapenko have come through their match out on court number 3 in 3 sets and have set up a place in the semi-finals of the mixed doubles. First of all, congratulations. What does it feel like to reach this stage of a Grand Slam? Oliver, I'll start with you.
For us, it's very special, especially here in Wimbledon. It's one of the best tournaments for me in the world. I know London very well because I played here also twice the Masters Cup at the end of the year. So I played first time with Yelena. She's a great singles player too. She's number 35 in the world and she's just 19 years old. So look out for her in the future. And yeah, we are very happy. We hope we can go further here and let's see what's happening tomorrow.
You're right, she is a very good singles player because, Yelena, you won the Wimbledon Junior Girls title here 2 years ago. How much of an achievement was that for you at the time? And then how nice is it now returning to a Grand Slam where you've previously won the juniors?
Yeah, Wimbledon is my favorite Grand Slam and it's really nice, a special atmosphere here and I really love it to play here. And yeah, I'm playing first time with Oliver and it's really nice to play mixed doubles and I enjoy it.
I heard actually that it was the first time you ever played mixed doubles, right?
Yeah. I really enjoy it. It's something
something
different, and I think it's so much fun.
How did this partnership come about?
I forget to say, she liked to hit at the man, she told me.
Really? It's a perfect opportunity to do that in mixed doubles. Yeah, how did the partnership come about between you two?
I know her manager very well, so he asked us if we want to play together. And we already wanted to play in Paris, Roland Garros. We didn't get in, we were 1 out. So we said, okay, let's play in Wimbledon because here the draw is bigger. So the cut is a little bit less. We got in here, so very good. We already said we're going to play also in US Open.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, now you're in the semi-finals against the winner of the match that's scheduled for court number 1 later on. It's they're waiting for the Williams encounter to be decided. Now that match features one pairing of Henri Continon and Heather Watson, who beat Leander Paes and Martina Hingis last night. We all know how incredibly impressive they have been. What's your taking on the fact that you don't have a Hingis and Leander in the tournament to contest with?
Me? Okay. Well, I mean, of course, Leander and Hingis were great mixed players, but I say in mixed, it's a lot of tactics. The game is we have to, as men, we have to play full. We don't try to hit the girl.
Yeah.
But we serve full. So we serve full on the girl, of course, full on the man. But then we try to play like I formation, what is uncomfortable. I have to say for women also, we try to play lobs or like these balls after the net. Then, of course, it depends how is the day, how we play during the day, how is the match going on. But so far we have playing very well. She returns unbelievable. I mean, she returns the main serve like out of nothing, like winners. I don't know how. I don't even cannot hit winners all the time, but she was returning great. And yeah, it's a good mix-up. Our harmony is very good on the court. I hope we can keep on going. And let's see what's happening.
What do you always say, Oliver? Because you have played both mixed and doubles, obviously, for a long time. It's only Grand Slam that you have a chance actually to play the mix. What would you say? Like, what's the biggest difference between regular doubles and mixed doubles?
Well, I mean, the men's doubles, I would say it's very fast nowadays. I mean, you have 1-2 shots. Mainly the guys that you see now, they serve bombs. Even the second serve, they go for it. You have 1-2 rallies. In mix, you have a little bit more time. You can try some more stuff, like I said, as I say, lobs against. If you lob against the man, they know. I mean, they are faster. When they smash, it's too tough. Yeah. But then you play this, these topspin shots after the nets. It's more difficult for the girls. They play more flat, and they used to have also flat volleys, and the men give them this topspin volley, which is much more difficult to control.
Let's take a look at some of your action from today. I don't know if you watch yourself back very often, but now's a perfect opportunity to do so. Lady, you were giggling away when he was speaking about how well you were turning the men's serves in this mixed doubles. What is it like feeling the serve, of course, off the man rather than the ladies you're used to?
I don't know why, but maybe because I practice with the man, like a hitting partner, but for me it's kind of not easier, but I feel more comfortable to return the man's serve than the woman's serve. Even it's more much faster and more difficult to return.
She played faster as a man. Just winners. Okay, that was easy for me, but before this, she has really unbelievable ground strokes.
Do you find that playing in the mixed doubles helps your singles game in some ways, Elena? Do you find that playing in the mixed doubles, or even the ladies' doubles, helps your mixed game? It helps your singles game, excuse me?
Yeah, I think it helps a lot because I can return some great serves, can serve there and improve my volleys, so that really helps me.
And is that a choice that you made consciously to hit and practice against a guy?
Yeah. No, I think we don't have many girls in Latvia to practice with, so sometimes I practice with the junior guys and with some hitting partners. Because all the girls that we have in Latvia, they are not practicing there. So.
Totally fair enough. So big smiles on your face there as you come through. And I'm guessing, Oliver, who's the boss in this relationship? Do you come up with the tactics? Team effort?
I always say at home, happy wife, happy life. So it's the same like in mixed. She also tell me where she want to serve. Like, it's normally in mixed, always the man starts.
Yeah.
But today she started twice on the same side because she likes to serve on one side. She's very superstitious. So she want to stay on the side. So it's not normal that the women start, but it's okay for me. As long as we're happy and we play good and we're winning, we keep on going.
Right, as long as you're winning, who cares exactly
Yeah.
what order you do it in. Do you have any other superstitions out on court, Elena?
No, I mean...
Excuse me?
Yeah, maybe with serve, I don't know, it's not superstitious, but it's like we served the other day the same, and I got used to the wind and everything, and maybe that's why I wanted to keep the same, and the sun as well.
Towels?
Yeah, it looks like it's a few more, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a couple of more, but I think everyone has something that does the same every day and every match.
Everyone wants Wimbledon.
Some players use the same showers.
He'll give everything away. Anything else?
No, that's too much information.
You said that you've got a couple of kids here, which keeps you very busy off court. Is Wimbledon a nice place for them to travel to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's I think my 12th or 13th Wimbledon now, and maybe even more. I have 2 kids, so I always rent a house here close to Wimbledon. They have a great crash here for the kids, so they can be here the whole day. They have like 5 nannies or 5 really great women who take care of the kids all the day. So the kids are busy, they can play there, I can play my matches, and it's perfect when the family is here.
Happy wife, happy life.
Exactly.
As he said. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us, and listen, best of luck in the semis.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oliver and Yelena are winning mixed doubles pairing from earlier today at Wimbledon. And while we're just building towards the second semi-final of the day, it will be between Andy Murray and Thomas Berdych. So let's check in with our IBM Tennis Insights.
Today we're previewing the men's semi-final between the 2013 champion Andy Murray and the finalist from 2010 Thomas Berdych. The first point we're going to look at is the battle from the baseline between these two players. You might think that Andy Murray brings the better credentials from the baseline into this match, but actually Thomas Berdych is posting marginally better numbers from the back of the court. He's tied fourth in baseline points won at 53% compared to Murray's win percentage of 52%, which is tied sixth for the tournament, both comfortably above the tournament average of 46%. So Pat, who's going to win this battle from the baseline in this semi-final?
Well, you'd think Andy Murray, wouldn't you? But Thomas Berdych is one of the cleanest hitting players there is on the circuit, and he's got grass court credentials. He's been in the final here before. The grass, in actual fact, gives him a little bit more speed off the court. So it's not surprising that he's hitting a lot of winners. It's just surprising that he's a little bit ahead of Murray, but it'll certainly be a battle, that's for sure.
Well, both players' forehands have been the most offensive weapon out on display, but whilst Thomas Berdych has played 2 sets more to this stage, he's hit considerably more forehand winners. 79 for the 10th seed to 56 for Andy Murray. It's much more even on total backhand winners though, with Berdych holding a slight edge with 35 to Murray's 30. So 114 total winners for Berdych to Murray's 86. So is that the tactic today, all-out aggression from Thomas Berdych?
I think it will be, Annabelle. Andy Murray actually doesn't mind rallying and then setting up the ball and hitting a winner with the forehand or the backhand. He's quite patient, but Berdych wants to hit the winner straight away. And this is a good tactic against Murray. He doesn't want to go in extended baseline rallies. He wants to get straight in there, first big hit, go for the winner. And that's certainly going to be the tactic he will bring into the match today.
Finally, and perhaps unsurprisingly, both players have got their return games well and truly dialed in. Murray has broken serve 27 times in the 75 service games he's faced, tied third in that category for the tournament, and Berdych has also broken serve 27 times, but in 92 games faced. Interestingly, they have both converted 47% of the break points they've created. We know that Andy Murray has a great return of serve, but what's impressed you about Thomas Berdych's?
Well, Thomas has always returned hard on the second serve, and this is something that Andy Murray has only sort of recently incorporated into his game, attacking the second serve well, certainly during the clay court season and here in the grass court season. But Thomas Berdych will be looking at attacking Murray's second serve as Tsonga did, very effectively. They've both got great success on break points, and that will certainly be the area that Berdych will be focusing on, getting that second serve, hitting the ball for a winner, being aggressive as we know he is.
Well, we're all looking forward to it. We'll be back with more IBM Tennis Insights tomorrow.
Game, second match.
Wonderful work by Berdych.
Bye-bye. Well, if there is any fatigue, that rally won't have done him any good. What a point that was.
Oh, beautifully put away. The high overhead backhand and a flick of the wrist.
Full pelt, and still with the skill to make it.
vision, creativity, imagination, all loaded into one gorgeous shot.
Well, that is the head-to-head we're looking forward to next on centre court. But before we think about that, Raonic could be close to a first ever Wimbledon final appearance. It would mean that Roger Federer loses in the semi-final here for the first time in his Wimbledon career. That is yet to be decided. We will get you back out to centre court as soon as possible. But first of all, let's welcome back in Craig O'Shannessy. Craig, that fourth set was crucial. What was the most important thing in there?
Yeah, I want to talk about two dynamics. The first is when Roger Federer goes up 40-love in his service games. For the past year and a half, he wins 98% of those service games. Almost perfect. The other thing is that Roger hardly ever double faults. In the first two rounds here, 0 double faults. But those two dynamics came together with Roger serving at 5-6 in the fourth set. He led 40-love. He lost at that point to go to 40-15, and then double fault, and it's back to deuce. And Milos was inspired. He hit 2 return passing shot winners and won the set and is now leading in the fifth set. So let's look at a couple of those key moments in the fourth set where Milos got control. So serving here, good serve, good coming in, great volley. And he's just controlling the back of the court with his forehand. This was a huge volley. If we look up in the right, the left corner there, it's 5-all love 30 that he comes up with such an amazing volley to stay in it. Really good depth, and this is going to be a very difficult volley. The ball is going low, so this is a really good shot by Roger. It's going to be dug out down there, and you'd almost say right now, advantage Roger Federer. But Milos comes up with a great volley and a great touch forehand volley wide, and there the confidence grows and he starts ripping returns. Those are the two big ones, and this is the shot of the tournament for Roger. He's come forward, and when you look at the feet of Milos Raonic, he's staying. He's not going anywhere. Look at his hips through here. He's not going anywhere. This ball goes cross-court with good spin over there. Just roll it easy. Milos is staying. Roger picks wrong. He goes down the line, and there is the crucial break of serve in the fourth set. So what I've been also very impressed with is the body language, how strong he is. And over the past 4 or 5 years, he doesn't give the fist pump as much. He doesn't show the animation with the body language. Today, he's doing it perfectly. And you've got to think that McEnroe and Moya in the coach's box are helping bring that out of him. So he's playing inspired tennis and leading in the fifth set against Roger Federer.
He is indeed leading. Thank you so much, Craig O'Shannessy. Always terribly informative up here in our studio. We need to get you up to date on exactly what is taking place over on centre court. So let's say hello again to Rob Walker.
Yes, welcome back. Milos Raonic is right on the verge of the biggest victory of his career. Absolutely extraordinary, especially when you think that Federer was 40-love up on his own serve, ready to take the fourth set into a tiebreak. And you would have fancied him to maybe win that tiebreak because the momentum was with him at that stage of the match. Really dramatic scenes at 2-1 on serve in this set because Federer, again, he was 40-30 up on his serve. It looked relatively comfortable, but a double fault contributing to 2 break points. And we saw a little bit of physical vulnerability. Federer was being sprayed left and right, even on his own serve, because Raonic has started reading the Federer serve brilliantly. Some of his returns in this set have been absolutely magnificent. And as Federer chased over to his left-hand side, remember, it was that left knee that required surgery. It was the meniscus that something clicked in his knee when he was running a bath for his daughters just after the Australian Open in January. His left toe got caught on the grass, and the full force of his body landed on his left knee. And after that point, he took a moment or two to sit down. And after that point, you started to think, hang on a minute, maybe this is destined to be Raunic's day after all. Then came the break, as I said, the contributing factor to that, not just the knee, but a double fault as well. And Raonic had 2 break points for a double break, but somehow Federer manages to hold that one. He's 30 love up on his serve at the moment, but he's serving to stay in this match. That's gone to 40 love up. But the way Raonic has come out in this 5th set has been unbelievably impressive, because he's started to read Federer's serve brilliantly. And you just get the sense that maybe Federer is suffering a little bit of fatigue. He hasn't indicated that the knee has given him a problem since he stepped aside after jarring it when he fell to his left-hand side. But in previous games, where he's had pinpoint accuracy on the sidelines or on the baseline, now there are 1 or 2 points that are missing, and it's all contributing to the belief that Milos Raonic has that finally he will get to a Grand Slam showdown. He's shown in close-up here saying, come on, Milos Raonic is serving for this match. His mum and dad are living every ball here. It's just absolutely amazing drama. Cameras focusing on Federer down the far end of the court. He's a magnificent champion. Have we seen his best days here at Wimbledon? He was aiming to become the oldest finalist in 42 years. Raonic focusing, composed. He's got the first point there. He's 3 away from a place in the Wimbledon final. Bounces the ball 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. The 6'5" frame reaches up into the air. He's been serving some absolute bombs, and he's doing so again now. What was the speed on that? 136. It's not his fastest. He's gone up as high as 145 in the past. Raonic now 30 love up on his serve. It's 5-3. He clawed his way back from the brink to give himself belief here that he could secure the biggest win of his life so far. With 1 more to come, he hopes, in the Wimbledon final. 3 match points now for Milos Raonic. That serve 119 miles an hour. All the work he's done with John McEnroe, all the self-belief, moving from Montenegro to Canada, a nation that embraced him, the talent that emerged with great help from his parents who are watching in the players' box. 3 match points, another huge serve. This time Federer gets it back. Raonic goes to his left. Oh, and there's the shot, there's the moment. And Milos Raonic has done it. It's the biggest win of his career so far. His mum and dad, Dusan and Vesna, embrace each other, and they will embrace their son, who at 25 years of age has made it into the Wimbledon final. And as one career begins to blossom, we start to think that after so many mercurial moments from Roger Federer, maybe we have seen his best days here on centre court. The journey may well not be over, but there was a vulnerability there from Roger Federer in the final set that we haven't witnessed for a few years. Federer gave that absolutely everything. Remember, he saved match points against Marin Cilic and came through an epic 5-setter to book his place here in an 11th Wimbledon semi-final. But for the first time, Federer walks off court at Wimbledon after a semi-final as the loser. 10 wins in a row, but today belongs to the 6'5" Canadian who has produced the moment of his life. A standing ovation here on centre court. One for a player who will re-emerge in this championship, another for a man who may well have given his best here at Wimbledon after so many great victories. Is he destined to finish his career as a 7-time Wimbledon champion? Well, it's the end of the journey for now for Federer. His post-match press conference will be fascinating. But what a great, great accolade for Milos Raonic. And there's one more chapter left in this. We've seen him get to the semi-finals before. Knocked out in straight sets by Roger Federer 2 years ago. But after 3 hours and 25 minutes of scintillating tennis, Milos Raonic has finally made his way into a Grand Slam showdown. A thumbs up and a thank you Raonic heads away. And what a moment, and what a privilege to witness that here on centre court. 3 hours and 25 minutes of top quality drama. One or two members of the crowd just going off for a comfort break before they reassemble for this drama part 2 with Murray against Berdych. But the headline here is that somewhere, just as Federer looked as though he had the stranglehold on the match, drawing on all those years of momentum and those 10 successive semi-final victories, this time, somehow, as he managed to get across the line in the 4th set, the momentum and the belief shifted back to Milos Raonic. Fascinating to hear the post-match thoughts of not just him, but John McEnroe, because in that 5th set, I'm not sure Raonic had ever returned anybody as well as he did there. He just seemed to click. The belief came into play, and so too did his ability to read the Roger Federer serve. Well, we may have seen the best at Wimbledon of Roger Federer. His campaign has drawn to a close, but Milos Raonic has just come through the biggest match of his life, and there's one more to come, and it will be on Sunday. The only question is, will it be Murray or Berdych he's up against? Right now, I suspect he doesn't care. Milos Raonic has broken some Roger Federer fans' hearts here, but he has set the pulses racing in Canada because he is the first player from his nation to make it into the Grand Slam final. And what a way to do it. 3 hours, 25 minutes of top quality drama. And it's Raonic who will be in the Wimbledon final, and how he deserves it. What a match. What a moment. A great privilege to witness the best performance of the Canadian's career so far.
Indeed he has, Rob. Milos Raonic has come of age at the start of today. He was the only one of the Final Four not to have previously made it to a Grand Slam final. And as Rob Walker has just reminded you, he has now become the first Canadian male to achieve that at any Grand Slam in tennis history. So huge congratulations to Milos Raonic, who may have just tipped his cap to John McEnroe in the commentary box as he walked off court. Craig, you're always analysing these matches for us. We just looked at the 4th set with you in great detail. I know you haven't had time to reflect hugely on the 5th yet, but for you, what was that winning factor in the end?
Yes, there are a few things that really stood out to me. Under pressure, when the break points were there, when the love 30s were there, Milos performed so well. He stood up on those big points, right throughout the match, and I was very, very impressed there. I liked how he controlled the ad court. That was always going to be a battle. Most points, once the serve is in, whether it starts on the deuce or the ad, most points kick into an ad court battle where we've got a forehand versus a backhand, and that's exactly what happened today. Milos controlled the ad court with his forehand. He pressured Roger's backhand. He was able to come in down the line. He was able to approach through there. So once he got control of that battle, it was downhill somewhat for Roger there. The returning game got better, and Rob just talked about that in the 5th set. The ability to block returns and make returns. One more ball works at every single level of the game. So, and lastly, almost even more so than all of those things is his body language. I've watched Milos come up as a young player and do so well, and he's always been somebody that I've looked at and said, just show us something, get the crowd involved, get them onto your back. So, there was enough fist pumps out there. There was enough animation with his body language to kind of diffuse the centre court crowd. Everybody's going to be going for Roger out there. So great job between the points. Great job during the point, and playing as good as I've ever seen him play.
It was some big guy tennis, exactly what Mark told us to be aware of earlier on today. We have the potential at least now, Thomas, for a rematch of the final we saw at Queen's Club 3 weeks ago. Andy Murray would have to come through his match against Thomas Berdych, though, and there is still plenty to be played out there because they're only just preparing to come out on court. For you, what was the most impressive thing today?
I think for me this was a mental victory for Milos Raonic.
Yeah.
I think this is a career changer for him because he has now showed himself and everybody else that he's ready to win a Grand Slam. Of course, he played fantastic tennis. He used a good strategy. I think he hit his backhand the best I ever seen. He returned the best I ever seen. But this was a mental battle for him. He came back from 2-1 against Roger Federer on the center court. He's ready to win a Grand Slam. He might not win on Sunday, but he will definitely win a Grand Slam in the future, for sure.
We saw a very different Milos walking out onto court today. He'd already reached this stage of Wimbledon before 2 years ago. At that stage, we'd heard he was just happy to be in the semi-finals. This time, he believed he could go one step further. I wonder your impression on the Milos Raonic we may see on the final. Will he believe he can win on Sunday?
Yes, I think he does. And what he showed today is like, one thing is to tell yourself when you're out on the court, of course, I believe I can win, and thing. But the one other thing, the most difficult thing is to actually believe it. I mean? So he has showed himself, and this takes a lot of work. It's a lot of practice, it's a lot of winning matches, it's a lot of everything he has done in the past has now finally, the last piece of the puzzle for me is there now, and that he showed today.
Yeah, he's come of age. It really, honestly, genuinely feels like that. A career-defining moment, says Thomas. Catherine, what is the reaction online?
So much reaction, both to Federer losing, to Raonic winning, the nature of the match. Chris Evett here, was it my imagination or did Roger Federer have that match so close? Congratulations to Milos, well-deserved win. Pat Cash says, huge congratulations to Milos Raonic on an amazing performance, stunning tennis under enormous pressure. And of course the post-mortem begins as to where it was won, where it was lost by both players. David Law commenting or feeding back on Pat Cash's comments on BBC Radio, saying Federer's legs are gone. I think that was made midway through the fifth set. Mike Dixon pointing out the break points, a huge factor in that match. Federer badly hurt by taking only 1 out of 9 break points, but full credit to Milos Raonic. A few quotes coming in from the post-match interview that Milos Raonic did immediately off the court with the BBC. He said, "John McEnroe told me to leave it all out there today," and that's exactly what he did. He could easily have capitulated in that fourth set. He regrouped and he came back stronger, and it was incredible stuff. And just one more quote from Raonic from that BBC interview. When asked about the influence of John McEnroe, he said, "He gave me plenty that helped today, but so did Carlos." Let's not forget Carlos Moya and of course Riccardo Piatti. It is a team contribution, and boy, have that team done their jobs today.
Oh gosh, they certainly haven't. We saw them front and centre. McEnroe, of course, busy with commentary duties, but watching nonetheless. So much to celebrate for Milos Raonic. Devastation, really, for Roger Federer, who couldn't probably believe he was on the journey that he was on at Wimbledon, with everything he'd been through this year, this calendar year of 2016 so far. The knee surgery we've spoken about, the back trouble we've spoken about, the lack of match practice. Ultimately, today, do you think it came down to fitness for Roger?
Yeah, a little bit, I think, but at the same time, I mean, he put himself in the position to win this match. Don't forget that. He did get off a little bit of a slow start, but he was up 2-1, and he had break points in the beginning of the fourth set. He had break point by 4-all. He was very close to serve for the match. So I think that he didn't, and he told it himself, like before the tournament, he didn't really know where he was standing. He didn't know what to expect. But I think as the tournament went along, especially after that great match against Cilic, I think he really believed that he could take another title here. So I think he would be very disappointed after this match.
He's 34 years of age, as is Serena Williams. Many people saying if she doesn't do it this year, not sure when she will. The same may be said for Roger Federer. A difficult day for Switzerland, an enormous day for Canada. They have their first ever man in a Grand Slam final. Huge congratulations to Milos Raonic, and it won't be long before Andy Murray and Thomas Berdych take on court. So let's get to know a little bit more about Andy Murray. Well, time now to speak about the game of Andy Murray in a bit more detail. Of course, the great British hope will be trying to win a second Wimbledon title here across these next 2 weeks. And of course, he did just win a final against Milos Raonic at Queen's Club a couple of weeks ago. And we see him, Mark, being so good returning a serve, particularly from someone as powerful as Raonic. How is he able to do it so well?
Yeah, I felt like Queen's, he just always looks so relaxed there. He knows it's perfect preparation for Wimbledon. Each match he played, he got better and better and stronger and stronger. And then Raonic, definitely his most dangerous match. We all know, I feel like Raonic is a dark horse at Wimbledon. Now having John McEnroe in his corner and what he brings to the table is huge. And so, a set 3-love down, and Raonic hasn't lost a serve in the whole tournament. All of a sudden comes back to turn it around, and the way he did, and quite comfortably beat him in the third set. Just shows the strength that Murray has in his ground strokes. His hands are incredible. He's one of the best returners, if not the best returner in the game right now. The way he's able to read the serves, especially Raonic, who's incredibly difficult to read with that big ball toss. He's got a very consistent ball toss that kind of goes everywhere. He can serve it out wide in the body, and he's very good at mixing it up. And the way he hung in there, waited for his opportunity, and all he needed was that one opportunity, and broke straight back, and then broke 3 times in a row, I think that was, to take it on. But talking about that return, as I said, he's got incredible hands. What he does so well is he stays back a little bit and then kind of waits for that serve and then moves in. And he has a beautiful short backswing on the returns. You know, it's a little bit different on the ground strokes, but on the serves, he knows he takes a lot of the pace from the serve and uses it against the server. Like Raonic has got a huge serve. You can't afford to have a big swing on the return. And what Murray does so beautifully is he takes it back really early on the backhand and on the forehand side and uses the pace and can kind of, I wouldn't say block it back, but a very short swing to kind of get the ball going. And his body momentum's really going forward, especially on the second serve. He's literally finishing almost a foot to 2 to 3 foot inside, you know, taking it early and literally putting him straight into defense.
I was going to ask where he differs in terms of returning a first serve to a second serve.
Well, it all depends on who you're playing, but of course someone like Milos, whose serve is so huge, you definitely need to have some space and on the first serve. So he's definitely way back on the first serve, but what he still does, he still likes to move in with a split step with a racket back early on both sides.
Okay.
You know, normally there's, against bigger servers, you would guess some of the times on the first serve, but his movement and his coordination, his hands are so good, like what Andre used to be. Andre Agassi, best returner of all time. That's what Murray is right now. He does not guess. You know, I kind of feel like he's there and he sits and waits because he feels like even if it's out wide and it's huge, he still believes and he's still got the hands and his legs to get there and to make a play at the ball. So on a second serve, it's a little bit different. He moves forward a little bit more, but he's still doing the same thing. If this is the baseline, you know, kind of moving back here, he takes one big step, split step, and then kind of takes the ball early inside the court.
On the second serve?
On the second serve, applying that pressure, whether the guy's serving, volleying, or staying back.
And when he has got that ball back in play, we see a lot of drop shots from Andy Murray as well. What does he do so well with that?
Well, what's so great is you don't, when he does his drop shots, you can't read them. It's kind of,
you don't know when they're going to come?
You don't know when they're going to come. So he's so comfortable on the baseline. And the great thing is he kind of sits on the baseline. He doesn't get too far back. Sometimes he does get a little bit too far back against guys where I don't think he should. For instance, like we were talking about Djokovic, against someone where he can't afford to get too far back. But he loves almost like playing possum. You know, he likes being run around the court. Because like I said, he's another guy that takes it from a play from defense to offense incredibly quick. You know, he could be rallying and all of a sudden with that same grip, that change in the last second and does that drop shot because his hands are so good. You know, we've seen him play at Davis Cup winning those doubles with his brother. He's got some beautiful volleys. His volleys improved so well. And that's what he does. He kind of got a beautiful feel on the backhand and the forehand side. But it's important for him not to overuse that shot during Wimbledon, where I felt like maybe at the French, could have been a little bit too much.
Okay.
Especially someone who's incredibly quick like Djokovic, but most of the time he does get away from that, like, you know, because then what happens? It's a drop shot and then we all know what's coming next.
Right.
The lob, right?
Exactly.
The flick lob, the beautiful flick lob. That's another, one of the best shots on the tour right now is his topspin lob on the backhand side and the forehand side, especially, you know, forehand kind of where he's running. He almost hooks it really late and he waits for the player to commit himself and then kind of does that big hook lob. So he's definitely got a lot of shots in his portfolio, that's for sure.
So Andy seems to be playing well enough, Mark, to get himself almost to the finish line. He's made the last 2 Grand Slam finals, but coming up short to Novak Djokovic each time. What has he got to do then, a bit extra, to try and beat Novak?
This is where I love watching Andy, and this is where I get a little frustrated because I believe in matches, quarterfinals, kind of semis, he's a little bit more aggressive. He's going forward a little bit more, and then he plays Djokovic on all the finals where he's done many in the past few years, and I feel like he gets a little passive. He's just waiting a little bit too much, almost like for Djokovic to miss, and we spoke about that earlier, that Djokovic is not going to miss. Right. So I would love to see him take some risks. I'm not talking about all the time, but sometimes. Maybe on the second serve, turn around, or he's got such amazing hands as we've been speaking about. Go in, take it early, come to the net. He's got great volleys. He can back up that shot. So I would like to see him get a little bit aggressive and come to the net. Do something a little bit different. You know, it's like I said, it's tough to sit back and rally, even though no matter how comfortable Andy is on the back, and we all know he can rally all day as well, move all day, but if you've played someone so many times and they've almost at stages got your number at Grand Slams, you got to do something to change it. So
maybe we'll see a riskier Andy Murray at this year's Wimbledon Championships. Who knows? It could be the one thing he needs to do to beat Djokovic. Now with Andy Murray. Andy, if you could pick one player in history to play at Wimbledon.
Ivan Lendl.
If you could have one superpower.
Invisibility.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Muhammad Ali.
If you could pick one city.
One city, Miami.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
Federer, Nadal, the one, I can't even remember what year it was. I was actually watching it. I was here in the crowd, I watched it.
Wow, in
live.
Court.
Yeah.
Amazing. If you could pick one emoji.
The wink. Yeah.
I don't need to give you a wink, but I just did. If you could pick one movie.
Usual Suspects.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Sean Connery.
If you could lift one sporting trophy not in tennis.
Heavyweight boxing world championship.
Interesting.
I think if you are the heavyweight boxing champion, it does mean you're the man, so it would be that, yeah.
If you could erase one fashion error from your history.
I think any haircut I've had over the years, I don't think any of them have been particularly fashionable, so my hair.
Okay, if you could watch one band or singer perform live.
You
could have seen them.
I have seen them. Ed Sheeran, very good.
Great choice. If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life.
One food for the rest of my life, sushi.
Good
sushi.
Choice.
Salmon avocado sushi.
Roll.
Yeah.
Okay. And lastly, if you could play a trick on any player on tour.
A trick on any player on tour. Daniel Nesta.
Interesting. Any reason?
Yeah, because he deserves it. He's always just talking nonsense to everyone. He's so loud in the locker rooms that he's someone that I think most of the players would actually like to trick. Yeah.
All right, watch out, Daniel. Andy, thank you.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
What'd you expect?
You cannot be serious.
Yeah.
Man.
Lewis Hamilton better watch out.
Well, we saw John McEnroe there. He's already in some ways through to the men's singles final as the coach of Milos Raonic. He'll be at centre court on Sunday. And Andy Murray looking to be the man who'll be facing Milos Raonic in the final. On his way out onto centre court. Thomas Berdych leading the players out. Many people looking forward to this second semi-final. So many British fans in the crowd there on centre court. A few empty seats you can see there as people head out for refreshment between these two matches, but the famous arena will be absolutely packed and buzzing for this match between the British and Czech player. Andy Murray looking pretty cool, calm and collected there as he heads out onto centre court. Last time he was on there, a real battle he faced against Jo-Wilfried Tsonga. Thomas Berdych has had his own battles at this tournament, most notably having to beat his countryman Yuri Vesely, did so in 5 sets. But here they are on centre court, ready for the second semi-final. And Kjothavong back in the studio with me. And I think the key statistic, really, if we look at this matchup, is the head-to-head. The last 3 times they've played, it's been so comfortable for Murray. Hasn't dropped a set in those matches. They played 3 times in the last year or so, 6-4, 6-4, 6-1, 6-3, and 6-3, 6-2. Those matches were on hard and clay courts. Is the grass going to help Berdych, or is there no way that he can deal with Murray today?
Well, if the grass doesn't help Berdych, I don't think anything else will. It is surprising that this is their first meeting, actually, on a grass court. And yes, Berdych has to use the surface to his advantage. The grass now, you can see all the brown patches around the court. It's certainly a lot quicker than it was this time a week ago. But I think the key to this match is really the 2 shots, the serve and the return. Berdych needs to serve well, as does Murray. But Berdych, you know, if he's going to have any chance against Murray, he needs to return, he needs to go out and all guns blazing, and he needs to take his chances. He can't afford to get into these long rallies with Andy. You know, Andy loves to just grind from the back. We know he's playing more aggressively these days, but Andy just has more variety, which makes it awkward for Berdych out there. So for Berdych to really make headway here, he's got to keep the points short, and he's got to be clinical where he can.
In your experience, when you come into a match against a player that you know as well, you've played in the last 3 matches, you've maybe lost very comfortably, how do you feel going into that match? Does it weigh on your mind? OK, the last 3 times we played, he's thrashed me. Do you think about that?
Yeah, it's hard not to, as much as you want to put it to the back of your mind. Those head-to-head match, those results are still there, and they'll still be fresh. That match in Madrid, very straightforward for Murray. That was their most recent. But Berdych knows he's got to do something different out there, and he's got to trust himself. He can go out with the best game plan ever, but if he doesn't trust himself when on those big points, when he has his chances, then he doesn't stand a chance against Murray.
Was a little while ago. We know it was 6 years ago. He made the Wimbledon final, losing to Rafael Nadal in that final. But how much confidence can Berdych draw on that performance here at Wimbledon? He knows he can play well on centre court. How's that going to help him today against Murray, you think?
He's got to believe he has a chance. The fact that he's made a final here, great, but it was a number of years ago, and it's a completely different opponent now he's got today in Andy Murray. It's a man he's always struggled with on all surfaces. And, you know, he's played well. He can't be satisfied that he's reached a semi-final of the Slam. I'm sure he's desperate to get through this one, but I think of all the big 4, I think Murray's probably the toughest opponent for Berdych, probably the one he finds the most frustrating. And it won't help when he looks up to Murray's box or his box, he'll see Ivan Lendl there.
It's got worse, I suppose, from Berdych's
yeah, well, because Berdych was so desperate to work with Lendl, and Lendl didn't want to take the job. But Berdych still slightly bemused by it. Lendl at the time said he didn't have the time, but yet here he is with Andy Murray. So that's got to hurt, considering, you know, Lendl, same country as Berdych. from the same country, I should say. You'd think there'd be, someone there behind you wanting you to do well, but yet he's for his opponent.
For the Murray camp, what are the things that make you feel confident coming into this match, other than the head-to-head? What is it that Andy Murray does so well against Berdych that helps him play a player like Berdych?
Well, Andy's got the game that just makes things awkward for Berdych out there. Berdych, we know, isn't the quickest around the court, and Murray always finds a way to outmaneuver him and make him feel silly out there and makes him overpress. So in some ways, Andy Murray is kind of like the Radvanska of the women's tour. You're not quite sure what's coming at you, and there's so much variety. There's so many different types of spins he can play, changes of pace, and someone like Berdych just goes out, ends up going for too much, and the errors cost him at the end of the day. But in terms of Murray's team, hopefully, well, I don't think they're ever calm. As much as they try to be, they're always on the edge of their seats. It's always a bit of a roller coaster watching Andy. But I think they can take confidence from the fact that Lendl is back in the team, and there's something about just having Lendl around that keeps Andy maybe a little bit more on the straight and narrow than we've previously seen him.
Well, we'll see how much the Lendl effect affects this match, the second one up on centre court. But earlier on today, it was an absolutely thrilling encounter. Milos Raonic through to his first Grand Slam final, 6-3, 6-7, 4-6, 7-5, 6-3 over Roger Federer. And Roger Federer was pretty much straight off the court and into his press conference. We can hear from him now.
Roger, so many opportunities, 3 break points, and then...
Just don't remind me of everything.
You remember everything?
No, don't remind me of everything. Just get to the end of the question. I know you like to do it, so,
okay, so
thank you.
Tell us what are your feelings, and which was the biggest opportunity you think you had?
Well, I'm not quite sure which one either myself, Maybe love 30, good passing to go love 40, but from then on, I don't know. I guess I had a break point. I don't know how many, but there was opportunities there. Yeah, so opportunities were all around the fourth set. I think I pushed him on a few service games to get the break, but somehow couldn't get it done. Either he served well or just, he hit the line on the serve, or with the forehand, he did a great job there. So it was always going to come down to maybe a few shots here and there. Unfortunately, they went his way today, and it's disappointing for me, clearly.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your performance today?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was fine. It wasn't bad. It wasn't outstanding, but it was something I can live with. Yeah.
Is this something you want to improve on, or you think you're okay?
Something I want to forget about. Yeah.
Go back and then use it. Yeah.
There's been a lot of talk about the work John McEnroe's done with Milos. What's the biggest improvement or difference in his game you've noticed from when you played him here 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, I felt like he's done a lot of changing of his game in the last sort of 4 years, I'd say, because I remember playing Milos, I don't know where now, but maybe Madrid or other places where he was playing way, way back. But then when I played him on the grass, it was pretty much always the same, It was just bang, bang, first serves from my side, from his side. Obviously, he makes more returns now since about 2 to 3 years. That was always going to improve. It was not going to get worse. So from that standpoint, I think that's a big difference. He's always had great focus, serve for serve, point for point. He's always done a tremendous job there. And I feel like since maybe a year and a half now, he also feels a bit more comfortable coming to net. When I played him in Brisbane, he was playing exactly like now. And when he beat me in Paris also, he was, always looking to come in and always looking to take the big first shot. So I don't see a difference, him playing here. I just think he believes it more now, and he's clearly evolved as a player in the last 2 to 3 years.
Oh, sorry. I was going to ask much the same, but can you elaborate a bit on that? If he has now, do you think, cracked into the sort of upper echelon where he hasn't been unable to before?
Well, I mean, like, you just have to put yourself in that position, sometimes once, sometimes 10 times, depending on who you play and what the situation is. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. So I think that's what he's been doing better now. I think this is third semis, I'm not sure, with Australia. And then third, right? Australia semis here, and then now again. So eventually you got to break through. You got to get the lucky break, or you just deserve it because you've worked hard and you've believed in your, in what you're doing, and then things fall into place nicely, and that's what happened for him today. So I wish him well for the finals.
Roger, what was the nature of the injuries in the fifth, and how significant were they?
I don't know yet. I don't even want to know. So I just felt not the same afterwards, but regardless, he played a great break point to get the break, and from then on, if I would have been fresh as a daisy or injured, maybe it wouldn't matter because he was serving 140 anyway. So I had missed my chances by then already enough, but maybe I could have stuck around better if I would have saved break points. Had a very disappointing half an hour there for me, missing, getting broken at 6-5, getting broken again at 2-1, having the slip. Who knows what happens there? But it was a very disappointing end to the match for me.
Go back on this game at 6-5 for set of 40 love, and it's pretty unusual for you not to capitalize on those kind of opportunities. What happened?
I don't know. Something went wrong. Don't know what. Can't believe it. A double fault twice. Unexplainable for me, really. Yeah, very sad about that and angry, really, at myself, because never should I allow him to get out of that set that easily. And I mean, he deserved it. He earned it at the end, but I helped him so much to get back into that game. I'd like to see a breaker because I was the better player for the set. And then, I know he's great in the breakers and all that. It was always going to be tough, but I would like to see him scramble more than that.
Roger, you've played a lot of guys who have had more serve-oriented games like Milos haven't been able to have these breakthroughs in recent years. Isn't there people like that haven't quite been able to make slam finals and things like that? What do you think is different about Milos's game or his overall presence that has allowed him to have that style that's been this effective?
I mean, I answered it twice. I think I gave a lot of input into his game, what I thought he improved on. That's it in a nutshell, and he fought really hard today, and he's got a fighting chance on Sunday. I think he's playing great, and I wish him the best, really.
Roger, sorry if this comes so soon after you've lost, but there's already the inevitable questions about whether you'll be able to achieve your dream of the 8th title. Are you, given the last two matches where you played 10 sets, has that told you anything about how achievable it still is for you to win an 8th one, that you could be back next year?
Well, I mean, yes, while I'm in the tournament, it's a dream to win my 8th. It's not my only reason why I play tennis, just to be clear. Otherwise, I'll go in the freeze box now and come out before Wimbledon next year. So that's not how we do it. We usually play 60 matches and we travel the world to try to achieve other things as well. I know Wimbledon's important, but it's not everything. I have a lot of things that I'd like to achieve besides winning Wimbledon. So yeah, I mean, for me, the match against Cilic, even, I guess now, like you said, the 10 sets I played in the last 3 matches really gives me the belief that actually, I'm much, match fit or tougher physically than I thought I was. I never thought I could do this before the tournament started. So actually, it's very encouraging for the season, hopefully for the rest of my career. Not that I was worried that it was going to end somehow, but I was insecure coming into Wimbledon, I must tell you. I mentioned that a lot beforehand. For some, maybe not clear. For some others, it was very clear. But it's been a great run for me here, I must say. And I just hope with the slip I had in the 5th, I'm going to be fine tomorrow and beyond. So I mean, curious in a weird way to find out what's the deal now.
Sorry. Just if you've said it already, but insecure in what way? Sorry.
Just I hope I didn't hurt myself. So, and then is it a 3-day thing? Is it a 24-hour thing, or is it more? I don't know at this point. I hope it's not so bad because I walked it off and I was able to finish. But I don't slip a lot. I don't ever fall down. So it was a different fall for me than I've ever had, and with the body that it's been playing up this year, I just hope I'm going to be fine. I believe I am, but I'll know more tomorrow when I wake up.
Roger, when you're leaving centre court, you really seem to look like you're really trying to take in your surroundings and almost remember the scene there. Do you think that could be the last time you'll be on centre court, and are you confident you'll be back next year?
That was not how I was looking at centre court. I was looking at centre court as in thank you for the crowd and thank you for a great feeling that you gave me throughout the championships. I was fortunate enough yet again to play all my matches on centre court. I don't take that for granted. So for me, it's a respect towards Milos to wait for him. Like in the olden days, you walk off together. Same time, thank the crowd, and then leave the stage for Milos really at the end. So that was what I was going through, and not thinking about this might be my last Wimbledon. And yes, I hope to be back on centre court. To be very clear for you.
Roger, 48 hours ago, you described the euphoria of that epic match, to use the word that you used, against Cilic. Which do you think you'll remember more? The way you performed in that match or the heartbreak of this one?
Probably the Cilic match, just because I can choose. But then again, ask me in 20 years' time and I'll tell you what I remember more. But this one clearly hurts because I felt like I could have had it. So close. It was really so close. So it clearly hurts, but at the same time, I totally overachieved here. And the match against Cilic was epic, so it was fun to be part of that match.
Just going to take last two English questions, you and Yusuf, thank you.
Roger, a lot of fans' dream final for Sunday will have been dashed by today. It may perhaps put Andy as the favourite. Having just come off
He was going to be the favourite as well against me, just to let you know, but go ahead.
Maybe not with the crowd.
Huh?
But what advice, what could you say to Andy now to help get him over the line on Sunday, if he does get there indeed?
Exactly. So it starts with this match right now and not one step further. So I think this is going to be a tough match. He's lost to him, I think, 6 times. We come to watch sports because you don't know the outcome. Yes, he might have been the favorite against me too. He's the favorite in this game. But I think Milos is playing great. He's definitely going to have his chance, especially the way he serves. And he's a different return player than I am. So if that match were to happen, it's a different game. And I never watched Raonic Murray, to be quite honest. I don't know why, but I don't remember any of those matches. So I don't know. I can't tell you myself, but number one, it starts right here, right now.
Last English question, thank you.
Sounds like, Roger, you feel like you lost this match rather than he won it, sort of thing. You're blaming yourself.
No, I mean, it goes both ways. Right. I feel I lost it and he won it, for sure. Because, like I said, he played on top of the line when he had to. He fought, he believed, like I did against Cilic, and these things just sometimes, you know what I mean, just don't go your way. If he blinks the wrong time, if I connect the right way on a 130 serve, it happens so fast that you connect well. Things change, you know, and we're doing a different press conference, but no, credit to him for hanging in there.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's change language, thank you.
So Roger Federer in a fairly reflective mood there after his disappointment at losing in the semi-final to Milos Raonic, the number 6 seed, 6-3, 6-7, 4-6, 7-5, 6-3. Some matches still going on the outside courts here at the All England Club. But back in the studio, Catherine Whitaker's here to focus on the match that's taking place inside centre court at the moment. Thomas Berdych and Andy Murray, early stages of the first set there, 3-2 to Murray at the moment, but still on serve. And what's being said on social media about this match?
Well, less so social media. I mean, there obviously is attention on it now that it's starting, and people also pointing out that yet again Andy Murray has walked out to a pretty much empty centre court, having followed a 5-set thriller. I'm sure it's filling up. In fact, we can see it's filling up as we speak, so I'm sure that won't be a factor. But in terms of how this match was looked at sort of overnight and in the press today, and in particular the British press, it's very much been focused on the spiciness of the relationship between him and Thomas Berdych. And I think it's over-egged perhaps a little bit because it's great for the press to talk about. But there are those dimensions that you talked about, and the Lendl thing, you know, that has to be a factor for Thomas Berdych. And yeah, he did. It's well known that he did speak to Ivan Lendl, wanted him on his team, couldn't get Lendl. I think that's why he went for Danny Valverdue when he became available. I think because Valverdue and Lendl were a team when they worked with Murray. I think Valverdue was promising that, you know, he'd be a sort of direct line to Lendl. You might not get Lendl on your team, but I can give you the sort of access to Lendl, and perhaps didn't
Lendl
quite.
light.
Yeah, but
exactly.
it wasn't just Valverdue. It was Jez Green, the fitness trainer too.
Well,
so
exactly.
he just picked up Murray's kind of seconds.
Yeah, and I'm sure, you know, Andy Murray privately, he was never drawn on it in the press, was he? But I'm sure privately he had his own thoughts about that. As I understand it, things are fine between Andy Murray and Danny Valverdue. I think he went to his wedding and it's all fine. But in terms of Thomas Burdick and Andy Murray, I think it's safe to say that they're not and never have been soulmates. I'm not sure there is all of the spice that the press are wanting to make out, but certainly here's a little flavour of how this match has been previewed overnight. Andy Murray swears Burdick friendship has survived that Melbourne meltdown. And of course, the Melbourne meltdown that they're referring to there is the semi-final match they played at the Australian Open last year, when things got quite spicy. That was in the immediate aftermath, really, of their first match-up since Danny Valverdue had joined the Thomas Burdick team, and Andy Murray had split with him, and Burdick employed him within a matter of weeks, if not days. And there was Kim Sears was supposedly caught on camera saying some rather unsavoury words about Thomas Burdick. Well, that's certainly what lip readers, or certainly how lip readers interpreted it. And then for the next match, for the final, because that kicked up such a fuss, her having supposedly, allegedly said those things. She wore that parental advisory explicit content T-shirt just as a bit of a tease during the final, which then kicked up the fuss all over again. So plenty of needle, plenty for the journalists to write about, which is exactly what they want. How much of a needle there actually is between these two, I don't know. I mean, Andy Murray... he's a pretty easygoing guy, isn't he? I mean, I don't think there's anybody on tour he really doesn't get on with or anything like that. But I think it's safe to say, as I say, that they're not best of buddies.
What's your overview been of the press coverage of the tournament so far? I suppose because every 2 years we have a Euros or a World Cup, so a big major football tournament taking place at similar time as Wimbledon, so that can sometimes detract the focus away from the tennis. Now that England and Wales are out, and perhaps the focus has moved back on to the fact that Murray's continuing here at Wimbledon, how much do you think the fact that Murray's still in the tournament has helped the newspapers sort of fill the back pages with something positive for tennis?
Enormously, and not just that. I think the fact that it has been a fantastic Wimbledon so far. There are fantastic narratives, fantastic storylines for journalists pretty much everywhere you look. Serena going for history, Venus, you know, going for something incredible herself. Roger Federer, of course, he's gone out today, but a fantastic story there. Raonic is a great story, and of course, Andy Murray still being in and being the favourite for the title. Ever since Djokovic went out, it's really, you know, with all due respect to Djokovic, it opens doors, doesn't it? It brings the tournament alive. You know, journalists, as much as they have great respect and admiration for what Novak Djokovic is doing, writing the same story over and over again is quite difficult. You know, writing Djokovic is amazing, he's probably going to win the tournament. It doesn't, you know, set their world on fire. So I think they're pleased to have these fantastic storylines to write about. And actually, tennis really has muscled in very well to the coverage of the Euros. And England doing not particularly well helps a lot. Wales, I think, stole a bit of the limelight. But now they're out, it's pure tennis.
The journalists can count on that every 2 years, at least England to go crashing out of the major tournament. We won't talk about that too much. Another interesting line, of course, is the super coaches and the potential for a Lendl-McEnroe super coach final, Raonic versus Murray. How much are the papers salivating over that potential matchup as well?
Massively, absolutely massively. I think if Andy Murray wins today, I'm sure the journalists, particularly the British journalists, will be desperately trying to doorstep Ivan Lendl and try to draw something from him, particularly on the McEnroe element. At Queen's, when they were due to meet in the final, Lendl would not be drawn at all. McEnroe was drawn a little bit. He admitted that it did add an extra element of spice for him. Lendl would not say a word, though, but I can't believe that it wouldn't mean that little bit extra. Not that any extra motivation is needed. These guys want their charges to win, but I can't believe that it wouldn't add an extra layer
Wow.
of joy, of motivation to the coaches that it would be McEnroe on the other side and Lendl for McEnroe. I can't believe that it wouldn't.
No, I mean, I think for sure there is all of that going on. I mean, you've got to think, these guys, Lendl, McEnroe, achieved great things throughout their careers and, I mean, are still achieving great things off the court. But their egos are huge.
And they're both fiercely competitive. I know
Yeah.
Lendl's a great goal-free. I mean, throughout his career of tennis, and now I think he plays off a handicap of 2, so it's not like he's lost any of the competitive fire. We know McEnroe, he's still playing on the Champions Tour and much tennis as he can. He plays other sports as well. So both of them really, really competitive.
I've got a story for you there, Adam, because McEnroe, as you say, has played on the Champions Tour for many years. He's a great stalwart of the Champions Tour. Lendl actually didn't start playing on the Champions Tour till 3 or 4 years ago. And he made his debut at an event in Paris, I think about 4 years ago. And it was the first time they'd met because Lendl hadn't played any tennis at all after his retirement. They hadn't played any exhibition matches at all. And they played this match. It was hotly anticipated, so much build-up. Both of them were really fired up. McEnroe took the first set and then Lendl retired after 1 game in the second set. And John McEnroe celebrated like he had won Wimbledon. He did a lap of the arena. He did a victory lap practically, firing up the crowd in every corner. And I interviewed him afterwards and he said, "God, I'm pumped up." He was absolutely firing. And that was after beating Ivan Lendl in effectively an exhibition match by means of retirement. So if you think there's not needle, I think you're wrong.
Certainly, we're looking forward to that one. If it does transpire, I'm sure Thomas Berdych and his coaching team will have something to say about that. Now let's take you inside centre court. We join Rob Walker, who's in the commentary box.
Yes, welcome back to centre court. We've just about managed to calm down after that absolutely epic match between Milos Raonic and Roger Federer. We're on serve here. Andy Murray leads 4-3. However, they've both broken each other once. Andy Murray made the perfect start, holding serve for 1-0, and then got the immediate break. And there weren't too many signs in those first 2 games that Berdych was willing to come to the party with the ammunition that's brought him to his 6th Grand Slam semi-final. And remember, of course, I'm sure you've been talking about it in the studio, he made it all the way to the big showdown here in 2010. However, once Murray got the break, Berdych was straight back at him, and his forehand has been so accurate. Pat Cash has been talking already today about the fact that Berdych can sometimes splay the ball wide, left and right, but he was talking about how accurate he's been at this championship, and that's what we've witnessed here in the first 7 games. It's been absolutely brilliant. So many of the balls Berdych has sent back to the Murray baseline have landed literally on the line or that much within. So although on paper this presents itself as a massive opportunity for the winner of this one, because probably you could argue that both of them would rather face Milos Raonic rather than Roger Federer, but they've got to win this one first. And I think Murray realises he's in one heck of a match here. They've both been producing some lovely ground strokes. Couple of errors here and there. Murray's box on their feet, cheering. Lendl was the only one sitting down. That's a matter of course. But they're all really fired up for this one. Most of the crowd are now back in, but you do have that funny scenario when you have a really, really long first match of the afternoon. Everybody needs to go away for a quick comfort break, stretch their legs, and then they start coming back in 10s and 20s and 100s as the first set continues. But as we get towards the business end of this set, with 28 minutes played, it's now almost completely full again here on centre court. Murray getting the lion's share of the crowd support. You would expect that. They'd love him to get through to a 3rd Wimbledon final. But I think the headline here in the early stages is, of course, as soon as Novak Djokovic was knocked out by Sam Querrey, everybody was almost putting one of Andy Murray's hands around that trophy for the 2nd time. And forgetting about the quality that Raonic produced against Federer to get to the final, Berdych is playing some lovely tennis here. It's 15-all on the Berdych serve. He now trails 3-4, but with 1 break each, of course, they're back on serve. I think Berdych has come here with his A-game. He's come here ready to party. He knows Andy Murray is arguably the best returner in the sport at the moment, but he is absolutely pinpoint accurate towards the baseline. He hits the ball so hard. He may not have the flowing finesse of a Federer, but when he's in form, and he really is at the moment, he is a very, very tough opponent indeed. I'm sure you've made the point in the studio. how consistent Burdick has been in recent years. Since something like the 4th or 5th of July 2010, he has never been out of the world's top 10. That is how good he's been over a long, consistent period. So, it's a fascinating match in prospect, this one. Burdick, well, one or two wobbles maybe here. Murray's just taken that point. So Burdick's serving at 15-30. So the next point will be interesting to see whether Andy Murray gets another break point. Just stay with me and see how he goes here. Quite windy here on centre court, and Burdick goes for a very high ball toss. We haven't seen that causing him too many problems over the last couple of games. Burdick with a high toss. That one goes into the net. So he'll have to do this one with a second serve. Not quite the 140-mile-an-hour rockets that were being sent down by Raonic. Camera's focusing in on the eyes of Andy Murray, the world number 2. Murray gets that one back. Burdick goes deep, and I think he's gone long on that one, and he has. So 2 break points on the Burdick serve for Andy Murray. Now, this could be significant. They've both broken each other once already, but this, you suspect, would be a massive opportunity for Murray, because this, of course, would leave him serving for the first set. So big pressure moments on the man who went to the Wimbledon final back in 2010. And Burdick's hit the net and bounced out with his first serve, so he'll have to save the first of these 2 break points on a second serve. Murray on his toes, poised and ready. Safe in the knowledge he's a great returner. This time the serve is in from Burdick, and Murray goes uncharacteristically wide with that return. So the first of 2 break points have been saved by Thomas Burdick. Remember, he's serving 3-4, so a break of serve here for Andy Murray would put him in pole position for the first set, as he would have the serve, the momentum and the initiative. Murray bouncing around, left foot, right foot. Crowd members trying to get a photograph. So many people have their phones out. I think they should just be concentrating from their own eyes, because this is a great confrontation already with only 32 minutes on the clock. First serve hits the tape on top of the net and bounces out. So once again, Burdick has to save a break point with a second serve. Good one, almost straight down the tee. Burdick with a big backhand, right towards the edge of Murray's baseline. But again, uncharacteristic error there from Thomas Burdick. And Murray has taken advantage of the second break point. And could this be a key early indicator that the world number 2 may have allowed Burdick to break straight back with his first break for 2-love? But this is looking good here for Andy Murray. He is the favourite for this one on paper. And with his back to the royal box, he is now serving for the first set. He has the second break of serve. He's 1 up. He's serving 5-3, 33 minutes gone. This is Murray's set for the taking.
Thanks, Rob. Murray just a game away from taking that first set. He's got the all-important break, leads 5-3. Those fans out on the hill, riveted to the action on the big screen there on the side of court 1. And what have you made of the first set so far? Because we saw Murray go up a break. He was up 2-love. Everyone was thinking, looking at that head-to-head again and saying, right, this is going to be a thrashing. But then Burdick came back into it. We saw some resolve from Burdick to give him a bit of a positive note going into it, but then Murray's managed to break again. What have you made of it so far?
A little topsy-turvy there at the start, a few nerves from both players, but I think Murray's the one who's been able to settle fastest, and now we're really seeing him hit his stride, and you know, Burdick, just 1 or 2 errors costing him at you know, big moments here.
It seems from what we've seen watching on our monitor here that as soon as they go to a long rally, any kind of long baseline rally, Murray's winning the vast majority of that. It's first strike tennis for Burdick, which is getting it done for him. The big serves, trying to get in behind his shots. He's got to try and keep the point short, hasn't he?
He's got to keep it short. That's what we discussed at the start. But we've seen Murray mix up the spins already, use that slice backhand, particularly down the line, very well. And you know, when there's no pace on the ball and it comes through very low, it's very difficult for someone like Burdick to really unleash his shots and do any damage from that part of the court. But yeah, he's still got to keep backing himself. He's still got to keep putting pressure at Murray at the front of the court and come in whenever possible to keep these points short. And that's his only chance, really, unless Andy has a complete meltdown out there. I only see this match going one way.
I think it's interesting as well, when we were watching both of them practice earlier as we were before the matches today. Murray, 6'3", Berdych, 6'5", but when you watch them play, you just think that, for me, Berdych just doesn't move anywhere near as well as Murray, and you wouldn't assume that the height was so close.
No.
You'd think that Berdych was just big and he can't move well.
Yeah, I mean, he's 6'5", but I mean, he moves well. But in comparison to Murray, he's
There is
not.
no
No,
comparison,
there
no.
is no. But for someone 6'5", you'd take that. But Murray is an exceptional athlete. He makes everything look very fluid, whereas Berdych is just that bit bigger and a bit more awkward. But you know, he possesses a lot more strength and power than Murray when he's there behind the ball, but it's just a matter of getting behind the ball and having time to really whip through the shot.
Certainly, and that cheer you can probably pick up on our studio microphones comes from Henman Hill, and that's because Andy Murray has taken the first set over Thomas Berdych 6-3, so he made use of that all-important break at 4-3. Now Murray can draw on plenty of good memories on centre court. He won his first Wimbledon title back in 2013. We can show you some of the highlights of that match against Novak Djokovic.
Much had happened since Murray lost last year's final. Now he was a proven Grand Slam champion, wiser, better equipped, and by his own admission, less burdened by self-doubts.
I need to be fully focused, ready from the first match.
The expectations are even higher this year, they get higher every year. Is that difficult for you, knowing the weight of expectation?
Because of the weight of history and 77 years, Fred Perry, all the things we've been talking about, would winning Wimbledon mean more to you than winning the US Open?
If you could bring him back right now, what kind of a chat would you have with Fred Perry?
It's going to be quite emotional for me. Kind of a lot's happened since that final last year, but yeah, I'm obviously looking forward to coming back and playing for the championships. Yeah, I'm sure when I step back out on the court, yeah, it'll be an emotional return.
Murray just had one request as he walked out to face destiny, that the centre court crowd supported him in the way they had done to Olympic gold, vociferously, patriotically. He couldn't simply do it alone. And everyone seated around the famous stadium and on Henman Hill knew they came with an obligation to the Scot.
Novak Djokovic to serve. Ready? Play.
Djokovic and Murray had been opponents since they were 11 years old. They know every nuance of each other's game. Each time they play, it's an investigation into who can better handle the pressure and which man is the fitter. Encounters are elongated battles of attrition, as a 20-stroke early rally proved. And just as in the US Open final between the pair, it was Murray who started the stronger. But Djokovic is a resolute and determined competitor who now finds the thought of sacrificing a title abhorrent. The Serb was guaranteed to fight back, just as he did in New York, and the rallies just grew in their length and intensity. Murray wouldn't have expected any less. Was Murray up to the task, or would he buckle again under pressure as he did a year previously in the final against Federer? He was prepared to answer the question. home doubts were laid to rest in more ways than one. But as any champion will tell you, the hardest set to win when claiming a title is the last. Murray broke to lead 2 games to love. But signs looked ominous as the Scot fell to a 4-2 deficit. But he broke back and they were level again. These are the moments when the greats find that special reserve that distinguishes them as the elite. Three championship points to Murray, so close yet still so tense. One winner's all that's needed, but did Djokovic know something? Another chance goes to waste. The agony is overwhelming. Djokovic is not just torturing Murray, he's tormenting a nation. Three chances gone. The opportunity of a fourth is precious beyond value. No longer would it be necessary to count back how many years since Fred Perry won the title.
There's a lot of pressure and stress out there, and the last game especially really took a lot out of me. It was very emotional last game, and I just can't believe I managed to do it. It so nearly went the other way in that last game. I was just so concentrated and focused on each point at the end of it, and I was so tired as well. I was just so relieved to get it done. And so many people supported me these last few weeks. It was unbelievable today. It was so loud from when we walked out onto the court. You know, to win it this year just meant so much, and yeah, to lift the Wimbledon trophy is something that I'll never get tired of seeing.
Andy Murray had indelibly written his name into sporting history as this year's last man standing.
Well, it was a famous moment, wasn't it, for Andy Murray and British sport in general. And those fans there on the hill would love to see him do it again this year at Wimbledon. But now let's find out a little bit more about Thomas Berdych. He spent some time earlier on this week at the Championships at the famous queue just outside the grounds, spending some time with the people queuing there to try and get on centre court to watch some of the matches.
I'm Thomas Berdych, and we are here at the queue. Let's see and check it out what the people are here, how long they are waiting, and who they are coming to support on Monday, waiting for the tickets. So let's see, I think it's going to be quite a fun experience. Let's go and check it out.
We came here at 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning?
6 in the morning, yeah.
Okay.
And so what's that? About 10 hours now.
Okay.
So, well, it's worth it. We got tickets for centre court.
Very nice,
so, yeah.
Very good. Where are you guys from?
Switzerland.
Switzerland,
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not asking who you're coming to watch, okay. Where are you from, guys?
Wales.
Wales, okay.
Yeah.
So well done for the football so far, huh?
Yeah, very happy.
Okay. I'm building the tent or what? No. What are we doing here? So from this we have to make something like that, right? Where are we starting? Little guidance. He doesn't know, okay. Guys, all the best. Make this happen, make all the way happen, enjoy the tennis, you know.
They give you like a place card, and then
in
the morning you can buy tickets to the games.
Okay. There you go, guys. Sure. Here we go. Jasny. Well, this was pretty cool experience, I have to say. It was first time to chat with those people, you know, who come here queuing all the days, nights, and waiting for the matches. You know, I just wish them all the best. Basically, make the way all the way in and see some good matches. And it was really some good fun. So, see you guys.
Wimbledon finals are coming. To recreate the social occasion of the year at home, begin by inviting your guests. For some, a traditional invitation will be necessary. For others, it is perfectly acceptable to craft and send a snap chat. Invite sent, it's time to put the champagne on ice and prepare the cucumber sandwiches. For your complete guide to hosting the Wimbledon finals, visit wimbledonweekend.com.
Yes, we cannot wait for this Wimbledon weekend. Let us know what you're planning for the weekend, how you're going to watch the match, where you're going to watch the match, what you're going to enjoy with it, strawberries and cream, Pims, things like that. A barbecue, perhaps. You can let us know on Twitter at Live at Wimbledon. And Kiothvong and I here on Live at Wimbledon with you throughout the day. And so far, 6-3 to Andy Murray. It's 1-1 early in the second set. What are the keys for Andy Murray at the start of this second set, just to consolidate that good first set?
It's important for Murray to keep the pressure on here. I just think if he can really push on ahead in this second set, get the early break, go 2 sets to love up, Berdic's confidence will just go. You know, right now it's still very tight. Berdic, I mean, the game plan doesn't change for Berdic. He's just got to take his chances, open those shoulders and really swing away, because there's no other way for him to get through Andy Murray.
How much do you think the centre court crowd will be helping Murray? Berdic must feel like the world's against him at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, every time Andy Murray steps out on centre court, the majority of the fans are for him, unless, of course, he faces Roger Federer. I think Roger Federer comes a close second in terms of popularity here at Wimbledon. But, you know, just going back to the match again, I do think Berdic's first serve percentage needs to improve. In that first set, it was in the 50s. Murray was up in the 70s. Makes a huge difference. Just puts a bit more pressure off Berdic, off the ground, if he's giving Andy Murray too many second serves to look at. Yeah, going back to the crowd, they're very much behind Murray. They always are, and you know, for all of us, wouldn't it be great to see Andy Murray through to another Wimbledon final?
Just to reflect on the footage we just saw there of that 2013 final, I think everyone remembers what they were doing that day. I mean, tell us what you were up to.
I was there watching. Yes,
Lucky
I was with
few.
my dad. We were on the court, we were watching, we were cheering Andy on, and it was brilliant because we were sat actually just behind the players' box, and it was nice. It was nice to kind of look back and say, well, you know, we've just witnessed the first British winner here at Wimbledon since Fred Perry, and we were there courtside to watch.
What was it like to be on centre? Because I remember what I remember of that day, because we were working at Live at Wimbledon. It was a scorching hot day. It was one of the hottest days, I think, for a long, long time here in England. It was boiling. You almost felt for the players, watching them sweat it out there on centre court. What was it like to be inside that famous arena?
It was hot. I remember when that final game, I mean, when he had the first match point, he couldn't convert. You could just see him getting tight. You could feel the tension in the crowd. I mean, I could see Judy Murray just a few rows ahead. You know, she sits there and she tries not to show too much emotion, but definitely everyone was nervous. But the crowd were willing Murray on, and the noise after when he did finally convert on match point to win the title, it was just incredible.
Yes, certainly was. Great to see him do it. Let's take you back inside centre court now. We can rejoin Rob Walker, who's in the commentary box. And a better start, Rob, to the second set for Berdic. He's held a couple of service games.
Yes, thanks, Adam. Great to reflect on that wonderful victory from 3 years ago. I was actually on court 3 where they were showing it on a big screen. And then my abiding memory of the day is when Murray came onto the balcony and gave it the big fist pump with the trophy. Well, he's in the driving seat here, but absolutely, you're quite right, Adam. It has been a pretty decent start to the second set from Berdic. So Murray not over the line yet, although he's on 30 love on his service game here. He trails 1-2, but we are on serve. Couple of stats for you from the first set, which really just indicate where the set was lost from Berdic's perspective and where it was won from Murray's. I know we'll get some in-depth analysis from Craig O'Shaughnessy soon. 13 unforced errors from Burdick in the first set, only 1 from Murray. And then the percentage of first serve points won was pretty even, 64 Burdick, 67 Murray. But percentage of points won on second serve, which is an area that Andy Murray's been working on recently, 45% for Burdick, 71% for Murray. So those are a few of the numbers that just explain how Murray got over the line in that first set, 6-3. He's now moved to 40 love up in the 4th game of the second set. So we're still very much on serve. Some great ground strokes from Burdick. He's so strong, so powerful, and he seems to have real conviction. More often than not, when he's going for those big shots, you get the feeling that it is going to land in, despite the fact that he did have 13 unforced errors in the first set. But perhaps you get the feeling because Murray has won their last 4 encounters and Burdick hasn't beaten him since 2013, and because he's won the first set, if Murray was to get a break midway through this set, the demons would really start coming out. And not that we want to look too far ahead here. It's now 2-all. Pretty comfortable service game there from Andy Murray, the world number 2. Murray leads Milos Raonic in head-to-head 6-3. Burdick has played the Canadian 6 times, but only beaten him twice. So the statistics would favour Murray's chances are better than Burdick's if he was to get into the final. But, dropped my notes, getting so excited here. But at the moment, Burdick's hanging in here. We've got 51 minutes played. Lovely early evening sunshine. But you just get the feeling if Burdick slips up here midway through the second set, as he did in the first, then Murray would really be in the driving seat. As it is, it's on serve, 2-all. Burdick's taken the first point of his service game, 15 love. So we wait to see whether Burdick makes a mistake and whether Murray can begin to put a stranglehold on this second set as he did in the first. He certainly has the advantage at the moment, but don't write Burdick off just yet. Some of his ground strokes are absolutely superb. Right, plenty more drama here in the early evening sunshine. As I said, on SW19, no finer place to be on semi-final Friday. Fabulous drama. And somewhere out there on this magnificent complex, this sporting arena, is Rachel Strickland.
So if you're not lucky enough to be able to get tickets to go in centre court, or you don't really want to squish onto Henman Hill with the 7,000 other people, then you can come down here to court 2. Well, there's actually no action happening at the moment on the grass, but there's a lot of action around and about from the spectators because they're watching exactly what's happening in centre court, because they put 2 screens up here so they can kind of experience it in a slightly different way. And these 2 guys here, they look like they're quite enjoying it. They've got the pizza, they've got a drink, they're relaxing. Guys, how is it down here in court 2 watching exactly what's going on in centre?
Very relaxing. Yeah, it's a lot better than being camped up on the hill, as you say. Lovely seat, very comfortable, nice atmosphere, very pleasant.
I think it's a good idea to put the action on centre court on here, on the screens on court 2.
Very good, yeah. No, it's a nice kind of more comfortable way to watch the match as opposed to being up on the hill, I think. So, very commendable.
Do you think you're still kind of getting the Wimbledon experience, being on here, on the courts, like you can actually be inside there?
Just like being inside it. Well, it's lovely, you can see it over there, you can check on the score. Yeah, it's pleasant.
Absolutely, and you said you've just come in here. What else have you been up to today?
So we were on number 1 court, seeing the Williams sisters go through to the final in the women's doubles. They were pretty fantastic. We went out to court 3 to see Martina Navratilova and Arantxa Sanchez Vicario. We watched some of the girls' semi-final earlier.
Potatovic or something like that. I don't know. Potatov, something like this.
Yeah, she looks good.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've just been kicking around. We wanted to go over to court 8, but it's very busy over there because Michael Chang and Mark Philippoussis are playing.
You are packing loads into your day here at Wimbledon, but I've got to ask, I mean, you've got pretty strong accents, both of you. Where are you from?
Near Glasgow.
Okay, near Glasgow. So I'm guessing, but I'm not going to put any words in your mouth. You maybe are supporting Andy Murray?
Absolutely.
Are you confident that he's going to go all the way to the final on Sunday even?
Yeah, he's looking good just now. Yeah, 1 set up. So sorry, I wasn't meant to say that. It's looking good. Yeah, I think he's shouldn't be any glitches and we should get through.
Well, we now know who he's going to face. He's going to face Milos Raonic. Obviously, he beat Milos at Queen's. If he reaches the final, what do you expect from him?
I think it'll be quite a tight game. I don't know. Rainic's first final, but I'd like to think that Murray can get through. Maybe depends how quickly he can see off Berdych. Raonic obviously had quite a difficult match to get through. Big serve. I don't know, we'll see. Murray would definitely go in as favourite for me.
Well, thank you for talking for you guys. Enjoy your pizza. The sun's now out and everyone is really enjoying the atmosphere down here on court number 2.
Rachel will be taking a slice of that pizza very soon, I'm sure, out there in the sunshine on court number 3. Now let's take you inside court number 1. Match point. Some more British players doing well in the mixed doubles. Heather Watson, British player, alongside Henry Continent. The finish, and they've won it 6-3, 6-2. This is a quarter-final match, actually, so they're into the semi-finals now. Great performance from them against Scott Lipsky of the USA and Kudratseva of Russia. 6-3, 6-2, the victory for Continent and Watson. So they'll come back tomorrow for their semi-final, looking to take their place in a Grand Slam final. Plenty of British fans there. Watson's mother cheering her on. A huge number of fans inside court number 1 enjoying some good doubles matches. That was the court that Serena and Venus Williams were on earlier on today as well. So tennis continuing here at the All England Club away from centre court. Disappointment for Lipsky and Kudratseva. And Heather Watson, we saw her disappointment in the singles. Obviously had that really close match against Annika Beck. Really heartbreaking for her to lose it, but good to see her enjoying some success in the mixed doubles.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see from Heather Watson. I know how much she enjoys playing doubles. She reached the 3rd round in the ladies' doubles with Naomi Brody and seems to have struck up a successful partnership here with Henry Continent. And, you know, Heather's in her element here. She can be more relaxed on the doubles court. She was probably the best player on court yesterday when they had the win over Martina Hingis and Leander Paes. And this will give her confidence before she heads on to the American hard courts this summer.
And I suppose a good way to mentally rebound from the disappointment of that singles. She can kind of put it out of her mind, enjoy a good run in the doubles. She got a great win in the doubles. I mean, beating Sania Mertzer and Leander Paes, the top seeds, we know how good they are in the mixed doubles. Not easy at all.
Hingis.
Hingis and Leander Paes in the mixed doubles. We know how good they can be. So a great result there. And she's just sort of back on it and playing well again.
Yeah, and here she is through to finals weekend, although it's semi-finals now that they've reached in the mixed doubles, but still to still be involved in the championships at this stage when there aren't too many other players around is brilliant. Yeah, every match she wins here, it'll help with her confidence and with her game on the singles court. You know, mixed doubles is definitely more relaxed, but there are lots of things you can still work on. And she can certainly sharpen her game up at the net, which will help her on the singles court too. I really think more of the players should play doubles and mixed doubles wherever possible.
And now she's over some of the injury problems that troubled her recently. What do you expect for her in the continuing season, looking ahead to the US Open and the hard court series?
She'll be back on her favourite surface. I know she has a place in Florida, in Bradenton. I'm sure she'll head there after this tournament is over for her and put in some training. And then obviously there's Rio Olympics, which is also something for her to look forward to. I know how hard she worked and how desperate she was to be part of the British Olympic team, and that was a huge relief for her when she was guaranteed her spot at the French Open. And it took a bit of pressure away, and the grass court season hasn't gone according to plan. But you know, hard court soon in a few weeks, that's where we'll expect to see some better tennis from Heather Watson.
And a great result for her in the mixed doubles there. They will play Oliver Marach and Yelena Ostapenko in the semi-finals for a place in the mixed doubles final. Now, as you can see, Craig O'Shaughnessy's back in the studio with us to break down Thomas Berdych up against Andy Murray. What have you noticed so far in this match that's caught your eye, Craig?
Yes, well, we've got some numbers from the first set. You know, Andy has one set in the bag, one step closer to another coveted Wimbledon final. And when you go down the stat sheet, he is ticking every single box. All of the numbers that needed to be there for Andy to have success in the first set were absolutely there. He broke early, went up 2-love, got broken back. And I just want to go through his serve patterns on the first serve. In the juice court, Andy has such a good serve out wide. He rotates the upper body well. He rotates into the serve. It naturally curves out wide. 8 out wide, 1 at the body of Thomas Berdych, and only 4 down the tee. Very normal numbers for Andy. In the ad court, 6 down the middle, 0 at the body, and only 2 out wide. He won 6 of 11 against second serves. He only had 1 unforced error in the opening set, which was a backhand. Thomas Berdych had 13. The different rally lengths, 0 through 4, 5 through 8, and 9 plus. Most points are played in 0 through 4. Andy has a 17 to 12 advantage in 0 through 4, an 11 to 7 advantage in 5 through 8 rally length, and he was losing the 9 plus 1 to 4. And an interesting number that came up on the spins on the backhand. Thomas, 70% topspin, 30% slice. Andy, 77% topspin and 23% slice. From the back of the court, Andy won 19 of 36 in the opening set. He won 53%. Very healthy number. It's what Thomas was performing at into the final. But in the first set, Thomas only won 7 of 25 from the back of the court, which is 28%. Not good enough. Let's have a look at a few points from the opening set. We've got Andy serving down the far end. Good at the backhand. That's the primary pattern of play. Get your opponent on the run immediately to the ad court. And we see the big steps here. As soon as you see that big separation in the feet and you see the racket up there, you must be coming in. That is a prime time to get to the net. Actually, a really good shot from Thomas down the line. Good reflexes, and just couldn't get that one back. Serving a forehand. He's got the whole court. Go anywhere you want. Most approaches in tennis actually come on that serve plus 1, the third shot of the rally. And we've got Andy here now. And you see Thomas, when you approach, it's so hard in today's game to approach to the backhand side. To approach from the backhand side with a slice. And he's not inside the service line. Andy can really do whatever he wants and just threads that one down the line. Blocks this one back. Good defense. Thomas running around. Needs to do more of that, and he's just not steady with his body. Needs to stay on that. His body pulled to the left, and that ace was on set point in the opening set. So everything is going according to plan for Andy. All of the numbers he needs to be hitting are going exactly how he wants them to. So let's see how the rest of this match unfolds.
Craig, we were talking with Anne and Catherine here in the studio earlier on about how the power game of Berdych just doesn't seem to work against Andy Murray. You look at the head-to-head and the recent encounters have been so comfortable for Murray, just able to negate that power that Berdych has got, particularly from the baseline and on the serve. Do you see that in the statistics? Can you just see the way the match is going there?
Yes, well, early on, back in 2010, he made the final here against Rafael Nadal, and I did an analysis of the semi where he beat Novak Djokovic. And Thomas Berdych is the kind of player who's so naturally gifted. He can do whatever he wants, and he doesn't really pay enough attention to the other side of the court. So when he beat Djokovic in the semi-final, where you stand to return in the ad court, he had his left foot right on the singles line, where you will normally stand to return in the ad court, and he did very well, won that match against Djokovic. Then in the final, he's playing Rafael Nadal, who's got one of the nastiest sliders out wide in the ad court, which demands you must stand wider. He didn't. He stood in the exact same place. Nadal served 14 first serves out wide in that final, won 13. He served 3 second serves out wide in that final and won 3. And also, when the ball came back from the serve, Nadal hit 89% serve plus 1 forehand. So I'd like to see Thomas adjust his game and modify his game and have a little bit more consideration for the other side of the court. He is so insanely gifted that he can get away in most matches with doing exactly what he wants to do, but he needs to adjust a little bit. Attacking Andy more wide in the juice court would be something that I'd be looking for in this match.
If you were coaching Berdych, what would be the first thing that you would say to him? If you were able to speak to him now, what would you say for him to change it? The first thing that he can do to try and get back into this match? Because, as we know, the matchup just hasn't helped him recently, and it looked like it going the very similar way in this one so far.
Yes, Thomas has got an outstanding backhand, but the reality of tennis is that the winners and forcing errors is done far more with the forehand. So quite often when the ball is in the middle of the court, slightly to the backhand side, Thomas accepts that as a backhand. And we actually did see one good forehand in our highlight reel. So if I was able to get out there or send a message or legally coach him at this point in time, I would say, Thomas, as many forehands as you can possibly hit. I'd like to see that opposite hand, the left hand, stay on the throat longer. He drops it early. It doesn't help the forehand. It gets a little bit wild. Stay on the shot. Stay down. Stay balanced. More forehands. More first serve jamming Andy into the body. And he's got, you know, Andy and Novak have the 2 best backhand returns in the game. So just forget about that side. That's a secondary tactic. 1 or 2 serves to the backhand side. But the more that you play against Andy's forehand, the more the ball will rebound back to your forehand. And Thomas can crush forehands. He just needs to be really, you know, hunting the short ball and moving up to the baseline and trying to finish at the net a little bit more. You're not going to beat Andy from the back of the court. And we saw those baseline numbers. They're simply not good enough. So I'd like to see Thomas get to the net a little bit more forehands, more first serves in, and see if he can rattle the cage inside Andy's mind.
I mean, you talk about Berdych getting to the net. Do you think he should do it more by serving and volleying, or serve and then next ball after the return? How should he get to the net?
Yeah, 2 classic ways. So let's have a look at Milos Raonic. Back in 2014, when he made his run to the semi-finals here, he served and volleyed 33 times. Now he's into the final. Up until the semi today, he'd served and volleyed 133 times, so 100 more. Big guys should serve and volley more, and Thomas should sprinkle it in a little bit more. So definitely some more of those. But the #1 rally length where approaching happens is a rally length of 3 shots. So the best way for the men and for the women, make a first serve, extract the short return, have good court position. After a serve, you're already inside the baseline. Jump all over that short ball, hit the biggest forehand you can to the backhand side. It's the best way to come in today's game. Add spin, hopefully go behind if you can even add that in, and get into the backhand as much as possible. Now, Andy has a good backhand pass. He's very solid on there. So there's another option. And for all of you club players all over the world, you probably think, well, you know, when I come to the net, I've got to go there or there. There's nothing wrong with going right down the middle of the court. And we think, you know, when I go down the middle, I'm not running the opponent. I'm not, you know, hurting them for the passing shot. But if you just kind of take yourself and put your eyes on the other side of the court and look back at you, there's no angle. So a lot of times the passing shot from the middle of the court ends up in the alley. So, you know, a big ball right down the middle of the court, make Andy get out of the way of it. I think that would work a treat as well.
OK, thanks, Craig. We'll continue monitoring that match. Murray taking the first set 6-3, and it's 3-2 to Thomas Berdych on serve in the second set. Now, from one former Wimbledon champion in Andy Murray out to a 6-time former champions in the doubles on court number 12, Todd Woodbridge and Mark Woodford up against Jeremy Bates and Anders Jared in the invitational doubles. And we can join this one at 2-1 in the second set.
Anders Jared is
Woody's still talking about the men's singles from earlier. Heard them talking something about Milos Raonic there.
Love 15. Two. 15 all. $30-15.
It might take a few minutes for these guys to get acclimatized to the court. Don't get to practice quite as often as they once did.
Oh, the reflex shot from Jeremy Bates. Well played.
40-15.
Just flicked it off his shoelaces. And away for a winner.
Okay, Bates, Yarrett. 2 games all, first set. 2.
Well, that match continuing there on court number 12. Senior Gents Invitational doubles. 2-2 in the first set there between Woodbridge and Woodford, and Bates and Jared on court 12. And I believe a former coach of Anki Othavong.
Yes, Jeremy Bates coached me.
Started you on the right path, did he?
I'm sorry,
something's coming. Something's obviously tickled, Anne.
It's just seeing my former coach on the tennis court, you know, I just find it really amusing.
Clearly good memories.
Yeah, no, Jeremy was a great coach, good fun to travel with for 2 years. He's still out there playing and running around, which I just find hilarious. What can I tell you about Jeremy?
What influence did he have on your game? What did you take from him that you sort of implemented into your career and successful career that it was?
He tried to improve my game at the forecourt without too much success, to be honest. It was great having someone of his experience. He was good fun to travel with. He still hits a great ball and loves the game. He made tennis fun for me. I was kind of at the latter stage of my career. So, just good fun.
And the Woodies as well. I mean, great to watch them. I mean, what they did for doubles was amazing. I mean, I suppose the Bryan brothers, I know whenever they are interviewed, the inspiration for you was watching the Woodies and the success that they had. And really the unity for them, because they played together for their whole careers.
Yeah, and what they achieved, they're like brothers. Both of them, they seem to know what the other was doing. They were great to watch. They still are great to watch. And their hand skills, it's just something that I guess never leaves.
Absolutely. And Woodford working with Nicolas Mahou, who was into the final of the men's double alongside his compatriot Pierre Hubert. Now, let's take you out to court number 17. The ladies' wheelchair doubles at the moment. Semi-finals match in progress. Ellebrook and Schuker versus Griffon and Van Koot, the number 2 seeds there, who are serving at the start of the second set.
And Ellebrook have got to be careful. They've got to slow down the Dutch pair, because they're really good front runners. They like pushing, they like going at their pace.
So everything's going on near terms at the moment.
The Dutch pair, you can see they're moving, the chair's moving around in little circles, so they're always moving. That's like moving your feet.
Good depth on that return from Ellebrook.
$40-15. $40-30.
First double fault of the match from the number 2 seeds.
Okay, Miss Griffion, Span Coat. Miss Griffion, Span Coat lead, 3 games to love.
So another hold of serve. And the number 2 seeds consolidate the break by holding effectively. They lead by 3 games to love after just 8 minutes of play. This pairing, well, they want to make sure that this first set doesn't get away from them.
Well, match is still continuing into the evening sunshine here at the All England Club. Beautiful London skyline there at the top of your screen, away into the distance. The men's singles match still going on on centre court. It's packed inside there. Now, we were showing you some highlights of the last time Andy Murray won here at Wimbledon back in 2013 from his match against Novak Djokovic. Let's show you some highlights of Serena Williams' final last year, her victory over Garbina Muguruza.
Serena Williams was a great champion before Patrick Mouratoglou became her coach. But by common consent, the Frenchman has directed her to new levels of authority and consistency that weren't always the case before.
Her will, her dedication, her fighting spirit, the way she refuses to lose is something that I've never seen. She's never satisfied about anything, whether it's during practices or during matches, even when she wins. To be part of writing the history of tennis, even if it's a small part, whatever it is, emotionally it's incredible. So whatever's going to happen in the future is already more than enough.
Who at the start of the fortnight would have envisaged that Serena's last opponent at the 2015 championships would have been the endearing Spaniard Garbina Muguruza?
I think it's amazing. Amazing is the word. You know, it has been amazing days, incredible matches, you know, a lot of emotion. So one more day.
Getting to the final is a great goal for me because I hadn't made it to the quarterfinals in the past couple of years, so that was just a big goal.
You have to be confident. You also have your options to win the match. You're in the final, you deserve also to be here, so, you know, you just have to fight for it and believe that you can do it.
It's the epitome of what a tennis player works for, the finals of Wimbledon, you know, and it doesn't get better than that. So whether I would win or lose, it's just all my life I've dreamt of this moment, and to have it happen again is very special.
At one end, a competitor playing her 25th major final. At the other, a novice vying for the biggest of prizes for the first time. Try determinedly as Muguruza did, experience provides a potent advantage in such situations. Most who knew a thing or two seemed to recognize the way this one was progressing. But even the greats can be misled. Muguruza showed indisputably there is enough to her game to suggest one day soon she will be lifting a glittering prize. But Serena is never more dangerous than when threatened. She had set her heart on that 21st major title, and what she wants, she usually gets.
Going into this year, 2015, my goal was to win Wimbledon. You know, it's been a little bit, and I really wanted to do well here. Having an opportunity to hold up that trophy after a few years always feels so good, and it feels like the first time every time. The last 12 months have been just unbelievable. I definitely don't think I could have written a better story. But yeah, I just feel like it all started at the Open. It all started with me just taking a huge breath and just relaxing and just saying, Serena, relax, enjoy this. and have fun. And after that, I've just been like on this whole super calm, you know, for me calm. I look really intense on the court, but that's a calm Serena. So, and just enjoying the moments that I have. Next year, I'll be here, God willing, at 1 o'clock on Tuesday. And that's something I really look forward to, and I can't wait for that.
Okay, down here alongside Anne to speak about the world #1 and really the best player currently of her generation, of course, Serena Williams, and just about the strengths of her game that undeniably starts with the serve, and it is the biggest weapon of her game. Why is it so good?
Well, the serve is so good because she does have so much power, but not just on the serve, off the ground as well. And what makes the serve in particular so good, though, is the way her motion is. It's very smooth, her technique. Okay. It's very tough to teach such an easy take
Smooth
back
transition.
Exactly, and she's got such an easy throw. I mean, she seems to produce power effortlessly, but she's explosive with the legs and she's fast with the arm. Also, the other thing about Serena Williams' serve is her ball toss. Her ball toss is very consistent. It's the same ball toss whether she goes for the slice serve, the kick serve or the flat serve. And off the deuce and the ad side, as the receiver, it's a very tough serve to read.
So it's pretty hard to judge if you're the receiver trying to guess what serve it might be. If you are facing Serena Williams' serve, then as a lot of ladies will be in these next 2 weeks, what can you possibly try and do?
Well, as the receiver, you've got to make sure you change your court position. Whenever you're up against a big server, it's important to give them a different look. Sometimes stand a little further behind the baseline, sometimes stand further wide. And you've got to find ways to just get into their mindset. Yeah, get them thinking and just perhaps try and get in their face a little bit as well, bouncing up and down, giving them a different look. You never know what you might be able to force from your opponent just by where you stand on the court.
Maybe just distract their focus a little bit. We know that Serena
All within
Williams,
the rules.
Yeah, okay, good to know. Because we know that she does tend to blow opponents off the court sometimes with her serving. If you are playing Serena though and you do get into more of a rally situation, is that where you stand most strength against someone of her power?
Yeah, the longer you can get the point going for, the more chance you have of winning the point, unless you've got her on an off day. But what's important, whenever you're up against a powerful player, you have to look for ways to neutralise them. And also, off the return, you've got to give yourself big targets. And a lot of those targets, straight through the middle of the court, deep, get yourself into the point and then try and work something from there.
Fundamentally, throughout her game, what makes her so powerful?
Well, physically, she's in a different league to the other players. She's so strong, she's explosive with her movement and explosive with her power, the way she's able to accelerate and get her body weight behind every shot. That's how she produces power, but also it's about timing, and the same on her serve. When she's serving well, she's timing everything well. The ball toss is in the right place all the time, and she's getting up, and you've got to have good rhythm. That's the key to having a great serve as well.
And so just to go back to the ball toss, you were talking about how Serena's is so consistent, it's tough to read what kind of a serve she's going to produce. How does that differ from some of the other girls on tour where you can read through their ball toss?
As a returner, you can often read your opponent's serve by where they place their ball toss. If you're playing against right-handed player and the ball toss is out further to the right, there's more chance that they'll be hitting the slice serve, so therefore they'll be coming around the outside of the ball. Or if the ball is further back behind their head, the chances are they're going to hit a kick serve, and that's the easiest way to wrap your racket around the back of the ball and produce topspin. With Serena, the ball toss is consistent. It's right up there, nicely in front, not too high as well, and she's able to hit the slice serve from that ball toss as well as the kick and the flat serve, and that's what makes it so tough to read and to play against her.
And such a huge weapon in her game, so confusing. We know how fantastic Serena Williams is, and really best of luck to anyone that faces that serve this week. Yes, Angie Kerber will be facing that serve tomorrow, but this is the current scene at the All England Club. An absolutely beautiful Friday evening. Some sun-drenched tennis courts you can see play still happening on the outside courts. There's plenty of doubles, juniors, invitational events, wheelchair events. There's plenty going on here at the All England Club, and there's also the headline event on centre court, which most people here on Murray's Mound are watching, as he's just progressed to a 2-sets-to-love victory, 6-3, 6-3 so far over Thomas Berdych, the 10th seed, out on centre court. The winner of that match will play Milos Raonic in the final, following his 5-set victory over Roger Federer just earlier today on centre court. And actually, really a devastating time for Roger in some ways, you could say. Carl Robinson back with you alongside Thomas Enquist. Thomas, I just went and sat in Roger's press conference, and he is a true gentleman. We know that. He was very honest, but very composed as well in his defeat. And he said, you know, this one really hurts because I came so close, so close, and I could have got it done. You know, he wishes Milos all the best, but it was a really good opportunity for him to try and get that elusive 8th Wimbledon title.
Absolutely. I mean, he was sad, but at the same time very gracious as always when in defeat Roger Federer. But he said also that he didn't really know what to expect before he came into this event because of the season he had before, with a lot of injuries and not as much matches as he usually has coming into Wimbledon. But I think also that slightly positive also I could see, because he was so happy that he, first of all, his body held up well, and also that he still showed himself and everybody else that he's still a very strong contender to win Grand Slams. I mean, obviously super disappointed for him to be that close, but maybe deep inside also he felt like, okay, this one slipped out of my hand, but the last one against Cilic I pulled off, you know. But in the big picture, I think he's very happy the way he played and the way he recovered from that 5 sets tough match against Cilic. I mean, he could definitely go on now and have a fantastic end of the year, and you know, Olympics coming up, US Open coming up. So it's still absolutely a Grand Slam left in Roger Federer.
And it was interesting because he was asked so many revealing questions, as you would expect in that press conference. He said, you know, is the 8th Wimbledon title the thing that motivates you the most? And he said, look, if all I played for was an 8th title at Wimbledon, I might as well put myself in an icebox now and come out again next year. He said, there are other things in the year that motivate me. Yes, when I'm in these championships and I'm going deep like I did this year, of course the dream is the 8th title. And he, you know, he was also asked, we saw you looking pensively around centre court as you walked off, of course digging for a retirement question. He said, no, to be honest with you, I was just thanking the fans and waiting politely for Milos so that we could walk off together as we used to do in the old days, which seemed to be a slight dig at the players that just walk straight off court nowadays when they've lost. What's your take on the right thing to do at the end of a match like that?
Yeah, I think it's a nice tradition to do, to wait for your opponent, and it shows the respect for your opponent, obviously, but also for the crowd. And Roger Federer is such a class act in every position. I think he wins beautifully, he loses beautifully. I'm a biggest Roger fan, so I'm very happy to see also that it was that positiveness even in this defeat, that he was happy that he played well, and he was happy that his body feels good, and of course this can't be his last Wimbledon. No. He's not allowed. No.
Says Thomas, no. He is simply not allowed. What's your take on the slight injury risk he may have incurred there? That's what he seemed to be a bit insecure about in the press conference. He came straight away, really, after walking off court, and he said, I just really hope I haven't injured myself. I don't know yet. I think I'm okay, but I won't really know till I wake up in the morning.
Yeah, I think that he was slightly worried, you could
slightly,
see, but it's tough for him to say now. I think he's going to feel how it feels tomorrow morning when he wakes up, because I think after these 10 sets he has played in the last 3 days, of course he's sore also, you know, so it's tough for him probably to feel what's tiredness, and if it's an injury. Hopefully absolutely not, you know. It would be a shame if it is another injury coming up for him, but I don't think so. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's just a little bruise and he will be back up training in shortly again.
And the other thing he said, he was asked about that double fault that came at a crucial time, back-to-back 2 double faults, and he said, I'm extremely disappointed that I had 2 consecutive double faults. Really, that's inexplicable for me. I'm very sad and angry at myself. Can you relate to those sentiments?
Yes, I think I've never seen actually Roger Federer do 2 double faults in a row in that crucial moment, but I mean, it's so tough to I mean, obviously that you could also say that against Cilic he had a couple of match points against him, second serves, and he was going for it strongly, and then we say that, look, that's why he wins so much, because he dares to play aggressively in those moments. Today he tried again, and this one he didn't do it. But of course, 2 double faults in a row coming from Roger Federer, that was a bit of a surprise.
Well, he was very fortunate to play every single one of his matches on centre court during these 2016 Wimbledon Championships. He won't, though, be on centre court on Sunday. It's the turn of Milos Raonic to face either Andy Murray or Thomas Berdych in the final. There's a tale of 2 stories each time, and let's hear from the winner of that 5-set thriller.
How would you describe the emotions that you felt when you won this match and saw Roger Federer walking off in defeat as you walked off in victory?
I was very self-centered at that point. I wasn't really thinking about Roger. I was very focused on myself and proud of the way I was able to pull through that match. And, you know, it quickly also shifted to, okay, let's get the things in order. Let's get myself ready to play the final here.
Milos, this is your first big victory against Roger in Grand Slam. So, what does it mean to you beating Roger in Grand Slam?
Yeah, it's definitely a great feeling for many different aspects. Obviously, what happened here 2 years ago, that I was very disappointed with. And today I sort of persevered. I kept sort of plugging away. I was struggling through many parts of the match. He gave me a little opening at the end of that fourth. I made the most of it, and then I sort of tried to run away with it. And I did a lot of things well. The attitude kept me in the match, and I think that's what made the biggest difference. I was quite vocal, but I was always positive. I was always looking for a solution.
Can you talk a bit about what this is going to mean, excuse me, for tennis in Canada? I mean, a lot of people are going to be watching, obviously, on Sunday, and what do you say to them and to players back home?
Yeah, it's a pretty special feeling for myself, but I think it's a pretty special recognition to the state of Canadian tennis, and it's not just me. I think I'm not sure how Dennis did today, but I know he saved himself in the second set. Before I went on court, I was watching that match. There's many people that are doing well on this stage and the junior stages. There's a lot of to look forward to. There's a lot of prospect. There's a lot of hope. There's a lot of positive future in Canadian tennis, and it's great to sort of be at the center in front of that come Sunday. And I'm glad that I've sort of been leading this charge, the first one to break through and really put these things together. But I'm by no means done.
Milos, congratulations. Can you describe why, or explain today why you won compared to the match of 2 years ago? What's the different Milos Raonic today compared to 2 years ago?
2 years ago, I bottled up all the difficulties I had on court and never got it out. Today, I found a way to keep plugging away, keep myself in the match, and then sort of turn it around. I was quite more vocal and a lot more positive on court.
Go back to that fourth set because you looked really in trouble in this set trying to and in there Roger, how did it turn, and is there a point where you felt that it was going to get better on your serve or the return?
Well, that game, I believe he had 40 love at 5-6, or at least 40-15. He even earlier in that game, I hit a few good returns, and he, especially on second serves, which I was struggling with, and then he sort of gifted me 2 points, gave me a look in it, and then I kept sort of plugging away. I didn't take the first chance, or the second. I believe I took the third, but I sort of just kept trying to do the right things for me. A few of the times I was missing, but at least I was hitting the ball with a little bit more purpose at that point, and I think it just sort of put the pressure on him and let me sort of get a little bit of that antsiness out, and then I was able to play well from there on out.
Milos, how much of the myth of Roger Federer is on the other side of the net, and not just another player you might be playing?
Yeah, it's something you got to try to put aside very quickly. He has the most decorated achievements and successes in tennis, more than anybody by a good amount at this point. And you're playing who Roger is today, not who he's been the past few years. So you try to focus it on that and on what you need to do, and try not to spend too much time and attention thinking about him, because especially for myself, I gotta always worry about myself first.
Has John McEnroe been a big help in making you more vocal on court, because he was the world's best at that?
Yeah, but that's for sure. I think it's something that we've all been working together at, and I think he's definitely put an emphasis on it. A lot of times I felt in matches that I need to sort of calm myself down to let things from getting out of control. I feel like when I get positive, I can get negative quickly as well. And I think he sort of just implemented it in the sense of, from how he's seen me play, is there's no too calm for you. You tend to be too calm. Try to get energy out of you. Try to get it out there on court and leave it all out there, and try to get the most out of yourself.
Sorry, made you like a bit of a Mr. Angry, if you like. Made you a bit angry.
Well, I haven't been angry. I've been quite positive. I think it's more of a positive outlook that, keep plugging away. Things will figure itself out.
Dennis did win a singles match, by the way, and then they won in doubles also. What was it like having your parents looking on today, and just the role they've played from first introducing you to the sport and to where you are today?
Yeah, they've been the most significant role. And I think the thing I'm the most grateful about is that they've always, since day one, told me that they don't know anything about tennis. They've put me in the hands of people from a young age that they believe could help me. and sort of stayed away from it. They have always driven me to tennis. They've picked me up from practice, all these kind of things. They try to be the best they can, but they, even to this day, have not given me a piece of advice when it comes to my game. No, I think I can probably maybe remember one weekend where they played on the local courts that I watched. Other than that, I really doubt it.
If I can ask one, what's your earliest memory you have of tennis? Like the first time you had a racket?
I know that I was signed up for a sort of a March break, spring break camp when I was 8 years old. I really don't remember that. I remember sort of the bubble the first time, but my earliest memories was when I tried out for this coach, Casey, in Toronto. I wasn't good enough to be in the program then. I was just short of 9 years old, and me and my father started on the ball machine every morning at 6 in the morning and at 9 at night, because that's when court fees were affordable enough for us. That's when they gave us a deal, and I remember that ball machine pretty well.
So you just fed the machine?
Yeah, I wouldn't stop for 2 hours. I wouldn't take any steps. I was very lazy, but I'd just hit tennis balls from standing position for 2 hours, and he'd walk around and keep filling up the machine so I wouldn't have to stop.
Did it make a difference that McEnroe was in the commentary box and not in your box today? Does that matter to you that he's not kind of there, he's doing something else?
It doesn't really make a difference by any means. I understood that when we started, and that was one of the things that was really beneficial for the way we've gone about things. Even I remember when I played Jack in the third round, he messaged me and said, "Hey, they want me to call your match. Do you mind? If you need, I'll sort of request to call another match." I said, "I don't mind at all. Hopefully I'll have to face a situation where you can't call any other match." And he's been a positive influence, and I've dealt with that. It's the way it is. It's the terms we came to from the beginning. We had a clear understanding.
It looks at the moment like Andy might be sort of on course for a fairly straightforward victory. I mean, is there any concern in your mind, having played a big physical, emotional five-setter, that you'll be able to recover for Sunday, and Andy might have a bit of an advantage maybe?
No. Anyways, playing 5 sets, my matches tend to be quite quick. For me, it's really about just keeping an internal focus on getting things done. I feel pretty good after, and I know I'll feel much better in 48 hours or however long I have. I think you disregard that very quickly in the slam final, and there's a lot of adrenaline, all this kind of stuff takes over, and you keep fighting through.
How big a breakthrough moment is this for your career? Reaching Sunday's final, and in terms of trying to break into that top group of players.
Yeah, hopefully I make it count even more. I have a great opportunity ahead of me on Sunday, and that's what I'm definitely going to be looking forward to. There was a significant point for me coming back from 2 sets to love in the 4th round, and both Carlos and John took me aside and said, this can change your career at this point. So hopefully it continues that way.
When Roger stumbled there and fell, and it looked like he might have actually hurt himself, you're standing at the net. What's going through your mind there? Were you concerned that he might have to withdraw at that point? What are you thinking when you're looking down at him?
No, I was actually thinking, where do I think the guy's going to serve, the first serve? I was pretty quickly on the other side. Obviously, you make sure he's okay. But for that moment that I did stop, grab a drink, I was just thinking, which serve do I cover?
Obviously, it's a very high-profile question. You've gotten a lot of questions about McEnroe here in Paris, even when you announced it. Just wondering if this at all bothers you that this guy has been on your team for only a couple weeks. Might wind up getting a lot of credit for you winning Wimbledon, if that does happen.
No, at the end of the day, I get to win Wimbledon, so who cares?
Listen, in terms of the tactical approach you had today, you came to net quite a lot, but maybe not as much as people expected, I would say. How was the balance for you? Was it what you wanted it to be?
Yeah, I think I got down on myself at some points because I wasn't coming forward enough. He was doing a great job, especially when I was serving hard into the body. He was hitting some solid, deep returns, obviously not with much on it because it's hard from that point with one hand to hit it hard back. But I hesitated a few times, and I think only later I really started letting go and moving forward like I should have. Definitely something that I'll incorporate more further on.
Yeah,
know Carlos as a former #1 player, Grand Slam winner. He was mentally very tough, and we spoke to him after your match today, and he said he was very impressed and proud that at the end of the fourth set that you are very strong mentally. So in this aspect, which influence has he had in your game and the mental part?
Yeah, he's been a great influence. He's helped me a lot with understanding how I need to go about things, what I need to get out of myself, whether that be through trial and error or through discussion. And obviously that's been my biggest asset through this tournament and through the Queen's tournament, especially after I finished off in Paris a bit disappointed. It's been a great asset for me. It's what's helped me be as successful as I have over the last few weeks. And it's definitely the biggest step forward I've made.
And you've certainly played Andy a number of times. You guys are familiar with each other's game. What's the biggest challenge of facing him and facing him here in the Wimbledon final?
Well, obviously it's a challenge either way. He does a lot of things well. I think the biggest challenge for me, which I felt was the thing I want to happen the least, or at least repeat itself the least from Queens, is I got sucked into his game. I didn't play on my terms, and that's going to be the most important thing for me.
You're known not only for your great skill sets, but your intention, your conscious approach to your career. Could you take a minute and talk about how you've worked on your career, aside from the coaching, your coaches, but what other things have you worked on in terms of mental toughness, the physical, and
Yeah, I've tried to improve every single aspect, from the way I eat to the way I prepare before practices, before matches, in the off season, physically, mentally. I've engaged a lot of people when it's come to this. I travel with a pretty good sized group, sometimes too many people where it can get tiring. So we did come here cutting it down quite a bit, but I have a lot of people that have a lot of input and sort of feedback for what I can do better at every single stage. And I've spared no expense in trying to really get the most out of myself.
And diet-wise, what's your approach now?
Well, I just watch what I eat. I'm a lot more aware of what certain foods do for you, which foods are going to cause inflammation, which foods are going to be good for you, when you should eat, how you should eat, quantities, all these kind of things. I don't think I'm at the peak stage, but I've been optimally getting better and better.
This is a big deal. I feel like we are witnessing history.
My gosh, absolutely over the moon to have you here, like.
Good.
Man, tell you what, come have a selfie? Everybody in.
Yay. Right, we're about to watch the semi-finals, boys. I'll be the lead commentator, and you guys can chip in when you like. Any tips
for us, like, you know?
You have to speak clearly.
It's going to be tough for us.
Okay, yeah, you're in big trouble. Every time it's hit, you got to say what they're hitting.
Ball.
Serena versus Vesnina.
Serena versus Vesnina.
Yes! Serena in complete control here, has set point.
Oh, look at that, it's just nearly hit that guy in the blue shirt.
Yeah, what happens?
Well, he ducked.
No, it was an ace.
Was it?
Serena wins the set.
I wish Serena Williams was the whole England football team.
It's match point.
And what's happening?
She did it!
Well done, love. Look, she's giving us a twirl. Oh.
Well done, Serena Williams. That's good. You guys are getting there.
Kerber and Venus Williams. If Venus Williams wins this, it's another All Williams final.
Oh, very good from the Bee Gees.
Still alive!
As Kerber serves the left-handed serve out wide, the Venus is back end across court for Kerber forehand, and the rally continues as they go back and forwards across court. Venus hits the ball down the line. Now she goes across court again. Kerber with the forehand across court. Kerber's doing her best to scramble the ball back.
I'm not sure how this is going for Venus.
Venus can bring it back.
You guys did a good job there. Excellent. Thanks. Keep just doing nothing.
Here we go. Kerber's on match point. Come on, Williams.
Yes! I can't believe it. She's in the final.
Why? That was amazing.
Kerber.
I am a bit gutted that it's not an all Williams sisters final, but I love the fact that it's going to be Serena and Kerber. I'm into this.
Just learn how to commentate from a legend here.
So it's Henri Lecomte.
Yeah, Henri,
and
yeah.
Matt Dawson.
Come on.
It's embarrassing.
Hold on a minute.
Just going to phone my mum. I've just beaten Henri Lecomte. I tried to play table tennis and I lost.
He'll never let you forget that.
A Wimbledon final ought to be toasted with a glass or two of champagne. Ensure your glassware is scrupulously clean. The tiniest residue of soap and the beverage will lose its fizz. Once chilled, twist to open, aiming not for a pop, but a gentle sigh. And ensure there are side tables aplenty. During an exhilarating moment of tennis, one does not want to find oneself chucking one's flute. For your guide to hosting the finals, visit wimbledonweekend.com.
Yes, finals weekend is coming, so celebrate the Wimbledon way. 2 of the finest days of tennis you will ever see. The perfect time to celebrate with friends. So let us know your plans for Wimbledon weekend. Let us know what you'll be up to on Live at Wimbledon. Contact us online and we'll be delighted to read your plans this upcoming weekend. It's a beautiful evening here at the All England Club. As you can see, Cara Robinson alongside Thomas Enqvist, Catherine Whitaker, Craig O'Shaughnessy is back in the studio because just to update you, Andy Murray, after winning the first 2 sets, 6-3, 6-3, is 4-1 up in the third. Things looking very promising for the Scotsman, who has only lost once after winning the first 2 sets in a Grand Slam. He's got an incredible record, 119-1. So you know where the odds are facing, Craig. How do the numbers look, though, for Thomas in that recent second set?
Yeah, they look very rough, unfortunately. It's one-way traffic right now for Andy Murray. 2 sets to love, a break in the third. He's rolling. The pressure of the scoreboard is diminished for him. He's running the patterns of play that do so well. And when you go to a stat sheet and you say, okay, where are the 2 big areas that we want to focus on? Second serve points won is almost always where I initially go to get a good feel for the match. And in that second set, Thomas hit 9 second serves and won 1 of them. So Andy is really ramping up the pressure there. And the way it works with serving, the first serve comes in harder, therefore it makes the first serve return come back slower. You're much more on defense hitting a first serve return. But once the first serve is missed, you've got a second serve. The second serve comes in comparatively slower. The second serve return comes back harder. And from then on, it's a snowball effect of losing the point again and again, which is exactly what's happening here. Through the first 2 sets, Thomas has only won 6 of 20, 30%. So not good numbers there. And then if you look to the baseline, Andy did very well in the second set, won 18 of 35, 51%. In the second set, Thomas only 5 of 22 points, 23%. And through the first 2 sets, 12 of 47, 26%. So the second serve's taking a hammering. The baseline's taking a hammering. Thomas is doing well at the net. He's won 24 of 35 through the first couple of sets, but 69%, very healthy number. But those other 2 areas are really hurting. So let's have a look at a few points from the second set and get to understand exactly what's happening. We've got Andy serving right now. Pretty good return, defensive backhand, and Thomas stepping in. And this is what he wants to do. Attack. That passing shot wasn't quite good enough from Andy, but there he is. He's stepping in, very nice. Attack early, pushing Thomas back. Back foot, and a lot of times in this position, when you look at a player that's he's on the back foot and he really shouldn't be able to do too much. Thomas is going nowhere. When you get into this situation, Thomas says, okay, he can't really hurt me down the line to this part of the court because he's on his back foot. So in Thomas's mind, that blue area on the far right in the deuce court just doesn't exist. It's too tough for Andy to attack there, but this is how good he's playing. He can actually attack to that area of the court from the back foot, controlling the middle. There's that really famous short angle, heavy roll, and now it's just, you know, Thomas is on a bike, side to side, run, 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 and, you know, Thomas is going to win 1 out of 100 of those points. real nice low slice. And when you go to the forehand pass, it's got to the forehand with your approach, giving the forehand pass, it's got to be a ridiculously good shot. Otherwise, that's going to happen all the time. So, you know, the end is nigh. Can Thomas turn it around? Well, stranger things have happened, but looking forward to seeing the end of this and see if Andy can continue in the same vein that has got him a 2-sets-to-love lead and a break-up in the third set.
Yeah, it is incredibly impressive, Craig. Thank you so much for your insight. As always, deep analysis into the match currently on centre court, the second semi-final of the men's event today. Well, there's some big stories going on in the other events as well, particularly the mixed doubles for Homa Hope, Heather Watson playing with Henri Continent. They beat Leander Paes and Martina Hingis, an incredible pairing in a match that went on late last night. Well, they have now won the semi-finals today, and Rachel Stringer was lucky enough to speak to them.
Henri and Heather, congratulations for getting through to the semi-finals of the mixed doubles. I think the smile and the laughter says it all. How are you feeling?
Me and Henri played. I think we're just having a good time. We're laughing a lot.
I can tell, yes.
We're laughing on and off the court. So I just can't wait for our next match.
And obviously it was a kind of a odd route to where you've got to here. Just talk us through how unexpected something like that is, and when does that ever happen?
Well, we decided we were going to intimidate our opponents to giving us walkovers.
Okay.
No, we were lucky. We got 2 walkovers in our first couple rounds, and then we ended up playing the best team, in the world right now, in our first match together. And I think that's given us a bit of confidence. But we're just having a lot of fun.
And Henri, we know more about Heather and her personality and how bubbly she is. How is it playing alongside this one?
Very easy. It's very easy. She's, as Heather said earlier, we're on the same page on court, just trying to have fun and obviously trying to win. But the most important for us is that we're enjoying ourselves there.
And your first ever match, like you said, was a couple of days ago now. Did it change at all your preparation not having those first 2 matches?
Absolutely not. It didn't change at all. We were ready to go on already early in the week, but didn't get the chance until yesterday. But it was fun from the start.
Did it maybe add a bit of positive, the fact that you could have more time to prepare?
We haven't really prepared because we've both had our own doubles going on, and yeah, we've been warming up together. I've been making Henry do a little girly warm up in the service box with me. Yeah, it's going well.
So I think it's clear to say that mixed doubles is a load of fun.
Yeah, well, for us it is.
Good luck, guys. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Quiet, please. Play. Quiet, please. Play.
Yes, welcome back to Centre Court, where Andy Murray is just a game and a little bit away from a place in a third Wimbledon final. Just looking back on that second set, I just wonder, the huge game was when Murray managed to hold in an 8-minute epic. He just missed 2 break points on the Berdych serve and then had 2 against him that he saved. It went to deuce 5 times. It was an 8-minute game, and immediately after holding, Murray broke. And I think that took the best of Berdyk's spirit. So it's Murray serving 5-3 up here in the third, looking for a straight sets victory and smooth passage into a third Wimbledon final. Cameras focusing in on the anxious faces. They're desperate for the British world number 2 to get across the line. Berdyk's really going for this, though. He's taken the first point. Murray had to get there on the second serve, but I really do think that game for 3-all in the second just seemed to sap something away from Thomas Berdych. He started this set reasonably well, had a couple of comfortable holds, but then as soon as Murray got an opportunity to break him for 3-1, he was absolutely merciless against Berdych. The world number 2 can sniff the finish line here. Great serve. That was an ace. Gives it a little fist pump. So it's 15-all then. Murray now 3 points away from another place in a Wimbledon final. These are great years for British sports fans because they waited so long for a British contender. Murray ending a 77-year wait for a British title when he won in 2013 after making a runners-up speech in tears in 2012. Another great shot. Murray aggressive, coming into the net. Berdych tried that time and time again, but just towards the latter stages of this match, when Berdych has come into the net, the aggression hasn't been rewarded with the points. Murray 30-15 up, focusing in on the crowd. Tartan hats. There'll be an explosion of emotion here when the Briton gets over the line. It is surely just a matter of inevitability. It hasn't had the ring of the Tsonga comeback to it here. Murray looked as though he was well and truly comfortably over the line, but Berdych not able to replicate the majesty of Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, who seemingly came back from nowhere to take Murray into a fifth. But Murray went for a winner on that occasion. It was slightly just wide of that left-hand line by Thomas Berdych. So it's 30-all here. Murray serving for a straight sets victory over the man who went all the way to the final in 2010. Murray will have to do it off a second serve. Bounces the ball. He's got his back to the royal box. So Alex Ferguson is in there. He's given him a few pointers over the years. Second serve is good from Murray. Great ground strokes from both players. And this time, Berdych, the shoulders are slumping. He's into the base of the net. Match point for Andy Murray. 1 point away from a third Wimbledon final. Crowd are starting to laugh and applaud. The tension moves towards relaxation because they know that the world number 2 is so close, and what an opportunity it would be against Raonic in the final. He has a winning record against a Canadian who'll be contesting his first Wimbledon final, his first Grand Slam final. Murray's been there 10 times before, twice at Wimbledon. Murray unleashes a huge forehand. Berdych can't get there, and that's it. Andy Murray seals match point, and in straight sets, the world number 2 is into the final, where he will be the favourite against Milos Raonic. Thomas Berdych has made a great contribution to this match. 2 minutes inside 2 hours, and Murray has done it in straight sets. 6-3, 6-3, 6-3. It has perhaps been slightly harder than that scoreline would indicate, but Judy and his wife Kim and all the rest of the Murray box are absolutely delighted. Cheered on by royalty, no less. What a performance from Andy Murray. This really is a very, very exciting time from a British sports fan's perspective. He's 29 years of age. There may not be an endless number of Wimbledon finals to come, but there's one on Sunday, and it will involve Andy Murray, who has dispatched Thomas Berdych in straight sets. And now he turns his attention, after he's done the endless number of interviews later on this evening, to the task of becoming a double Wimbledon champion. And this time, unlike 2012 against Federer, unlike 2013 against Djokovic, Murray will be the overwhelming favourite but he will not underestimate the size of the task in the form of the 6'5" Canadian Milos Raonic, who did brilliantly to beat Roger Federer earlier on this afternoon. It's not the lineup everybody was predicting, but certainly from a British perspective, one half of that lineup for Sunday will be absolutely scintillating. There'll be so much excitement all across Great Britain. The papers will be full of the prospect of Andy Murray lifting that famous Golden Cup for a second time. And what a showdown it promises to be. No disrespect to Thomas Berdych there, he had a go. 1 hour, 58 minutes, and Andy Murray has done it again. I'm sure there'll be one or two more selfies as he makes his way through to the car park. He's staying at home. He'll try and keep things as low profile as he possibly can tomorrow, whilst the tennis world turns its attention to Serena Williams against Angelique Kerber. And that one, of course, is a rerun of the Australian Open final. Can Serena get level with Steffi Graf on 22 Grand Slam titles? That's the story for tomorrow. As far as tonight is concerned, Andy Murray, in straight sets, has made an emphatic charge into the Wimbledon final for the third time. And wow, he will be the favourite to lift that trophy. What a match it promises to be. Milos Raonic, I'm sure, will have had one eye on this match. It'll be a historical day for Canada. They've never had a male into a Grand Slam final, and Raonic will need to produce plenty of those 140-mile-an-hour bombs if he's to replicate his win that he produced so brilliantly over Roger Federer. But it's Murray mania here at Wimbledon. He's into his third final, and he's done so in emphatic style.
Indeed, he has, Rob, much to the delight of all the fans on Murray's Mound. And with this third Wimbledon final appearance, he makes his 11th appearance in any Grand Slam final, making him the most of any British tennis player all time. He is undoubtedly the most successful tennis player this home country has ever had, and they will hope to see him lift a second Wimbledon crown on Sunday. My goodness, what a day. And we will have a repeat of the Queen's final on Sunday. Would you expect a different result or a similar result to the one that we had at the Aegon Championships?
I think it's a very open match, you know, like Milos Raonic, obviously in his shape of his life, coming out of a great victory over Roger Federer, so he's going to come into this final with a lot of confidence. But Andy Murray has looked throughout this tournament very, very good. He's in the peak of his career. He's played fantastic tennis. He's done it before. It's going to be a key factor, I think, also how Milos Raonic is handling his first Wimbledon final. You know, like I said, Andy Murray has been in this occasion before. He has won Wimbledon before, and he also looks incredibly well. So for me, Andy Murray would be the favorite, but a very, very open match.
Catherine, for many people, Andy Murray was the obvious pick in the match this afternoon against Thomas Berdych. For Roger Federer and Milos Raonic, it was a closer call. The reaction generally to the final that we will see on Sunday?
I think everyone's really looking forward to it. I think that Queen's final has just whetted our appetite. It was one of the best matches I've seen all year, actually. Fantastic. You've got the added dimension of McEnroe versus Lendl. It's a fantastic contrast of styles. I really think it'll be a fantastic match. As you say, Murray the favourite, but imagine the pressure he's going to have on him. This is the first time he hasn't faced either Djokovic or Federer in a Grand Slam final. It's a huge opportunity for him. The pressure of not being the underdog will be immense. I'm sure he's up to coping with it, but there's just so many narratives going into this final. It's going to be fantastic.
Valid point. This is the first Grand Slam final, perhaps, where he is the favourite.
Yes, I would say so. Yes.
Yeah, I would say so.
And makes a big difference, Thomas?
I think it does, but he has looked so confident, I think, this tournament. I mean, this is as confident as I ever seen him.
Yeah, true.
I don't know if that great clay court season he had coming up, even if he lost in the final of French Open, but he looks very, very confident, very comfortable on the court. He doesn't get down on himself so much. I mean, he moves well, he serves well. Yeah, for sure, he is the big favourite coming into this Grand Slam final.
Yeah, because this time, Catherine, people expect him to win. That wasn't necessarily the case in 2013.
No, I think it was. I don't think Djokovic was the really heavy favourite. It wasn't the Novak Djokovic that we see now. He was in a little bit of a relative lull that year. But yeah, definitely, this is new territory for Andy Murray, the heavy favourite going in. And I'm just reminded of the speeches in the ceremony, the trophy ceremony of the Queen's final 3 weeks ago, when Milos Raonic said, although he was disappointed, he said, "Andy, I'll see you in the Wimbledon final in a couple of Sundays' time. Amazing pre-seasons.
Wow, and for the first time since 1988, we have a repeat of the final from Queen's Club here in the men's singles final at Wimbledon. The last time it happened, it was, as I said, 1988. It was Becker against Edberg. Edberg got his own back on Becker. Can Raonic get his own back on Murray this time around? We'll have to wait 2 days to find out. One thing is for sure, with an 11th Grand Slam final appearance, Andy Murray is the most successful British tennis player of all time. Well, tomorrow, it's all about the ladies. Serena Williams takes on Angelique Kerber in the singles final. Our coverage starts at 1 p.m. local time. Please do join us then. We're looking forward to bringing you even more on this Live at Wimbledon. From Cara, Thomas and Catherine, we'll see you tomorrow.